The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Welcome on in to a Thursday night edition of BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. And we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. We are with you every Monday through Friday, 6 to 11 p.m. Eastern. And you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight, and you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. All right, baseball is back, baby. We got an island game tonight at the same location of the Home Run Derby and the All-Star Game. My neck of the woods, the city of brotherly love, Philadelphia, as the Phillies host the god-awful New York Mets. And we want to know, as the second half of baseball is getting underway here, what's your boldest take for the second half? Your boldest prediction for the second half of baseball. It could be a team. It could be a player. It could be a collapse. It could be a surge. We want to hear from you, and we want to talk some baseball right out of the gate here because, yeah, we're dying for football. We're going to talk a lot of football tonight. We're going to focus in on the Green Bay Packers. We're going to talk to Doug Russell. We'll rank our top 10 receivers in the NFL, but out of the chute here with the Phillies and the Mets about to get underway, we want to know your boldest prediction for the second half. The talk and text line to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Brad, as I feel like the three most popular conversations going on right now in the country outside of the sports are explosive diarrhea. It is daylight savings time. And now it is the wildfire smoke that is impacting the Midwest and the Northeast, which I experienced today. My eyes were irritating being outside for 30 minutes. I felt like I was next to a bonfire. It's absolutely crazy. I was getting lung cancer by the second, days taken off my life. That's the world we live in 2026, baby. So how the hell are you on this Thursday? Because I'm trying to find the positives, but all everybody's talking about is diarrhea, daylight savings, and wildfires. How you doing?
I'm great, man. I don't have diarrhea. Thank goodness for that. I am not dealing with any of the smoke. Unfortunately, Brandon Coombs, our outstanding producer, lives in Chicago. It's been miserable up there. They've been dealing with the smoke and haze all day long. Kind of a hint of orange there in the sky with the sun, hitting off the particles in the sky, and you're seeing it as a result. So, yeah, it's like smoking an entire carton of Marlboros, it seems like, when you get outside and even go for a stroll. But, downstate in the ILL and the Champaign, Illinois area, it was hotter than sin today. I was sweating my you-know-what off throughout the entire day, getting out and get my 10,000 steps in. But at least it's crystal clear skies. Went for a dip in the pool in the backyard. And I'm going to, probably throw down a tequila or three as soon as the show is over with. So not too bad in my part of the country, but I know a lot of people are out there suffering, and I cannot believe they're actually going to be playing this baseball game in the city of brotherly love with the air quality. Very unhealthy. I just saw the opening act there on the ESPN broadcast. Unhealthy is anything above 151. By the environmental measurement, and that's a category in which the Philadelphia area is currently in, and of course you experienced it today, but baseball is going to start. Maybe it's going to have Aaron Nola, because, man, that ERA, it royally sucks.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, it does big time, but, look, nothing sucks more than the New York Mets right now. That is true, so, all right, let's kick it off here. Let's get right into it, Brad. Our bold prediction for the second half, it hurts me to do this. It really does. Trust me, this brings me no joy, but I feel like it is inevitable. I feel like it is bound to happen. I feel like the first month and a half couldn't have happened to a better team, And I feel like we're going to be in October saying, man, how the hell did we count out the Houston Astros? My bold prediction for the second half is not only the Astros win the AL West, Yordan Alvarez is going to win the AL MVP. He's a big favorite to do so already. Not only that, Yordan Alvarez, I think, is going to win the Triple Crown in the American League this year, and it'll come with an Astros AL West title, one that they have no business getting, because in the first month and a half of the season, they were one of the worst teams in baseball. But I killed them after the Carlos Correa season-ending injury, and I said they were done, just like I killed the Phillies. And the Phillies are well within a chance of winning the NL East. They're in a playoff spot. They've clawed their way back with Donnie Baseball, and the Astros have kind of done the same thing a little bit more quietly, but they've clawed their way back within 4 games of 500. They're just 3 games back of the Texas Rangers in the AL West. Again, the Astros started 12-20, and they got several starting pitchers on the verge of returning. Ronel Blanco, coming off a torn UCL, just threw 4 1/3 scoreless innings in AAA. He's about to make his season debut. Hayden Wesneski, same thing, coming back within the next 2 weeks. Kaiwei Tang, Bennett Souza, Mike Burrows, all pitchers that are be expected back for the Astros here in the next 2 to 3 weeks. And outfielder Bryce Matthews as well. You know, look at the bullpen. Like, how are the Astros so bad in the first couple of weeks of the season? Their bullpen was god-awful, and they didn't have Josh Hader. You know, Steven Okert, lefty, has led the resurgence of a bullpen that's been arguably the best in baseball since mid-May. Hader came back in June after missing most of the first half, and also since August of last year. He's back to being elite, so that's fun to watch. Peter Lambert has been fantastic and consistent for the starting rotation. He's been a godsend, as a lot of their star starting pitchers have been mediocre, to say the least. And then I mentioned Carlos Correa is out for the year, but let's remember who Carlos Correa is at this stage in his career, and the rest of the lineup has improved in a major way in the last few weeks. Their catcher, Yainer Diaz, Altuve, Christian Vasquez, Isaac Paredes, Bryce Matthews, when he was healthy, all OPS is over 770 in the last couple of weeks here. Jeremy Pena's heating up as well. And GM Dana Brown, who I thought was going to lose his job along with manager Joe Espada, and he still probably is on the hot seat. Things could go south. I could be wrong. I'd love to be wrong. But GM Dana Brown appears ready to be a buyer at the trade deadline. And so it feels like their golden age is well over. But, man, I feel like the Astros are coming, and I feel like they're going to win that division, which is completely up for grabs.
Yeah, it really is. I mean, they're only 3 games out, despite being 4 games below 500, with Hunter Brown getting down and back in the rotation. That's a major shot in the arm. So, yeah, I think you're on to something here with the Houston Astros. It could certainly blast off here in the second half. Before I get my bold prediction, Brandon Combs just dropped this in the chat. We got a game update of, again, the conditions of play with the smoke and haze in Philadelphia. And he goes, this is what Brandon just put in our show chat. So I just listened to Buster Olding on ESPN, and he said, he spoke with the crew chief, and they are going to treat like a weather situation. Current air quality in Philly is at 157. If at any point it dips over 200, it would actually rise over 200 with that environmental measurement. They will then determine whether or not they're going to call the game. So it's not a guarantee they're going to get all 9 innings in the opening act of the second half of the season, but they are going to start this thing here in a matter of moments inside a Citizens Bank Park. So we're going to keep you updated on all that transpires there in the first game of the second half of the MLB season. Now, I'm going to stick with the American League. You went with the Stros. I think the Detroit Tigers are not going to trade Tariq Skubal, and I think even though they're 6.5 games out right now, in the AL Central, they're going to win the division. They have the 5th easiest remaining schedule of any team in Major League Baseball over the rest of the season. The bats are starting to wake up and come alive. Spencer Torkelson and company, Riley Green, they're swinging hotter sticks. Over the last 2 weeks before the All-Star break, they were top 10 in WRC+. The pitching staff is getting healthy and getting back into their groove. Skubal, had all the loose bodies in the elbow, got that, righted, and got it cleaned up, got it repaired, and he's, out there throwing flamethrowers again, eating innings, striking out guys, missing those bats. Framber Valdez had a super rocky start to the season, but he has gotten better, getting some quality starts on the last couple turns of the rotation. Casey Mize has been a king of consistency, and even the back end of the rotation, some positive progression with Jack Flaherty, who got really roughed up over the first couple of months of the season, but he's putting together more quality starts. And Troy Melton has really been a surprise sensation in this rotation as the fifth starter with a high K per 9, and the fact that he's going consistently 5 to 6 innings every single game. So if the bats can stay somewhat hot in the second half, they don't deal Skubal, this team is going to bring it all together, going to galvanize, and I think they are going to catch, whether it's the White Sox, who I still believe are going to make the playoffs, even if they don't win the division. I believe they will be a wild card representative, but it's the Guardians that I'd be most concerned about, because we don't know when Jose Ramirez is going to be back, and those bats have been wildly inconsistent. Pretty chilly, to say the least, here about the last month or so. So give me Detroit, not the Lions, but we're talking about the other kitties, the Tigers in town. I think they roar back and win the division despite being 6.5 down. And no, Tariq Skubal will not get dealt at the trade deadline.
310-840-4910. What is your bold prediction for the second half of the Major League Baseball season? Mine is that not only do the Astros win the AL West, not only does Yordan Alvarez win the AL MVP, I think he's going to win the Triple Crown. But Brett is going to the AL Central, and he thinks that the Detroit Tigers, who are currently, 6.5 games back of the Chicago White Sox and the Guardians, they're going to win the AL Central, and they will not trade Tariq Skubal. What's your bold prediction? 310-840-4910. So I gave you my take on the Astros. Yordan Alvarez to win the MVP. I don't feel like it's that crazy of a take. I mean, he's minus 160 right now. The odds are on our friends at BetMGM. So it feels like he's a pretty solid favorite to win the award. I think he's going to win the Triple Crown. And Brad, I don't even know if I wrote it out, and then I checked the stats, and I was like, man, I don't even know if that's that crazy of a take. I mean, think about it. When is the last Triple Crown winner in Major League Baseball? Miguel Cabrera, 2012 with the Tigers, when he hit .330 with 44 bombs and 139 ribbies. Nobody had won the Triple Crown since Carl Yastrzemski in 67 when Miggy did it. Getting Miggy with it. And you look at right now, Yordan Alvarez in the American League leads the league in home runs with 31. Ben Rice has 29. Junior Camineiro's got 28. RBIs, Alvarez leads the league with 70. My guy Benny Barrels, Rice baby, Ben Rice with 68. Nick Kurtz with 66. Alonso with 65. Here's what it's going to come down to. That batting average, which he is not too far behind Yandy Diaz, who's hitting .322 for the Rays. Alvarez is number 2, hitting .318. And then there's a decent drop-off to Josh Young and Jonathan Aranda, who are just under .300. So leads the league in home runs, leads the league in RBIs, 4 points behind Yandy Diaz for batting average. I think Yordan Alvarez is going to do it all. I think he is going to continue to be the heart and soul of this Astros team. You could pitch around him. You could try to walk him. It don't matter. And he ain't even striking out that much this year. Yordan Alvarez only has 72 strikeouts. I mean, my man's plate coverage, my man's discipline is off the charts incredible. And he normally isn't a guy that strikes out a whole ton. He's only struck out more than 140 times once so far in his Astros career. But, man, just the way he is seeing the ball on a night-to-night basis, even when there was guys around him that weren't hitting the ball well and you could easily pitch around him, he is the most dangerous hitter in the American League this year. And I think he's going to finish it off with a historic year and lead the Astros to a division title.
Yeah, I mean, he's an absolute bucket, man. He just goes out there and rakes every time he steps in the dish, practically. I love betting the over on the 1.5 HRR, also known as hits plus runs plus RBI, also known as Pat, because that's something that usually cashes. So it's normally at significant minus money because he's a guy that just posts a lot of quick numbers there in the box score. I'm going to give you 2 more bold predictions. Why the hell not? I think PCA's got a decent shot at winning the NL MVP. Now, it's probably going to take an injury to Shohei Ohtani. Yeah, he's got a decent shot. I mean, look, I don't know what the odds are, 25 to 1, 30 to 1. I think last I checked there at BetMGM, it's going to have to take an injury to Shohei Ohtani for him to get into the conversation realistically. But he's the guy that's number one right now among all MLB hitters in total WAR by a significant margin. He's got a 6-flat WAR. The next man is right around 4.8. I think it's Yordan Alvarez. As a matter of fact, it's either him or Bobby Witt Jr., but he's the best defensive, regardless of position, fielder in the game. He's a guy who's on pace for possibly a 40-40 campaign. I know Shohei's doing special stuff. Shohei's still in the Cy Young conversation, but he's chasing Mizorowski. I don't think he's going to catch him unless Miz were to succumb to a major injury, and God forbid that actually happens. But Shohei with a 22 dongs has been raking at the plate as well. But PCA has been a numbers-generating machine and a guy that just makes plays with a mitt every single night, whether in Wrigley or on the road. So I think he's worth a wager, 25, 30-1, wherever the odds are for him to win MVP. Provided that, Shohei, unfortunately, would have to exit due to an injury, and that could really elevate in PCA to that conversation. And the other one I'm going to throw out there, we were talking up the Phillies. You doubted them early in the season when they were ice cold. They were on the struggle bus as a front seat passenger. And I said, hey, man, they're going to turn this thing around quickly. They did exactly that. They're only trailing the Atlanta Braves, who are fading and fading fast as they were before the All-Star break. They're only 2 games behind them right now in the NL East. But I think the Marlins leap the Phillies. I think the Marlins could leap the Braves. I think the Miami Marlins could win the National League East this year. They've got a top 10 pitching staff. Max Meyer has been incredible. Sandy Alcantara's back to what he has done previously, getting consistent 7-inning starts, missing bats. Those quality starts are really racking up. And they're hitting the cover off the ball. Otto Lopez leading the major leagues right now in batting average. Liam Hicks set the table knocking in runs. And they got boppers. They got guys that are just making hard contact. They're finding green space consistently. The bullpen's been better than average. And again, that starting rotation, you got to give them a shout out because they're much better than what most people believe. So the Miami Marlins are the real deal Holyfield, and it would not remotely stun me if they leapfrog the Philadelphia Phillies and the Atlanta Braves to shockingly take the NL East.
I don't mind. I don't hate that take at all. The Marlins are fun, man. Hopefully more fans. You mentioned the average attendance might go from 4.5 to 7.5. Hopefully more people take. Hopefully more people take stock and get to that damn ballpark, that god awful ballpark, whatever the hell they decided to build there. They were better off playing at the old Dolphin Stadium. At least that thing had some character to it. But you're funny. You mentioned PCA. You think he's got a decent shot at winning the MVP. Producer Brandon Combs said in our show chat he bet him at 30-1 a month ago. Our VP Monty just checked the odds with our friends at BetMGM. Take a stab as to what PCA actually is.
I'm going to say it's probably down to like 20-1. That's my guess.
How about plus 650?
Are you kidding me?
Yep.
Dude, that shaved a considerable amount off. Again, it was 30-1 like 10 days ago. And it's now plus 650? Holy smokes.
He's getting a lot of respect. He is getting a lot of respect. And also, I wonder if maybe the Shohei, which you and I kind of thought was load management, if them scratching him from his final start before the All-Star break, and let's see, do we know if he's going to pitch this weekend officially or not? I know Dave Roberts said he wasn't counting it out. No, I think that's confirmed. He's not going to pitch against the Yankees this weekend. But they do expect him to be the DH. So that's 2 starts now scratched. And him being the pitcher that he is definitely factors into him winning the MVP just as much as him being the hitter that he is. So that's 2 starts off the board. That's got to play a bit of a factor. But, man, I think it's probably more than anything just the way that PCA has continued to rake and steal bases that has gotten him this much respect here over the last couple of weeks. His average was at 254. Even better. His average was at 230. Oh my God, he was actually way down. All right, we're going back a little bit now. Let me just try to go not that far back. His average was 254 on June 10th. He's up to 291 coming out of the break. And on June 4th, when his average was at 246, his OPS was 745. It's now 917. So, yeah, there you go. A combination of what he's done in the last month and the Cubbies hanging around in that NL Central race against the Brew Crew. There you go. 30-1 a couple of weeks ago, and he's now down to just plus 650 with our friends at BetMGM. Wow. That is wild. And Combs is saying his odds are getting better every day. Pat, MVP, get used to it. I've been getting Pete Crow Armstrong a ton of respect and a ton of love over the last couple of weeks because he finally started hitting like the star you guys said he was back in April, and now he's showing it. So, again, I give him a lot of credit, but I don't know. To me, I think you're better off. Like, if you didn't get it a couple of weeks ago, I think at this point, you don't even waste it. Don't even bother. I mean, because those odds just got cut into 1/5 of what they used to be a couple of weeks ago.
Yeah, the value is evaporated, but plus 650, still a pretty nice payday. And again, with Shohei Ohtani dealing with these knee issues and some of that inflammation, maybe becomes problematic, maybe becomes plaguing. And it's something that's going to really drag his overall profile and numbers down in the second half. Plus 650. Is going to look like a supreme value maybe in a month and a half or so, because if those issues do materialize for Shohei and PCA continues to absolutely rake at the dish and make those spectacular plays in the outfield, and the Cubs maybe wind up catching the Milwaukee Brewers, only trailing by 5 games right now in the NL Central, you could be looking at PCA at like plus 150, plus 100. Hell, it could even be low minus money like 6 weeks from now.
It could be. You would need that Shohei Ohtani injury for sure. You would need an IL stint from Shohei in order for that to become a possibility. But either way, you're listening to BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. We're sponsored by Progressive Commercial Insurance, protecting your business vehicles 24/7. See if you could save at progressivecommercial.com. All right, so we want to hear from you. Our boldest prediction for the second half of the Major League Baseball season. Brad thinks the Tigers are going to win the AL Central. They're not going to trade Tarek Skubal. I think the Houston Astros are going to win the AL West, and Yordan Alvarez is not only going to win the MVP, he's going to win the Triple Crown. What's your bold prediction for the second half? 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text, 310-840-4910. We'll get to your calls and your texts when we come back, and also we'll talk a little football. Why Baker Mayfield could be due for a massive bounce-back year based on some information that we found out on that Netflix series, Quarterback. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hiring Thomas Tuchel, a German coach. Part of me wonders, did he do this on purpose, a German-England rivalry? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is here. The reason why they hired Thomas Tuchel was because Tuchel is a tactical genius when it comes to soccer. And in case you don't know about Thomas Tuchel, I could run through his CV for you. But there's one result that I will bring you that I really think brings to the forefront the genius of Thomas Tuchel, who is unquestionably one of the great managers of this century in soccer, in international football and club football. When, in 2021, he managed Chelsea. And they're in the Champions League, and they make it to the final. And in the final, they play Manchester City, managed by the great Pep Guardiola, who, if you ask anyone who knows anything about soccer, will tell you that in this century, Pep Guardiola is the best soccer or football manager, period. Club or international, numero uno, a number one, top of the heap, king of the hill. The best. And in that Champions League final, Thomas Tuchel outfoxed Pep Guardiola. And an outman Chelsea team that Christian Pulisic came on as a substitute for Chelsea in that game and very nearly scored to make it 2-0 against Manchester City. Chelsea won the game 1-0. Tuchel is a superb knockout manager. Took PSG to the Champions League final, lost to Bayern Munich in Bayern's sensational run the COVID year, when Bayern, on that run, slammed Leo Messi in Barcelona 8-2 en route to winning that Champions League. Thomas Tuchel is not a joke. Thomas Tuchel is not the type of manager or coach that you expect to do something like this. It's like in American sports, right? Like Kenny Atkinson doesn't call timeout in Game 1 of the Eastern Conference Final against the Knicks. And after the game, is anyone really shocked? Think about some of the brutal game managers in American sports where a coach screws something up and after the game we're all just like, yeah, of course. That always happens. What a shock. This is a shock that this happened because Thomas Tuchel doesn't do this. He has this reputation, well earned, of being a mastermind. An unbelievable coach. I'll use the American term X's and O's. You understand what I mean, though? He's great with this stuff. And he completely melted down here. And even if you want to galaxy brain this, you want to Cirque du Soleil contort yourself to mentally explain, well, actually, what he did was right. And what he did was decide, after England took the lead, we want to win this game 1-0. We're done with trying to score. We're going to make all these defensive substitutions, and we are going to hold on desperately to try and win this game. Even if you want to, delude yourself into thinking this was the right tactical move. Just answer this question. Do you really think... Now, look, you do this in, the 85th minute? Okay. I get it. 7 minutes to go to the World Cup final, you want to play defense with a 1-0 lead? I understand it. He did it way too early. The game plan can't be that we are just going to play defense, all-out defense, park the bus against Leo Messi. It's like you're playing Michael Jordan and the Bulls, you're up by 20 in the fourth quarter, and you're running out the shot clock every possession instead of building the lead. You're up by 2 scores against Peyton Manning and the Colts, and you play the prevent defense for the middle of the third quarter on. That's what this was. This was, you are playing one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, if not the best, and you roll out the prevent defense. And on offense, you go run, pass, punt every possession. That's what this was. Call a spade. Be honest. I wanted England to win. I bet on England. That's what happened. Prevent defense, run out the shot clock, run, pass, send out the punt unit. They played not to lose instead of playing to win. Instead of trying to go up 2-0 on the team that's come back against everybody in this tournament, they played to win 1-0. And you could feel it, right? We all watched the game. You could feel it. It would have been an absolute miracle if England had gotten away with this. And they could have. They got away with it to a degree at the Azteca against Mexico. They got away with it to a degree against Norway. Not against Leo Messi. No. You can't play. You cannot. I don't care what anyone has to say about this. You can't play all-out defense against Leo Messi in Argentina and hope to win. It is a brutal tactical blunder. To the point, honestly, they announced this morning, Fabrizio Romano, who's like the Adam Schefter of soccer reporting, tweeted that Tuchel's coming back and he's going to manage the team in Euro 2028. I'd sack him. I'd fire him.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Second half of baseball is back. Just one game tonight, Mets and the Phillies, and it might get banged. It might get suspended. Who knows? Because the air quality outside is post-apocalyptic. The air quality, if it keeps getting worse, which is expected to do in Philadelphia, they might suspend the game. But for now, 0-0 in the top of the second. Christian Scott versus Aaron Nola, your pitching matchup. Mets god-awful in the basement of the NL East. Phillies, after their terrible start, they have completely turned it around, and they are in a wild card spot right now trying to chase down the Bravos for the NL East title as we begin the second half. And we want to know, starting the show, what's your bold prediction for the second half? It could be anything. Your team, any player, a collapse, a surge. Brad says the Detroit Tigers are going to win the AL Central. They're not going to trade Tarek Skubal. My bold prediction, the Astros, currently 4 games back in the AL West. They're going to win the division. Yordan Alvarez not only going to win the MVP, he's going to win the Triple Crown. 310-840 49-10. The big piece of news today that did come out with baseball, Brad, I don't know why we keep doing this. I don't know why we keep going in this direction, but we've got the opening day date for 2027, and it's going to be March 24th. March 24th.
What?
This year was March 25th with the opening night game between the Yankees and the Giants. Opening day in 2025 was March 27th with the Cubbies and Dodgers playing in Tokyo March 18th, and then the rest of baseball was March 27th and the 28th. Opening day in 2024 was March 28th. You had the Seoul series in South Korea a week before, but it sounds like that's not like March 24th, if I'm not mistaken, is not like an international series. That is like opening day. It gets earlier and earlier every single year. I don't know why we keep doing this, but baseball opening day, I remember, used to be like April 6th, April 7th. And now it's 2 weeks earlier than I feel like it was a decade ago. Why does baseball keep doing this? It doesn't make any sense. Baseball is April. Baseball doesn't need to be starting during the first rounds of March Madness. That's too much. I want the first round of March Madness. Give me the first weekend. And honestly, give me the second weekend. Then give me baseball and give me the Masters lining up nearly perfectly together. Why does Rob Manfred continue to make stupid decisions? I don't get it.
Yeah, I think it honestly should be fixed. The Tuesday after the college basketball national title game, because that's always the first Monday in April, that should be the start of the Major League Baseball season. Everybody plays that day. Nobody has the day off. There's no delayed opening day. It's not like a ceremony for opening week. No, that everybody plays. Everybody takes the diamond on that day. That Tuesday after the NCAA tournament national champ is crowned. It's perfect. You turn the page. Basketball season, except for the NBA, but the college season is officially over. Brackets are out of the mind. Poof, out of the way. They are donezo. And now you're ready to transition to the spring and the summer and the Major League Baseball season. That's where it should begin every single year. You're trying to build up the popularity of the sport. You want eyeballs. You want people grossly invested into it. So how you going to maximize that? Well, you got to take advantage of being the main event on that day or that part of the season on the calendar, and they are failing massively. The other thing is, again, with the meteorological mind at work, I mean, some of those, northern latitude teams, Minnesota Twins, Chicago Cubs, Boston Red Sox, your New York Yankees, the New York Mets, list goes on and on and on, that play in outdoor venues. My God, man, you get early and earlier in March, you're going to have games, and we've seen it even in early April in some cases, that are in the 30s, maybe even the upper 20s for high temperatures. And nobody wants to watch a baseball game for hours on end in attendance, taking out a hot dog, trying to drink a cold beer as it's freezing in your damn hand, in that kind of condition. So ultimately, just, move it to early April. And you give yourself better odds having better baseball weather when you do that. And plus, you're not competing with the NCAA tournament. This is sheer idiocy. And you're right. I would expect anything less from Rob Manfred.
310-840-4910. And yeah, I'm double checking here. It'll be the earliest opening day next year, except for any international games. So again, this is like March 24th, probably going to be an opening night, which I believe it is going to be again on Netflix. And then March 25th will most likely be everybody. I might even be wrong. I'm reading more into this. It might be March 24th. That might be opening day for everybody. Just stupid. And we know we got a lockout potentially coming next year. Yep. You mentioned, great point with you with the weather in the Northeast and the cold cities. Like, what are you going to have those teams play on the road for 3 straight weeks? Or you're just going to risk having an opening day at Yankee Stadium and it's 41 degrees, opening day in Minnesota and it's 33 degrees? How stupid? Silly. Can you be?
Silly.
And and you're not playing. By the way, NHL, they released their schedule. They've expanded back to 84 games, which hockey used to be up until 20 years ago or something like that. So they've expanded to 84 games. Baseball's staying at 162. So you're making the season longer, same amount of games. Is that like, did the players want more days off? Does baseball want teams to have more days off? So you give them a base. You're basically gonna get a day off like per week now. It feels like, if you've now expanded the season on average by 2 weeks since 2010, same amount of games. End of the season's always right around the last days in September or the first 2-3 days in October. So it's like, did the players want more days off? I don't understand the appeal of starting baseball earlier. Is it they feel like people are dying for sports after football ends? So it's like, let's get baseball to them as early as possible. I mean, Brad, you mentioned it, and we mentioned it. March Madness is going on. Nobody wants to watch baseball when there's March Madness happening. Like, we're all locked in, fixated on that. And like you said, it's perfect. Once the championship game happens, next day, start the baseball season. They need to cater to the general sports fan, guys like you and me, that when March Madness is happening in the first 2 weekends, we're all locked in on our brackets. You get that Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday to reset. We don't need to be filling it with baseball just yet. Like spring training games, sure. News, getting the excitement for the season as March Madness is happening. So as soon as that ends, bang, right into opening day. Hey, this is just a completely idiotic proposal and decision by Major League Baseball.
Yeah, it's just a gross marketing failure is what it is. Bottom line. And again, I just think about the conditions. There's no way in hell I'm going to schlep it to Wrigley Field and watch a game if it's below, like, I don't know, 50 degrees. No, thank you. I have no... and look, you might say, well, you would go see a Bears game if it was like 48 degrees. You'd think it'd be balmy. Yeah, well, the mindset's a little bit different in the fall. That's the expectation. Or like in a December game against the arch rival and hated Green Bay Packers we're going to talk about later on the show. Yes, I would gladly show up to Soldier Field and endure those kind of conditions and the massive shrinkage that is associated with it. But I don't want the massive associated shrinkage watching a baseball game. I'm going to sit there comfortably. I'm going to have an ice cold beer in my hand. I'm going to have a hot dog in the other. Mustard only. None of that communist sauce. Sit there and enjoy it for the 3.5, 4 hours that I am watching that game. It's a completely different mindset, football to baseball, sitting and enduring the chilly air.
Yeah, I don't like you calling me a communist because ketchup is clearly the superior condiment. I don't know what to tell you. I mean, you're living in the
you're
past.
A communist on a hot dog. On a hot dog, that's a New York thing, isn't it?
I just think it's a superior taste buds thing. I mean, you've been propagandized, obviously, in Chicago.
Pat, are you 12 years old? Have you actually reached puberty?
I have. I don't have a lot of facial hair.
Congratulations. Well, put mustard on your dog and live like a man.
No, here's the thing. I will put mustard on my dog, but it'll also be with ketchup. And if I have to go with one condiment, it's ketchup over mustard. And I don't know what to tell you. Like mustard goes on a pastrami sandwich. Mustard goes on a Reuben. Mustard goes. There are sometimes I'll put mustard and ketchup on a burger. Mustard only on a hot dog. It's like, again, I don't know what to tell you, like freedom fries, like those were like a marketing ploy in like 2001 and like in the 1950s. Like I don't know what to tell you. And you say I need to grow up. I can't stand that take.
Hold on a second. All right, now this is going to open up a whole can of worms, Pat, because we got to bring in the rest of the crew here. Brandon Combs, turn your microphone on. Are you a man? Are you a mustard only man? Yes or no?
Ketchup does not go on a hot dog.
Oh my God.
Just doesn't. Oh, children eat ketchup on a hot dog.
And that's the stupidest. I hate that.
Billboards.
Are you a man?
Yeah,
Are you a child? If not, you better put mustard on your hot dog. It doesn't taste as good as ketchup does. Since when is liking ketchup a kid's thing? Like when do you need to transition into a man by putting mustard on a hot dog? I don't get it.
You don't appreciate a tube meat well enough then if you're adorning it with that red sauce. Michael Montgomery, our outstanding video producer here on BetMGM tonight. Are you a man? Do you put mustard only on your hot dog? Yes or no?
Apparently, I'm a 34-year-old child because I love a little bit of ketchup on my hot dog. Ketchup and relish.
Let's go.
Okay,
sometimes
you are. Yep.
Now, but here's the thing. Those aren't the only two ones that exist. They're the most popular, sure, right? Like if you're drinking beer and somebody says, what are you drinking? Are you drinking Bud Light? Are you drinking Coors Light? Are you drinking Corona? And if somebody likes to drink something else other than that, like, are you a child for that? Because you don't like because you're not a mainstream a sheep person and you just follow what everybody's been telling you your whole life of how you should eat a hot dog. So like, what about when it comes down to relish? What about some sauerkraut? What about some chopped red onion? Like where do we stand on that?
Well, of course, we accept all those kind of condiments that are on there. If you get a traditional Chicago-style dog, you're going to have the neon relish. You're going to have the chopped tomatoes. You're going to have the chopped onions. You're going to have the celery salt and the pickle on there as well. I mean, you're going to have it all on the poppy seed bun if it's done correctly with mustard only. That's the way the dog should be adorned. That's the way that the dog should be consumed. And by the way, yes, I would gladly be a sheep if you shorn me.
Combs says, I will go with no condiment before I put ketchup on my dog. So you're going to raw dog the dog. He said I will raw dog the hell out of it. You're going to raw dog the dog. Yeah, sure. I mean, look, you know what? Here's the thing. I don't even like hot dogs that much anymore because it's been found that processed meats, processed pork and red meats give you cancer. So you know what? You guys have fun. You have cancer, and you could be men eating your mustard on your hot dogs, and I will live longer, and I'll be happy about it. And that'll be that.
You know what I will do just for you, Pat? I will put a mustard only on my hot dog. I will drive up to Chicago tonight and eat that hot dog while walking in the smoky air and accelerate the cancer that I'm sure are going to get diagnosed with.
That sounds like a great Thursday night. 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. We'll get your phone calls. I mean, if you want to weigh in on that, the mustard versus ketchup debate.
Yeah,
I mean,
please do.
Maybe it's a Chicago thing. I don't know, but the whole macho bravado, ness about having to have mustard on your hot dog and not ketchup, I don't get it. But if you want to weigh in on that, 310-840-4910. We will get to the Baker Mayfield topic when we come back. Why you should maybe expect a big bounce back year out of Baker because of what he told us on that Netflix series. And we'll do a little fade or follow as well. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Don't forget the past struggles, all the heartbreak, all the losses. Because it's not like he rolled out of bed, starts playing for Argentina, and they start winning. That's absolutely not what happened. And to further compound the greatness of this guy, the overwhelming greatness that seeps off of him like sweat off of me here on a 90-degree day in New York City, keep this in mind. He's 39 years old. He plays for Miami, for what are they? Inter Miami, whatever they are, Inter Miami in MLS. He plays for Major League Soccer. He plays in the United States of America. 39 years old. And guess what? He's the best player in the world still. This would be like if Victor Wembanyama played for the Dallas Power in the Big Three. No disrespect to the Big Three. It ain't the NBA. No disrespect to MLS. It ain't the Premier League. It ain't La Liga. It ain't Ligue 1. It ain't Serie A. It ain't the Bundesliga. It ain't. He plays for Inter Miami. And he's the best player in the world, and he's 39 years old. Do you understand how crazy that is? He's coming into this World Cup. It's not like anyone thinks he's bad. But I'll tell you, and maybe it's my fault. Maybe I'm the idiot here. I came into this World Cup thinking Messi's going to be really good. I didn't think he was going to be this at 39 with a couple years in America under his belt, not playing anymore in one of the big leagues in Europe. It's preposterous. It's ridiculous what he's doing and what this team has done. Heart of a champion, never say die. And I don't want to hear anything about the fix being in. I don't want to hear anything about VAR. I don't want to hear anything about the level of competition. They took all of that talk, rolled it up in a pipe, and now you and me both have to smoke it. after yesterday. Because they beat not Egypt, not Switzerland, not Cape Verde. No. They beat England in come-from-behind fashion. They blitzed England in come-from-behind fashion. It's not great for Travis Etienne, like it isn't. If Alvin Kamara's not there, then yeah, like you can create a world where Travis Etienne absolutely smashes, and he's a 3-down running back, and he catches a bunch of passes, right? And he does well running the ball behind what I believe to be a pretty good Saints offensive line. But with Alvin Kamara there, like, do you think they brought Kamara back to have him sit on the bench? My insinuation is not that this is going to be a 50-50 split. It won't be. Like, they gave Travis Etienne too much money for this to be 50-50. What could it be, 60-40? 65-35? Who gets the ball down by the goal line? When the Saints, and look, you know, if you play fantasy football, and I think what percent of the audience does? 99? I think this is a question that you need to ask yourself, right, when you're drafting running backs. When the Saints go marching in, when the Saints are in 2-minute or in obvious passing situations, operating out of the shotgun, who's the running back? Is it Kamara or is it Etienne? It's probably Kamara, right? Probably is. Pass blocking, pass catching aplomb. Why do you think they brought him back? To not use him in spots like that? So this does not mean, like, don't draft Travis Etienne. Travis Etienne could have a really nice year. But his upside is absolutely capped as a result of Alvin Kamara returning to New Orleans.
You're in a raw dog the dog.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
I was like, good gracious ass of bodacious. Raw dog and dogs. Raw dog and dogs. How we doing here, baby? Dog the dog. That's right.
But on t-shirt
tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Coming up at the top of the hour, we're going to talk with Doug Russell, sports director for Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin, host on the Packers Radio Network, because as we continue to go through all 32 teams in the offseason, we are nearly finished. We've got less than 10 to go. We have stopped in Cheeseland tonight. We're going to do a 3-point stance on the Packers. We're going to talk Packers with Doug Russell. It's going to be a very fun next 60 minutes for me. I can promise you that. There's going to be a lot of propaganda being spread about Jordan Love and the Green Bay Packers, and I won't hear otherwise. If you want to join the show on the hot dog ketchup versus mustard debate, we got into that. Brad and Combs think they're such manly men because they put mustard on hot dogs, and I'm a child because I put ketchup on mine. 310-840-4910. We've got a couple of calls, but before we get there, we got a bunch of texts that before we get to the texts, before we get to the calls, I want to get to a tweet as well here. You could tweet either one of us, Brad at Noisy Huevos. I'm at Pat Boyle 44. We were talking about opening day being on March 24th next year for Major League Baseball. Sports God tweets in, possibly feel they lose everyone come September or October with the NFL, so push it up. But I agree, winter being cold is the worst part unless everyone is in a dome. Well, yeah, that's not going to happen. You're not going to put a dome over every single stadium in Major League Baseball. But I don't know. I feel like they would still plan to. I didn't see anywhere in the reporting, Brad, that the season is going to end earlier. I still think it's going to end right around the end of September, and then the postseason will be most of October. So unless you make the postseason in September, even then you would still run up against football. And that's only, it's Monday, Thursday, college football, Saturday, NFL Sunday. Yeah, look, I don't know what to tell you. It just, you shouldn't be starting a season with more than 7 days to go in March.
Yeah, all you got to do is eliminate one of the overlaps. You're always going to compete with the NFL and college football in September, really kind of starting in late August. But ultimately, preventing that overlap with the NCAA tournament, preventing the overlap with some of the other sports that are wrapping up in late March, that makes sense to just do the right thing and have a traditional opening day, the Tuesday, after the NCAA tournament champion is crowned. That's just a perfect turn the page moment. So make it make sense. Somebody, please do the right thing.
Yeah, 310-840-4910. All right, we've got some text to get to, a 443 number. And again, if you do text the show, we encourage you. What's your name and where you're from? Just like if you were to call in so we can feature you on the show. Otherwise, we only have your phone number to go off of. 443 number texts in. Listening to you guys talk about the 27th start of the baseball season, it's not the commissioner, it's the owners. They want money. Just like NFL, which used to end in January, and the NHL and NBA, which are woefully long. No reason to see them in October or June. I'm guessing they mean about the NBA season. Yeah, I mean, they want money, but part of the money
in cold
is
weather
to watch on TV. You need the money from people going to the ballpark and going to the games. And you're going to get way you're going to get way less of that unless you have all of the West Coast and South teams are home for the first 3 weeks of the season. Otherwise, you're risking 40-degree or worse games in New York, in the Northeast, in Boston, in Minnesota, in Milwaukee. Well, I get Milwaukee,
Kansas City, even
roof, but yeah, all these other cities. All right. We also, in the beginning of this show, asked you what's your bold prediction for the second half of the baseball season. Brad thinks Tigers are not going to trade Tarek Skubal, and they're going to win the AL Central. I think the Astros are going to win the AL West, and Yordan Alvarez is not only going to win the MVP, but win the Triple Crown. We've got Neil from Vancouver texting in, yo, what's good, guys? My prediction is the Pirates finally make the playoffs and end their drought. The new additions, O'Hearn, Brandon Lau, with the likes of Core Skeens and Griffin, help them get into the postseason. They're 50-47. It could happen. 3.5 games back of the NL wildcard. They're in the running, and that's Neil from Vancouver. Yeah, we've talked about the Pirates a lot this season, and they're holding on. I'm kind of waiting for the other shoe to drop, but Neil is high on them, Brad.
Yeah, I mean, Paul Skeens, though, has got to be more of a king of consistency. He's been kind of a roller coaster ride this season. Some of the other arms, and especially Braxton Ashcraft, have been amazing. The high K per 9 rate. Chandler's had a couple of good starts as well. The bats are starting to come alive. Brian Roans swinging a hot stick right now. O'Neill Cruz has got to get warmed up a little bit. But, yeah, I like Brandon Lau. I like some of the other lumber swingers in that lineup, but man, I just don't see him being a playoff team this year. Apologies, but you're going to be thinking about the Steelers here in short order.
All right, let's get a quick phone call in here. 310-840-4910. Zach is in Michigan, wants to weigh in on the ketchup and mustard debate. What's up, Zach?
What's going on, guys? All right, first off, anybody can eat whatever they want on their hot dog, but in the tier of hot dog eating, the more condiments that you put on your hot dog, the more mature you are. If you're a child, you eat the plain hot dog. If you're a toddler, you're like my 4-year-old, you eat the plain hot dog with no bun. If you're a child, you eat with the ketchup or the mustard separate of one another. And grown adults eat the ketchup and the mustard. And then the old men that you see at the ballpark, they put everything on it. And that's how it is. It's always how it's been.
Okay, but Zach, really quickly, if you had to choose one, what are you going with?
If I had to choose one, ketchup over mustard? Ketchup.
Yes.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
Thank you, Zach.
Brutal.
All right, Zach, good call. Appreciate it. Why don't you simmer? Why don't you sit on that for a little bit there, Brad and Combs, and really quickly, we'll get one more text in. 240 number says, my bold prediction with a top 5 offense in baseball, if the Washington Nationals make a move for a closer, they will make the playoffs. I like that one. I like that's a bold take for sure. The Nats are 48-49, 8 games back of the division, but in the wild card race, they're only 4 games back. All right, good stuff. Get more of your phone calls and texts next hour, but joining us next, Doug Russell to talk Green Bay Packers. What a big season it is ahead in Cheeseland. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight.
So we have best team, Spain, the best player, never say die team in Argentina. So who wins? Spain are the favorites at BetMGM, and a decent-sized favorite at BetMGM. A similar-ish market to the France-Spain game, where Spain were underdogs, which seems silly in retrospect, right? Spain is minus 165 to lift the trophy. Argentina plus 120. Now, I was wrong about France and Spain. I was wrong about England and Argentina. So take this with whatever grain of salt you'd like. I think the number is short. I would be, it's a crazy thing to say, because they're like the Jeter Yankees and the Brady Patriots. So maybe I'll be wrong again. And Argentina just wins. And they're down at the end and they come back to win. Which really, wouldn't, I guess, can't really surprise us at this point, right? Spain are way better. So was England, to be fair. But Spain is not dumb in the way that England's dumb. And Spain are not disorganized in the way that England are disorganized. Spain will take a lead and choke this game out. And not allow, in the same way they did not allow Kylian Mbappe and Ousmane Dembele and Michael Olise and the French attack to get going. You really think they're going to let Messi just run wild the way England did? There's no way. I'm not saying Argentina can't win. I just think it's going to be difficult, given that Spain is way better than they are. Give me Spain to win on Sunday. The Phillies, JJ, are my pick to win the World Series. And I think that we're on the same page here. And, just from the Yankee perspective here, and yes, JJ and I are both Yankee fans. We're both New Yorkers, but the Yankees are a national team, right? They're a huge team. Everyone pays attention to the Yankees. It feels to me, JJ, that the Phillies did what the Yankees should have done at some point in time, which is the current structure is not working. We need to do something different. The Yankees roll out every year with Boone and Cashman, and the same thing happens. Aaron Boone, the manager, Brian Cashman, the GM. The Phillies fired Rob Thompson. They did something different. I actually think that's going to get them over the hump. I think the Phillies, JJ, are going to win the World Series.
Listen, maybe this is the emotional heartstrings pulling. I just bet him at 17-1 literally 24 hours ago. I did.
Yeah.
Because the number was really juicy, and they have a team that, in theory, should profile well. Right? Like Wheeler, Sanchez, that's an unreal 1-2 punch. You're throwing Luzardo. They need to get another bat in the outfield, I think, between now and the deadline. But I think they're the team best positioned to go and take out the Dodgers, right? Like the Dodgers, listen, they deserve to be favorites. They're by far and away the best team. But I'm glad that you brought up this idea of shaking it up. Nick, Philadelphia hasn't done this once. They've done it twice now within the last 4 years. They fired Girardi for Rob Thompson. That got him to a World Series. And they made the move, Rob Thompson to Don Mattingly, and it's worked brilliantly.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey-o! Welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Hour number 2 of this Thursday night get-together kicks off right now. You could watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You could watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. All right, fun first hour. We'll get back to your calls and your texts in just a bit at 310-840-4910. But let's go to the guest line here as we continue on with our off-season breakdown, preview, predictions of all 32 teams in the NFL. And tonight, we stop in Green Bay, Wisconsin, to talk about the Green Bay Packers. And joining us now on the guest line is Doug Russell, sports director for Fox Sports Radio Wisconsin. He's also a host on the Packers Radio Network. You can find him on Twitter at Doug Russell. Doug, it's Pat and Brad. Thanks so much for joining us, man. How you doing?
I'm doing great. Thanks so much for having me, guys.
Yeah, quick icebreaker question, because we got into an age-old debate on the show just a little bit ago. You have one condiment only to put on a hot dog, and out of the two main ones, what are you choosing, Doug? Ketchup or mustard?
Ketchup is vile, so mustard.
Come on, Doug.
Yeah,
Doug,
that's right, Doug.
Doug, we're losing you. We got to let you go here, Doug. Sorry. Doug, I got to ask you, in all seriousness, I got to ask you a tough one here out of the gate. I used to be somebody that thought that Matt LaFleur elevated the Packers, and that wasn't really a bold take after he took them to the NFC title game in his first 2 seasons. And I know that was with Aaron Rodgers still playing at an MVP level. They haven't gotten back since, and I've kind of turned into thinking that Matt LaFleur is now holding the Packers back, especially their QB, Jordan Love, who I'm as high on as you could possibly be. So I might be biased, but I think bias or no bias here, this is a legit question heading into the season. Do you think Matt LaFleur is on the hot seat heading into 2026?
No, he just signed a contract extension. So if he hadn't signed that contract extension, and if you would have asked me this even mid-season last year or maybe right after the season ended, especially the way that the season ended with the collapses that they had down the stretch, I would have said, yeah, I think he probably is on the hot seat, but you don't sign a contract extension and then get whacked. So I think he's safe for now. You look at the progress that Jordan Love did make. I mean, this is a quarterback, and I know quarterback ratings have gone up in recent years. So, a quarterback rating of 101.2 that he had last year doesn't look nearly as eye-popping as it did a decade ago. I fully understand that. But the way that he has progressed, I think, is encouraging, and Matt LaFleur is known as a quarterback's guy. He did help Aaron Rodgers win those back-to-back MVP awards that you alluded to when the Packers went to back-to-back NFC championship games. Has there been a bit of a regression? Certainly, I think the injury to Micah Parsons did more damage than a lot of people want to think about at the end of last year. Losing Tucker Kraft hurt last year. So there were a lot of injuries that I think Matt LaFleur may have, air quotes, gotten a pass on a little bit for the contract extension that he did get. But no, I don't think he's on the hot seat.
Doug, what's the latest on the ongoing off-the-field issues with Josh Jacobs? For the unfamiliar that are tuning in right now, he was arrested in late May stemming from a domestic dispute. No charges were filed, and he did attend OTAs earlier this summer. So knowing all that, what percentage chance do you give him missing games due to a suspension this season? And if he were sidelined at all this year, how would Matt LaFleur approach the running back position? Do you feel it's going to be a combo of Marshawn Lloyd and Chris Brooks, or possibly would they deal for a running back? So give us the latest on Josh Jacobs.
Well, as far as his legal situation is concerned, Brown County isn't saying anything other than what you had just kind of relayed. The charges hadn't been filed. He maintains his innocence. His agents all say that, this didn't happen. And the reason that he wasn't charged with anything is because nothing happened. So you have to kind of let that legal situation play out a little bit. If there is more that Brown County is going to charge him with, then yeah, I mean, he could be looking at a 6-game suspension. For now, as long as charges aren't filed, I think that he's probably okay. But again, that's more a Roger Goodell thing and a Players Association thing than it is for me, because they just have not said anything about what his situation could possibly be. As far as, the depth chart, I think you kind of went through it there. They're really high on Marshawn Lloyd. He just hasn't been able to stay healthy, but there's a reason that they've stayed with him through the last 4 injuries that he's had over the last 3 years. They love Chris Brooks, especially in pass pro, but he's a guy who, when he has gotten the rock in the last couple of years, he's shown that he's got some flashes that, could lead you to believe that he could be a legitimate NFL running back. But Emmanuel Wilson, who was their RB2, I guess you could say, last year, especially after the injury to Lloyd, he's now on Seattle. So he's now a Seahawk. And I think they're really missing him right now, especially, if Josh Jacobs does have to miss some time. You can't keep everybody. That's the design of the NFL, right? That's the design of the salary cap. And he got a better offer to go to another team. I'm talking about Wilson. But, I think they would love to be able to have him in their arsenal right now, and they just don't.
Yeah, and you say some great things about Chris Brooks, man. You're right. He's got some juice. He's a really interesting player. Remember him in the beer fuzzy rounds of your fantasy football drafts. Doug, let's talk wide receivers now. Christian Watson and Jaden Reed are expected to be Jordan Love's top targets this season, but I'm quite intrigued about Matthew Golden's prospects in year 2. As a rookie, Golden was all the talk, all the rage in Packers training camp last year. However, he grossly under-delivered last season when the real bullets were started to really fly. He only had 29 grabs for 361 yards and didn't have a single touchdown. Are you, like me, banking on a Golden breakout year in his sophomore campaign? For that to occur, what about his game has to improve most?
I don't think it's as much his game. I'm going to be honest with you. I think he was just underutilized. Because when he got the rock, whether it was during the season, and look, go back and watch the one touchdown that he did have. It was in the postseason. It was in the playoffs against the Bears in their loss against Chicago. He was electric. Every time he gets his hands on the ball, he creates. He's an electric football player. They underutilized him. I don't think that's on the young man. I think that's on the coaching staff. And now that they have made some changes, i.e. Romeo Doubs is no longer there, Christian Watson is your clear top wide receiver. They're certainly paying him like a top wide receiver. Jaden Reed is someone who is going to see a lot of passes himself, but Matthew Golden's going to have a breakout season. I truly believe it, because they finally got to see what he can do. I don't think, you can look at the numbers and say he had a disappointing rookie season. I think he was disappointingly used in his rookie season.
Oh, like that.
Good stuff. We're talking to Doug Russell here on BetMGM tonight. Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Doug is a host on the Packers Radio Network. You can find him on Twitter at Doug Russell. Getting back to my guy, Jordan Love. I picked him to win the MVP last year and the Packers to win the Super Bowl. I'm not as high on them to winning the Lombardi this season, Doug, but I remain all in on my stock in Jordan Love. He's got all the throws in the tool belt to win the award. But what do you think Jordan Love needs to improve on this year if the Packers offense is going to be a top 5 unit?
He's got to spread the ball around to guys like Matthew Golden, for one. That's part of it. But I think Christian Watson, having him healthy for the entire season, he's a special talent. But again, we were talking about Marshawn Lloyd a minute ago. Same thing with Christian Watson. He just hadn't been able to stay healthy. After he came back from the torn ACL last year, he remained healthy, and that's why they rewarded him with that massive contract in the offseason. So I think that he's got the weapons around him. You look at Tucker Kraft, and when he went down, that was an underrated injury that the Packers suffered last year as well to their offense. If Tucker Kraft is able to come back, and if he's close to 100% at the beginning of the season, that's going to help the quarterback as well. So there was just so many injuries. The offensive line was decimated last year. There are a lot of changes on the offensive line this year. Elton Jenkins is gone. And so they've made some adjustments there. I mean, you look at your starting left tackle is Jordan Morgan. Well, they drafted him to be a left tackle, and he hasn't played left tackle. They stuck him over at right guard for the last couple of years mostly. If Zach Tom is healthy, if Anthony Belton is healthy, football teams, as you guys know, are one from the inside out, and they were just so decimated with injuries last year. They were playing anybody they could just to plug gaps. So it had a huge impact, especially down the stretch on the Packers last season. Oftentimes, the team that's standing at the end is the healthiest team that's standing at the end, and that was not the Green Bay Packers last year. The NFC is stacked. There's still some really good teams. I think the Rams are a great team. They made some offseason moves that we all know about that kind of vaunted them a little bit. The Seahawks, I mean, they're the defending champs. There's something to be said for those guys. There's a lot of good teams that the Packers are going to have to be contending with, and also the ones in their own division as well. So it's not easy to win a Super Bowl. It's not supposed to be easy to win a Super Bowl. I think the Packers are as good as some of those teams, but again, you just have to stay healthy. And Micah Parsons, I'm probably going to miss the first 4 or 5, maybe 6 games of the season coming back from the torn ACL. When he comes back, he'll have a massive lift to give this team's defense. So, yeah, I mean, it's not going to be easy, but I think the Packers on paper are a pretty talented team. They just haven't been a healthy team the last year.
Yeah, speaking of that health, and a guy that was a key cog for that team was Tucker Kraft. Late June, the Athletic reported Tucker Kraft, who suffered a torn ACL in Week 9 last season, could begin camp on the PUP list. What are you hearing in regards to that? Do you expect him to be at or near full strength in time for the Week 1 opener in Minnesota off a breakthrough season before the ACL setback? How integral is a healthy Kraft to the Packers offense?
Yeah, he's turned into like a 10 out of 10 type of tight end. He's one of the best in the league when he's healthy. And again, we go back to health, and you saw that it was a different offense when he didn't have that safety valve. Luke Musgrave was drafted in the same draft as Tucker Kraft. They were, Luke Musgrave was the second-round pick, and Tucker Kraft was the third-round pick back in 2023. Back-to-back tight ends, what are you guys doing? So Luke Musgrave was thought of as, he's going to be the pass catcher. It turned out that it was going to be Tucker Kraft. I don't know if he worked harder or Luke Musgrave had a couple of injuries early in his career, but you saw how much that affected Jordan Love. So it's a huge setback for the Packers to not have Tucker Kraft at 100%. If he can be on the field by Week 1, that may be a little bit of a stretch, but when he's healthy and he's out there, he's a difference maker, and he's one of the more underrated tight ends in the NFL, and I think people were just starting to take notice of Tucker Kraft when he got hurt last year. So, yeah, he's huge. He's very, very important to this team's offense.
Talking to Doug Russell here on BetMGM tonight, host on the Packers Radio Network. You can follow him on Twitter at Doug Russell. Doug, let's talk about the defense here. Jeff Hafley took the Dolphins head coaching job, so what will the defense look like now from everything you're hearing, what we saw in OTAs, now that Jonathan Gannon, fresh off his pink slip from the Cardinals, is running the show on the defensive side?
Yeah, it's going to look a little bit different. They brought in Javon Hargrave this season, so he's going to be at defensive end. Chris McClellan, rookie third-round draft choice. They're projecting him as a starter. Zaire Franklin, they made the trade with the Indianapolis Colts to bring him in at the mic. Micah Parsons hopefully is at some point healthy this year. So it'll be interesting. I think Edgerrin Cooper is primed to take another huge leap. He's a stud. And I don't know how many folks around the NFL are really standing up and taking notice of Edgerrin Cooper, but he's entering I think his third year. Second-round draft choice out of Texas A&M. His motor does not stop. They've got a great young safety in Evan Williams. So when these guys, when they're healthy and when they get fully integrated, because, again, there are some new pieces in Jonathan Gannon's new defense, it's going to look different. It's probably the biggest unknown of this team right now, because you want to see how these guys integrate with Gannon and what he brings to the table. We didn't hear from Jonathan Gannon, by the way, for the first 4 or 5 months after he got hired. He didn't have an introductory press conference, so we couldn't really quiz him until the OTAs. So they've got a young cornerback that they drafted in the second round, Brandon Cisse. I think he's going to be really, really good. He's a little bit undersized, but I think he's got the speed to make up for that. So, yeah, I mean, look, there's some really good players on this defense, how they mesh together and how the new players come in and mesh with some of the older guys that have been there. To me, that's the storyline of the offseason, because I think I have a pretty good idea what the offense is going to look like. The defense is a huge, huge unknown to me right now.
Yeah, and how about Packers GM Gutekunst going with 3 defensive players to start their draft? I think you mentioned Brandon Cisse, the corner from South Carolina, Chris McClellan, nose tackle from Missouri, and then Danny Dennis Sutton, the edge rusher from Penn State, along with the other 3 draft picks. Which rookie are you most excited about watching this year for the Pack?
You know, the draft choices that has gotten the most run in Green Bay is the kicker, Trey Smack, because kicking has been such a problem for this Packers team the last 5 years, 6 years. So, yeah, 6th-round pick kicker. Everybody's interested to see how he performs, especially in Green Bay, coming from Florida, you know, when the wind starts swirling around Lambeau Field. But I think Cisse is going to be a really good player. Dennis Sutton, you mentioned as well. When he got drafted, that really excited Micah Parsons. There are a couple of Penn State guys. I think Jagger Barton, he's maybe a little bit underrated. I think that he's got some chops as well. And they drafted another cornerback in the 6th round out of Alabama, Damani Jackson. I think he can play too. He's a player at corner, 6'1", almost 200 pounds. He's got a little bit better size than what they drafted in the 1st round with Cisse. But, yeah, I think that this is a defense, and these are some young players that I think really are going to help this team. I haven't been high on some of the drafts that Brian Gutekunst has made over the last several years, but I think the last couple of years he's gotten it right. They just have to deploy the guys. We were talking about Matthew Golden a few minutes ago. They just didn't deploy him last year. So I think that the last couple of drafts have been better drafts for Brian Gutekunst, but there have been a couple of lost ones in there as well. So hopefully he's gotten some better scouting and made some better decisions than he has in past years.
Yeah, and then that last, my last question, you took it right out. I didn't mention him on purpose because I wanted to see if the talk around the town has been very vocal about Trey Smack. But yeah, rookie kicker, Lambeau Field, 6th-round draft pick with a great name like that. How did he look in OTAs? I don't know how many kicking portions they were holding in May, but from what you've seen of him so far on the practice field, how does he look?
Yeah, it was pretty good. I mean, but again, we're not talking about December. We're talking about June. June in Green Bay, Wisconsin, and December in Green Bay, Wisconsin are two wildly different things. So, yeah, I mean, it's, again, it sounds silly to talk about, you know, you're anxious to see how the kicker performs, but the kicking has been so bad in Green Bay. They thought that they had figured out with Brandon McManus, but that didn't work. So yeah, it can't get any worse. We'll put it that way than what the Packers have been dealing with for the last couple of years. So I think anybody can look good in shorts in June, and Trey Smack looked great in shorts in June. Packers fans are pretty anxious to see how he performs in November, December, and hopefully January.
Good stuff, Doug. We really appreciate the time, man. Thanks so much for joining us. Training camp just around the corner. We hope to catch up with you soon.
Absolutely, anytime. Thanks so much, Brad. Thanks, Pat.
See you, Doug.
There you go, Doug Russell, host on the Packers Radio Network. You can find him on Twitter at Doug Russell. All righty, we will take a short break. The number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Actually, hold that thought. My apologies. Audible. We're not going to break just yet because we've got some tweets. We've got some texts coming through, Brad, on our great debate of the night. Ketchup or mustard on your hot dog?
Uh-huh.
We've got 2 tweets. Patrick James at Filthy Creatures tweets in, ketchup on my hot dog. Of course, I don't like mustard, so that was an easy call. And he used the screenshot of, was it Joey from Friends, where he goes, now if you'll excuse me, I'm going back to my bucket. I'm only eating the skins, so the chicken's up for grabs. That's good. And then we've got Mr. Brightside at A2Mike2 tweeting in, one critical hot dog question. Skinless or natural casings? The crunch of the bitten casing is an indispensable part of the enjoyment. I guess I'm fine with either, but I would probably prefer the skinless. There at times you bite into that casing and it's like, ooh, what am I eating here? I don't know. And I know those are very easy to.
I like the snap. I like the snap, Pat.
The snap.
I'm down with the casing. Yeah.
You are down with the casing. I feel like the casing they're very easy to get wrong on the grill. If you're not paying very close attention and you don't have constant revolutions going on, constant rotation on the grill, and you've got the old-fashioned grill with the little, up top, and you put the hot dog, but you gotta turn it, man, with tongs. You gotta grab a fork and just reposition it. The casings can make it very wrinkly and very gross if you do not get them really, really well.
Interesting. Okay. I always cook my hot dogs to perfection, so I have no issue, casing or not.
There you go. And finally, we got a 410 number texting in, a true Baltimorean, which It could also read a true Baltimorean. Hate ketchup, but on a burger and hot dog with mustard and onion, not too shabby. Okay, so there's score another one for you and Combs there. You guys, the mustard gatekeepers, the hot dog gatekeepers. All right, 310-840-4910, the number to join the show. When we come back, over the last couple of days, we ranked our top 10 quarterbacks. We ranked our top 10 running backs. Tonight, we're going to rank our top 10 receivers in the NFL for the 2026 season. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hiring Thomas Tuchel, a German coach. Part of me wonders, did he do this on purpose? A German-England rivalry? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is here. The reason why they hired Thomas Tuchel was because Tuchel is a tactical genius when it comes to soccer. And in case you don't know about Thomas Tuchel, I could run through his CV for you. But there's one result that I will bring you that I really think brings to the forefront the genius of Thomas Tuchel, who is unquestionably one of the great managers of this century in soccer, in international football and club football. When, in 2021, he managed Chelsea. And they're in the Champions League, and they make it to the final. And in the final, they play Manchester City, managed by the great Pep Guardiola, who, if you ask anyone who knows anything about soccer, will tell you that in this century, Pep Guardiola is the best soccer or football manager, period. Club or international, numero uno, number one, top of the heap, king of the hill. The best. The best. And in that Champions League final, Thomas Tuchel outfoxed Pep Guardiola. And an outman Chelsea team that Christian Pulisic came on as a substitute for Chelsea in that game and very nearly scored to make it 2-0 against Manchester City. Chelsea won the game 1-0. Tuchel is a superb knockout manager. Took PSG to the Champions League final, lost to Bayern Munich in Bayern's sensational run the COVID year. When Bayern, on that run, slammed Leo Messi in Barcelona 8-2. 8-2 en route to winning that Champions League. Thomas Tuchel is not a joke. Thomas Tuchel is not the type of manager or coach that you expect to do something like this. It's like in American sports, right? Like Kenny Atkinson doesn't call timeout in game 1 of the Eastern Conference Final against the Knicks. And after the game, is anyone really shocked? Think about some of the brutal game managers in American sports where a coach screws something up and after the game, we're all just like, yeah, of course. That always happens. What a shock. This is a shock that this happened because Thomas Tuchel doesn't do this. He has this reputation, well earned, of being a mastermind. An unbelievable coach. I'll use the American term X's and O's. You understand what I mean, though? He's great with this stuff. And he completely melted down here. And even if you want to galaxy brain this, you want to Cirque du Soleil contort yourself to mentally explain, well, actually, what he did was right. And what he did was decide, after England took the lead, we want to win this game 1-0. We're done with trying to score. We're going to make all these defensive substitutions, and we are going to hold on desperately to try and win this game. Even if you want to delude yourself into thinking this was the right tactical move, just answer this question. Do you really think, now look, you do this in the 85th minute? Okay, I get it. 7 minutes to go to the World Cup final, you want to play defense with a 1-0 lead? I understand it. He did it way too early. The game plan can't be that we are just going to play defense, all-out defense, park the bus against Leo Messi. It's like you're playing Michael Jordan and the Bulls, you're up by 20 in the fourth quarter, and you're running out the shot clock every possession instead of building the lead. You're up by 2 scores against Peyton Manning and the Colts, and you play the prevent defense for the middle of the third quarter on. That's what this was. This was, you are playing one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, if not the best, and you roll out the prevent defense. And on offense, you go run, pass, punt every possession. That's what this was. Call a spade. Be honest. I wanted England to win. I bet on England. That's what happened. Prevent defense, run out the shot clock, run, pass, send out the punt unit. They played not to lose instead of playing to win. Instead of trying to go up 2-0 on the team that's come back against everybody in this tournament, they played to win 1-0. And you could feel it, right? We all watched the game. We all watched. You could feel it. It would have been an absolute miracle if England had gotten away with this. And they could have. They got away with it to a degree at the Azteca against Mexico. They got away with it to a degree against Norway. Not against Leo Messi. No. You can't play. You cannot. I don't care what anyone has to say about this. You can't play all-out defense against Leo Messi and Argentina and hope to win. It is a brutal, brutal tactical blunder. To the point, honestly, they announced this morning, Fabrizio Romano, who's like the Adam Schefter of soccer reporting, tweeted that Tuchel's coming back and he's going to manage the team in Euro 2028. I'd sack him. I'd fire him.
Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Welcome on back, BetMGM tonight, Westwood on Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. You can also tweet at us. Brad is at Noisy Huevos. I'm at Pat Boyle 44. Huge shout out to Doug Russell for joining us last segment, talking all things Green Bay Packers ahead of a big 2026 season in Cheeseland. So shout out to Doug. In case you missed it, you can rewind on the Odyssey app, or you can download the BetMGM Tonight podcast wherever you get your podcasts. Quick scoreboard update. Really, one big sporting event tonight is the one lone baseball game to kick off the second half in smoky, hazy, unhealthy to inhale breath air. That didn't make sense. The beginning made sense. In Philadelphia, the Mets are playing the Phillies. Mets up 1-0, top of the fifth. Bases loaded, 2 outs.
Wow.
And Aaron Nola escapes the jam with it was bases loaded, nobody out. And A.J. Ewing ripped one that could have been a bases-clearing double. Instead, it was hit right at Bryce Harper, and it ended up being a double play. They intentionally walk Juan Soto, and Nola gets Bo Bichette to fly out. Mets had bases juiced, nobody out. Unfortunate to not score runs, but they do leave them completely loaded. It's 1-0 Mets going to the bottom of the fifth in Philadelphia. The one Mets run came courtesy of a Francisco Alvarez solo shot to dead center field that went 416 feet, but it's been a pitcher's duel. Christian Scott, 4 innings, 4 shutout innings, 5 strikeouts. Nola, he's allowed 8 base runners, but he's only given up that one solo home run. His ERA is down to 5.56. Big night for Aaron Nola. How about that? So, yeah, we'll keep you posted on the Mets and the Phils as we move along. All right, Brad, it's time for rank and file. As it was whether that was you or Combs that put that in the rundown. I love it. We ranked the top 10 quarterbacks in the NFL for the 2026 season back on Tuesday. We ranked the top 10 running backs yesterday. Today, that's right, baby, top 10 receivers. But, Brad, as we've been doing the last 3 days, and I got to be honest, this is definitely applying to your list. I've kind of bent the rules a little bit, my own hybrid list, and I definitely am factoring in last year and 2 years ago and 3 years ago in the player's career into my rankings a little bit more than just what you're expecting solely from this year in 2026. But that is the premise for your top 10 for sure, without any statute of limitations, correct?
Yes, again, this is all based on expected total performance on this upcoming NFL season. Keep that in mind, mi amigos.
All righty, so without further ado, we will go tit for tat, 10-1. So starting with the 10th best receiver in the NFL in 2026, who do you got?
Oh, let's go with Drake May's brand new shiny toy, that being A.J. Brown, who could be getting down there in Foxborough with his new quarterback, who is quite accurate, to say the least, far more accurate than Jalen Hurts. Drake May, number 7 in adjusted completion percentage a season ago. I know Brandon Combs, our Sandy producer, is screaming and yelling right now with the mic off, saying, "I had the easiest schedule in the NFL in like 3,000 years." Yes, I understand that. But May is an upgrade at the quarterback position. And A.J. Brown, I think, is going to be motivated. I think he's going to be able to bury the ego to a certain extent, at least check it at the door. His last season with the Eagles, 8.1 targets per game, number 13 in air yards, number 18 in yards per route run, but only had a 99.3 passer rating when targeted. I think it's going to be well north of 100 in that category. He is going to deliver top 10 overall statistical goods in year number 1 for the Patriots. Give me A.J. Brown at number 10.
Yeah, I don't have A.J. Brown in my top 10, and it's close. I probably honestly would have him at 11 or 12 along with George Pickens, but those two guys aren't in my top 10. I got Nico Collins at number 10 for the Houston Texans because I'm expecting another season of 1,000 yards and at least 6 touchdowns. That's what Nico Collins has done 3 years in a row. And in 2024, he missed 5 games, and he's missed at least 2 games in each of the last 3 seasons. But still, at least 1,000 yards. And combined in the last 3 years, 21 touchdowns. I mean, the guy there's not many better in catching over the middle, catching balls in traffic, being just a big body, incredible red zone target for C.J. Stroud. And yeah, factoring in this year, again, I think he puts up another 1,000 yards and 7-8 touchdowns. Even though I think C.J. Stroud is maybe on his way out in Houston at the end of this year if they get embarrassed in a playoff game yet again. I know they've tried to upgrade the offensive line, but either way, no matter what the shortcomings are of this Texans offense, you're not going to find many shortcomings from Nico Collins. He's a stud. He's number 10 for me. On to number 9, Brad. Who do you have?
I'm going to go with the product from the Ohio State, and hopefully the concussion issues are long in the past. Chris Olave of the New Orleans Saints. I think he's going to earn all the Sazeracs down on Bourbon Street this season. Guy last year, 9.8 targets per game. He was numero uno in total air yards. He was also numero uno in unrealized air yards. I think more of those are going to be realized this season with a full season of Tyler Shuck. He was number 20 in yards per route run. Shuck was impressive last season. He was top 15 at just completion percentage. Him and Olave are going to make magic, especially now having Jordan Tyson on the roster to help alleviate some of those double teams. So give me Chris Olave. Could be a career year for him at number 9.
Yeah, and hopefully those concussions are a thing of the past. Number 9 for me is a guy that has been always durable, and he's a freak of nature. DK Metcalf of the Pittsburgh Steelers, I got at number 9. He has never missed more than 2 games in a season in his NFL career, and the fewest receiving yards he's had in a single season last year, when he only had 850, and he still had 6 touchdowns. But he's got 3 1,000-yard seasons in his career. Every year before last year, he had at least 900. The fewest amount of receiving touchdowns he's had so far in his NFL career are 5. Here's the thing why I like DK Metcalf going into this season. They finally got some help. I mean, getting Michael Pittman, thank God, the number 2 receivers and number 3 receivers in Pittsburgh are no longer Van Jefferson and Calvin Austin and Roman Wilson, who flat out stink. They finally got DK Metcalf some help, so he's not getting double and triple teamed every time he lines up on the outside. Retirement tour for Rodgers. I think Metcalf has at least 1,200 yards and 8 touchdowns this year because they've actually got a respectable receiver playing on the other side. DK Metcalf for me. Number 9. Who do you got at 8, Brad?
The guy you had number 10, Nico Collins, who occasionally goes nuclear, and I think he's going to do that often. I think he's grossly undervalued and underappreciated WR1 in this league. Last year, averaged a healthy 8 targets per game. He was number 9 in total air yards, number 7 in red zone targets, number 11 in yards per route run, number 17 in yak. He just gets it done. He's got the wheels and those separation skills. You may worry about C.J. Stroud, but Nico Collins, I think, is a true blue top 10 wide receiver. I got him at the Ocho as a result.
All right, number 8 for me is, a lot of the times the quarterback position, the running back position, even if you don't have great teams around you, you should still be able to perform at a somewhat pretty damn good level. And for me, the fact that Garrett Wilson put up 3 straight 1,000-yard seasons with the Jets up until last year when he suffered a season-ending injury, when he has got some of the worst quarterback play you could imagine in the NFL in the first couple of years of his career, I think it's remarkable. I think Garrett Wilson, for me, is number 8. I think he is an incredible talent. And if he had a halfway decent quarterback consistently throwing him the football, not a new one every year. And I know I was high on Justin Fields last year. I was dead wrong. Zach Wilson stinks. Every other quarterback the Jets have had playing over the last couple of years has been ridiculously bad. And again, Garrett Wilson, his first 3 seasons, at least 1,000 yards. I think he's going to get back to 1,000 yards this year. I don't think Geno Smith's very good. So again, he's going to be held back by those around him. But I still think we look at just the sheer talent, the circus catches that he makes on a week-in and week-out basis, how he gets open all the time. Garrett Wilson, for me, on a horrible team, is still a tremendous receiver. I've got him at number 8. Brad, who do you have at 7?
Lucky number 7 for me, London Calling. Cue the Clash there in the background. It's Drake London of the Atlanta Falcons. Big body wide receiver. Just gets the job done. 9.3 targets per game last season. Number 13 in total red zone looks. Number 8 in yards per route run. That's always a healthy indicator of sustained success. And he was also number 8 in fantasy points per route run. A king of consistency. I think he's got a great shot to catch over 100 balls again this year. Right around 1,300 total receiving yards and probably 7 to 9 touchdowns, whether off the hand of Michael Penix or Tua Tagovailoa. So Drake London, number 7 on my top 10 wide receiver list. Oh, yeah, that's right. Crank it, baby.
Very nice.
Yeah. Nice
Very
job,
nice
Lee.
there, Bart. Our guy Lee in our Westwood One studios. Number 7 for me, Malik Neighbors, New York Football Giants. Now, again, Brad, if we're solely using your scale here, expected total outcome in 2026, I'm a little bit nervous. You know, the ACL that then had to have a second surgery and, you know, a lot of question marks, a lot of murkiness around when he's going to be ready, if he's going to be on the PUP list to start training camp. I need that answer like I need air to breathe. Especially the way the air is not very easy to breathe outside as we speak.
Yeah.
So I need that answer on whether or not Malik Neighbors is going to be on the practice field starting training camp. But let me just take you back real quick to his rookie season. Let's not forget how many records he broke. Youngest wide receiver in NFL history to record a multi-touchdown game when he was 21 years and 56 days old. Became the first player in NFL history to log at least 20 catches, 250 yards, and 3 touchdowns in his first 3 career games. Shattered the Giants' all-time single-season receptions record with 109 and also broke the Giants' franchise rookie record, obliterated it, which was previously held by Odell Beckham and Saquon Barkley, and that was destroyed by Malik Neighbors in that rookie year that he had 1,200 yards and 7 touchdowns. And he was off to a damn good start last year as well. In the first 2 games of the season, he had a combined 14 catches for 238 yards and 2 touchdowns. Then he had the off game against Kansas City, then tears his ACL against the Chargers. If he's healthy this year, Neighbors is going to do gangbuster numbers with Jackson Dart throwing him the football. They are going to be an elite duo. Brad, I know you know this because you drafted them in your Scott Fish fantasy draft.
Yep.
Malik Neighbors, number 7 for me. What do you have at 6?
New States for me. Rah, 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 rah. Amon-Ra St. Brown of the Detroit Lions. A guy that just, all he does is rack the catches. Last season, 10.1 targets per game, number 16 in total air yards, number 1 in red zone targets, number 6 in yards per route run, and tough to wrangle after the catch, evidenced by his number 3 ranking in total yak. Guy is still going to catch at least 115 balls off the hand of Jared Goff. Just a slot machine. Drop a quarter in them, and the sirens are going to blare. Amon-Ra St. Brown, maybe undervalued him here at number 6 on my top 10 list.
Yeah, it's exactly where I have him. It feels wrong putting him here at number 6, but, I mean, that's just how great and how elite the guys ahead of him are on a year-to-year basis. But you mentioned it. He's had no fewer than 115 catches in the last 3 years. He's had no fewer than 1,263 receiving yards in the last 3 years. And he's had no fewer than 10 receiving touchdowns in the last 3 years. He makes Jared Goff look better. He makes everybody else around him look better. He's got some of the safest, trustiest hands in the NFL. You mentioned how great he is after the catch. Red zone target, he can do anything. He's got every route in the freaking tree. I agree. It feels wrong putting him at number 6, but that's exactly where I have Amon-Ra St. Brown as well. On to the top 5. This is where it gets dicey. Brad, who do you have? The 5th best receiver in the NFL.
Oh, I hope this guy is actually going to be dynamite this year, and that's Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings. Would be higher on the list if you could guarantee me that Kyler Murray of the yesteryear arrives in Minnesota. That's far from a guarantee. Jefferson is extraordinary, and hopefully his talents are not going to be spoiled in 2026. He was number 12 in air yards last season, number 7 in red zone targets, number 9 in total yak. But the one stat that really just sticks out like a sore and awful thumb, 57.9 passer rating when targeted. 57.9. That's criminal. If that number gets up anywhere close to 100, he is going to definitely outperform the number 5 ranking. But that's the great unknown. That's why I got to rank him at number 5. Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings, always rocking the bling bling.
I think it's very early for Jay Jettas, but coming off of last year, I understand. And again, I know that you're expecting him to have a bounce back year, but does he get elite prime Justin Jefferson numbers? That's the question. Number 5 for me, CeeDee Lamb of the Dallas Cowboys. Again, it doesn't matter who is around the Cowboys offense, and they've had some pretty good weapons. And again, they've got George Pickens. They've got Jake Ferguson. The run game should be decent, but I'm expecting another 1,300-yard season from CeeDee Lamb. Last year he missed 3 games, still had 1,000 yards. The touchdowns were down. He only had 3. But, you go back to 2024, over 100 catches, nearly 1,200 yards. The year before that was one of the best seasons you'll see, 135 catches for nearly 1,800 yards and 12 touchdowns. CeeDee Lamb is always open, always burning corners and guys in the secondary, and he just makes the big plays happen over and over and over again. He's got Dak Prescott throwing him the football. That's one of the best tandems in the NFL. I got CeeDee Lamb at number 5. We'll hit our top 4 when we return. The top 4 receivers in the NFL in 2026. He's Brett Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Don't forget the past struggles, all the heartbreak, all the losses. Because it's not like he rolled out of bed, starts playing for Argentina, and they start winning. That's absolutely not what happened. And to further compound the greatness of this guy, the overwhelming greatness that seeps off of him like sweat off of me here on a 90-degree day in New York City, keep this in mind. He's 39 years old. He plays for Miami, for what are they? Inter Miami, whatever they are, Inter Miami in MLS. He plays for Major League Soccer. He plays in the United States of America. 39 years old. And guess what? He's the best player in the world still. This would be like if Victor Wembanyama played for the Dallas Power in the Big Three. No disrespect to the Big Three. It ain't the NBA. No disrespect to MLS. It ain't the Premier League. It ain't La Liga. It ain't Ligue 1. It ain't Serie A. It ain't the Bundesliga. It ain't. He plays for Inter Miami. And he's the best player in the world, and he's 39 years old. Do you understand how crazy that is? He's coming into this World Cup. It's not like anyone thinks he's bad. But I'll tell you, and maybe it's my fault. Maybe I'm the idiot here. I came into this World Cup thinking Messi's going to be really good. I didn't think he was going to be this at 39. with a couple years in America under his belt, not playing anymore in one of the big leagues in Europe. It's preposterous. It's ridiculous what he's doing and what this team has done. Heart of a champion, never say die. And I don't want to hear anything about the fix being in. I don't want to hear anything about VAR. I don't want to hear anything about the level of competition. They took all of that talk, rolled it up in a pipe, and now you and me both have to smoke it after yesterday. Because they beat not Egypt, not Switzerland, not Cape Verde. No. They beat England in come-from-behind fashion. They blitzed England in come-from-behind fashion. It's not great for Travis Etienne, like it isn't. If Alvin Kamara's not there, then yeah, like you can create a world where Travis Etienne absolutely smashes, and he's a 3-down running back, and he catches a bunch of passes, right? And he does well running the ball behind what I believe to be a pretty good Saints offensive line. But with Alvin Kamara there, like, do you think they brought Kamara back to have him sit on the bench? My insinuation is not that this is going to be a 50-50 split. It won't be. Like, they gave Travis Etienne too much money for this to be 50-50. What could it be, 60-40? 65-35? Who gets the ball down by the goal line? When the Saints, and look, you know, if you play fantasy football, and I think what percent of the audience does? 99? I think this is a question that you need to ask yourself, right, when you're drafting running backs. When the Saints go marching in, when the Saints are in 2-minute or in obvious passing situations, operating out of the shotgun, who's the running back? Is it Kamara or is it Etienne? It's probably Kamara, right? Probably is. Pass blocking, pass catching a plum. Why do you think they brought him back? To not use him in spots like that? So this does not mean, like, don't draft Travis Etienne. Travis Etienne could have a really nice year. But his upside is absolutely capped as a result of Alvin Kamara returning to New Orleans.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
I would say this is a great song, Take a Walk, but I don't know if you want to be taking a walk in various cities throughout the United States right now. It is hazy as hell. It's depressing looking outside. And here in Philadelphia, 94 degrees right now at nearly 8 o'clock at night with a feel of 106. Air quality ridiculously bad because of the Canadian wildfires. So that's, for anybody that doesn't believe in global warming, I mean, these are happening almost every year now, so I don't know what the hell to tell you. If you don't believe in science, you're just a flat-out moron.
Correct.
Right. Thank you, Brett. And you're a meteorologist, so you know all about it, man.
Science.
310-840-4910. Let's get back to our top 10 receivers in the NFL list. We're on to our top 4 here. Just a refresher. Brad's top 10 thus far from 10 to 5 is A.J. Brown, Chris Olave, Nico Collins, Drake London, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and Justin Jefferson. And mine from 10 to 5, Nico Collins, DK Metcalf, Garrett Wilson, Malik Neighbors, Amon-Ra St. Brown, and C.D. Lamb. All right, Brad, number 4. What do you got?
Well, a guy that was number 5 on your list, it is C.D. Lamb, and a guy that is just a king consistency in catching the damn rock. I think it's going to easily be another 100-plus receptions this year. I think he's going to cross at least a 1,300-yard mark, probably have double-digit scores as well. He was top 10 in yards per route run last season, a red zone threat. He gets the work, and he's got the help to alleviate a lot of the double teams because of George Pickens' presence. C.D. Lamb, numero quattro on my list.
Yeah, number 4 for me is Puka Nacua. Now, again, Puka last year, just an incredible season from start to finish. 129 catches, 1,715 yards, and 10 touchdowns. He had a great rookie season as well. Second year got hurt, and he still nearly touched 1,000 yards. I mean, he's great. His toughness is unquestioned. His route running is great. His hands are great. After the catch, he is a freaking bull. You know, again, I worry about all the off-the-field stuff this year that happened to Puka Nacua in the offseason. And, you know, again, he was the beneficiary of an MVP, incredible year from Matthew Stafford. Can they replicate that? You know, sure, they could. It wouldn't completely shock me. And he still has Devontae Adams, so you're not getting double-teamed all the entire time. The trio of tight ends that are great run blockers as well. And if they're going 13 personnel, it doesn't matter because Puka Nacua is going to be on the field. They got a good run game. Honestly, Brad, I said it before. If we're talking about expected outcome, I think the Rams defense is going to be so incredible. They're going to be ahead in so many games. They might just salt the games away with a lot of running. You might see a lot more in the run game. And so that means fewer and fewer balls to catch for Puka Nacua. You know, again, we're in the top 4. You could kind of split these with Adams here, but I think the lack of maturity that he showed in the offseason is at least a little bit concerning to the point where I'm keeping him out of the top 3. So Puka Nacua, number 4 for me. Let's get to the top 3. Who do you have at 3?
It is Puka Nacua. Look, he was number 1 in YAC, number 1 in yards per route run. I think he's the best wide receiver, not only after the catch, but really kind of in the screen game. Sets it up with some of those high percentage throws and really milks every single yard possible. The only downside with Puka, his physicality can lead to some nicks and scrapes and potentially some missed time. Otherwise, I think he'd be number 1 on the list. But for me, he's numero tres. Though, again, you could make a strong argument for him to be at the top of this top 10 order.
Yeah, I got the reigning offensive player of the year at number 3, Jackson Smith-Njigba. JSN, the new highest paid receiver in football, 4 years, $169 million contract. I mean, he's the best route runner in football. There's no doubt about it. 1,793 yards, 10 touchdowns. And then what he did in the postseason on top of that, 153 yards and a touchdown against the Rams, had a touchdown against the Niners, and they didn't even need to use any of their starters in that second half. He had a bit of a slow game in the Super Bowl, but you know, again, honestly, wasn't even really needed. So JSN, off the season he had, climbs into the top 3 for me. Brad, who do you have at 2?
Indeed. What a quinky dink. JSN, a guy last season who was number 1 in total target share, number 2 in total air yards, number 2 in yards per route run, number 4 in total YAC. It's going to be another 115 plus catches, probably another 1,500 combined yards through the air, and probably 10 to 12 touchdowns. JSN, he is going to be mighty fine in fantasy and reality.
All right, number 2 for me, and I'm going to assume you have him at number 1 because you haven't said him yet. Number 2 for me is Jamar Chase, and even in years where Joe Burrow gets hurt, Jamar Chase is 1,000 yards automatic, if not 1,400 yards. You know, he's had 2 seasons already in his NFL career with at least 13 touchdowns. He had the 17 in 2024. I mean, just an elite receiver in every sense of the word. And, Brad, I'm going to assume you got him at number 1.
Yes, indeed, mi amigo. He is number 1. A guy that's just dominant. Gets all kinds of separation. The shimmy, the shake, the reliable hands. 11.6 targets per game, was number 1 in the NFL last season. He was number 2 in total YAC and top 5 in total air yards. He is going to be the main man of Joe Burrow yet again. Jamar Chase in the conversation, go number 1 overall in a fantasy football draft this year as well.
All right, number 1 for me, and I know he's coming off of a down year, but if we're going off of your premise, total expected outcome in 2026, and maybe this is a little bit of a hedge after all the smack I talked about Kyler Murray, but what he was able to do for his entire career so far, I still think the best pound-for-pound receiver in football is Justin Jefferson, and I expect him to put up at least another 1,600 yards and double-digit touchdowns this year. Jay Jett is, for me, the number one receiver in football. When we come back, 3-point stance on the Green Bay Packers. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is Westwood One Sports.
So we have best team, Spain, the best player, never say die team in Argentina. So who wins? Spain are the favorites at BetMGM, and a decent-sized favorite at BetMGM. A similar-ish market to the France-Spain game, where Spain were underdogs, which seems silly in retrospect, right? Spain is minus 165 to lift the trophy. Argentina plus 120. Now, I was wrong about France and Spain. I was wrong about England and Argentina. So take this with whatever grain of salt you'd like. I think the number is short. I would be, it's a crazy thing to say, because they're like the Jeter Yankees and the Brady Patriots. So maybe I'll be wrong again, and Argentina just wins, and they're down at the end and they come back to win, which really wouldn't, I guess, can't really surprise us at this point, right? Spain are way better. So was England, to be fair. But Spain is not dumb in the way that England's dumb. And Spain are not disorganized in the way that England are disorganized. Spain will take a lead and choke this game out. And not allow, in the same way they did not allow Kylian Mbappe and Ousmane Dembele and Michael Olise and the French attack to get going. You really think they're going to let Messi just run wild the way England did? There's no way. I'm not saying Argentina can't win. I just think it's going to be difficult, given that Spain is way better than they are. Give me Spain to win on Sunday. The Phillies, JJ, are my pick to win the World Series. And I think that we're on the same page here. And, just from the Yankee perspective here, and yes, JJ and I are both Yankee fans, we're both New Yorkers, but the Yankees are a national team, right? They're a huge team. Everyone pays attention to the Yankees. It feels to me, JJ, that the Phillies did what the Yankees should have done at some point in time, which is the current structure is not working. We need to do something different. The Yankees roll out every year with Boone and Cashman, and the same thing happens. Aaron Boone, the manager, Brian Cashman, the GM. The Phillies fired Rob Thompson. They did something different. I actually think that's going to get them over the hump. I think the Phillies, JJ, are going to win the World Series.
Listen, maybe this is the emotional heartstrings pulling. I just bet him at 17-1 literally 24 hours ago. I did.
Yeah.
Because the number was really juicy, and they have a team that, in theory, should profile well. Right? Like Wheeler, Sanchez, that's an unreal 1-2 punch. You're throwing Luzardo. They need to get another bat in the outfield, I think, between now and the deadline. But I think they're the team best positioned to go and take out the Dodgers, right? Like the Dodgers, listen, they deserve to be favorites. They're by far and away the best team. But I'm glad that you brought up this idea of shaking it up. Nick, Philadelphia hasn't done this once. They've done it twice now within the last 4 years. They fired Girardi for Rob Thompson. That got them to a World Series. And they made the move, Rob Thompson to Don Mattingly, and it's worked brilliantly.
The day shuts down. The games light up. This is BetMGM Tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Ooh, I had to burp, and that one needed a mic mute there. Hour number 3 of this Thursday night extravaganza kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, SiriusXM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. And look, we're just guys being dudes. If it wasn't in the first 20 seconds of top of the hour, Brad, I probably would have let that burp fly on the mic. But,
Yeah, do it.
We got new audiences. We got new affiliates coming in, checking in around the country here, taking us, whether it's on the East Coast, Central, Mountain, West Coast. So, yeah, I figured let's not scare the poor folks here. Fun show so far, though, for the first 2 hours. In case you missed it, we gave out our boldest predictions of the second half of the Major League Baseball season, now that the second half is officially underway. One game tonight, Island game, and it's a pitcher's duel. Wouldn't say it's necessarily exciting, but it is definitely a pitcher's duel between Christian Scott and Aaron Nola. 1-0 Mets leading the Phillies right now.
Not anymore.
And check
Not
that.
anymore.
2-0 Mets. Brett Beatty just went deep as we speak into the right field seats. So Francisco Alvarez and Brett Beatty, two of the young guys on this Mets team that 2 years ago you thought maybe could be all-stars. They haven't quite panned out, but they've gone deep tonight. And the terrible New York Mets, maybe, who knows, maybe a miracle. The miracle Mets of 2026. Probably not, but you never know. They're in the basement in the NL East. They do lead the Phillies here 2-0. So we're keeping you posted on that. But our bold predictions of the second half, Brad thinks the Tigers are going to hold on to Tarek Skubal and they're going to win the AL Central. They're 6.5 games back. My bold prediction, the Houston Astros, 4 games back in the AL West. They're going to win the division crown. And Yordan Alvarez is not only going to win the AL MVP, I think he's going to win the Triple Crown. So we want to hear your bold predictions for the second half of Major League Baseball. 310-840-4910. You could call, you can text. We have also debated, we talked about how stupid it is that Major League Baseball is pushing up opening day even further next year. March 24th is the day of opening day for 2027. That's if there's a baseball season. So if you want to weigh in on that, you can as well. We talked to Doug Russell, host on the Packers Radio Network, asked him all about this 2026 Green Bay season. And then Brad and I just ranked our top 10 receivers in the NFL for 2026. He's got Jamar Chase at number 1. I think despite the bad year last year, which wasn't his fault, I think we all agree with the quarterback play they had from J.J. McCarthy and others. I still think Justin Jefferson is pound for pound the number 1 receiver in the NFL. This segment is sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Save on commercial auto insurance from Progressive. Get a fast quote at progressivecommercial.com. All right, so with that being said now, Brad, we have been going all off season through our 3-point stance for all 32 teams in the NFL. We were doing it in the order of the NFL draft. And today we stop and we find ourselves at number 20. Actually, where did the Packers draft? Didn't have a first-round draft pick, right? Yeah, because they traded it away. They traded it away to the Dallas Cowboys for Micah Parsons. So I believe we are at 23, correct, because we did the Chargers yesterday. And so now we're on the Green Bay Packers, our 3-point stance. Before we get there, we got another Mets home run. Is that Francisco Alvarez again? It was his second of the game.
Numero dos.
So 3-0 Mets, 3 solo shots off of Aaron Nola. Probably should have called it quits after the 6th inning. But nonetheless, there you have it. 2 more solo bombs this inning, and there goes Donnie Baseball to take Aaron Nola out of the game. But before we do that, let's set the landscape here for the Packers. 2026 season, last year, they were a wild card team, and they had that massive lead on your Chicago Bears, one of the great comebacks I feel like we have seen in recent memory in the postseason where the lead was, how big was that lead at one point? I'm not sure. Maybe you guys have it ingrained in your heads, all Bears fans. It was as bad as 21-3, and it was 27-16 with under 6 minutes to go in the fourth quarter. And then you had the 2 miraculous touchdown drives. So that spoiled what was an otherwise good season. Packers were 9-7-1. They dealt with injuries. Tucker Kraft, the tight end, who I thought was a top 5 tight end in football last year, tore his ACL. Micah Parsons, they made the big trade for him before the season began from the Cowboys. He tears his ACL late in the season. They lose the last 4 games of the regular season and then blow that massive lead to the Bears. They're second in odds to win the NFC North this year with our friends at BetMGM. It feels like, to me, it's a make-or-break season from Matt LaFleur. Then again, he did just sign a contract extension. They lost defensive coordinator Jeff Hafley, who took the head coaching job for the Dolphins. They brought in Jonathan Gannon. But a receiving core that's going to look very similar. Christian Watson, Jaden Reed, Matthew Golden hoping for a breakout year in year 2. Tucker Kraft at tight end. Josh Jacobs with all the offseason domestic violence disputes and charges against him. It feels like at this point he might escape suspension and maybe any kind of punishment. And then Jordan Love at quarterback, who I'm very high on. We'll talk about that in just a bit. But the defense with Xavier McKinney, Micah Parsons, they bring in Javon Hargrave, and they still got some other great players in that secondary as well. So what exactly will the Green Bay Packers look like? Brad, I know we asked Doug Russell about Matt LaFleur. I know they just signed him to a contract extension, but let's say the Packers either miss the playoffs or they get to the playoffs and lose convincingly in the wild card round again. I mean, is there any chance that the Packers and Brian Gutekunst say, all right, now enough is enough, we have to make a change here? Do you disagree, or do you agree with me that despite signing a contract extension, we could be seeing a new head coach in Green Bay next year if things don't go according to plan?
It's going to have to unfold in like a disastrous way for that to occur. I mean, you're talking about a team maybe winning like 4 to 6 games and greatly underwhelm and greatly underdeliver for LaFleur to be shown the door. I think he is going to stick around even if they miss the playoffs. Let's say they play right around 500 football and don't get that second season berth. A lot of people are going to be calling for his head. A lot of people in Green Bay are going to be screaming and shouting, there's got to be a change. You're probably going to be screaming and shouting that a change has to occur for Jordan Love to fully deliver on his utmost promise, especially if Josh Jacobs is on the field the entire season and stiff arms, the issues off the field. But no, man, they signed the extension. This is an organization that is committed to consistency and continuity. I think LaFleur is a good head coach. And, even if they did underachieve this year, I just don't think he's going to get the pink slip, man. I really don't. So you're looking at probably a minimum of 3 more seasons for Matt LaFleur in northern Wisconsin. Could even be more than that. I think he's going to be in for the long haul, man. I don't think he's going to fall on his sword. I don't think this team is going to, under-deliver. I think they will largely live up to the hype. And this is a die-hard Chicago Bears fan telling you that, because I'm trying to look through an objective lens. Green Bay is going to be good, and I think they will at least get to the postseason. But even if they fall short, LaFleur is going to remain there in Green Bay.
Yeah, it seems like they definitely love continuity and stability almost as much as the Pittsburgh Steelers do. So, again, not too many head coaches have walked through those doors. Matt LaFleur and Mike McCarthy, the only two in the last, 15 years now? So, there you go. Yeah. All right, let's get to our 3-point stance here. Best fantasy value, favorite player prop play, over or under, team wins, which for the Packers, it is 9.5. Let's start with the best fantasy value out of anybody on this offense. Brad, who would that be for you?
Yeah, I know you're looking at the very late rounds of your fantasy football draft. You're always trying to find that sleeper, somebody can really unearth and maybe deliver on incredible promise if thrust into the right situation. Instead of going with the second kicker, instead of going with that second defense, make sure you grab Chris Brooks, running back of this Packers team. Look, Josh Jacobs is a great unknown. We don't know if he's going to play the entire season. Hell, we don't even know if he is not beholden to the letter of the law, he plays the entire season because he is a high-volume running back, and any high-volume running back in the NFL is susceptible to major injury. So if he were felled, whether by the off-the-field issues, has to endure a suspension, or the menacing injury, I think he is going to be the man more so than Marshawn Lynch. Now, we had Doug on earlier, and, Doug Russell was talking up. This team really likes Marshawn Lloyd. Marshawn Lloyd can't stay healthy. I mean, his hamstrings are jello at this point in his career. I wouldn't trust him at all to be able to go out there and, deliver on like 1 to 3 starts if he were elevated into the RB1 position. I think it's at a minimum, it's going to be full-blown committee. Brooks is a big running back at 6'1", 235 pounds. And like Doug has said, he has shown flashes when given an opportunity. 3.07 yards after contact per attempt last season, 21.4% missed tackle rate. Those are 2 terrific outputs in those advanced analytics categories. Yes, you might say sample size, Evans. That was only on 28 rush attempts with the 4.55 yards created per touch as well. But that just goes to show when he has the ball in his hands, he's making the most out of those opportunities. You're getting him for absolutely nothing right now in fantasy football draft. So if you're looking for a shocker special this year, I would stack some greenbacks and say it's Chris Brooks, RB74, pick overall, 269.63. Remember that name.
That's a long shot, and I always appreciate that no matter what. Are you ready for the propaganda to begin? You ready for the propaganda to resume?
Here it comes. Yes.
Jordan Love is giving you some incredible fantasy value. QB 20 for Jordan Love. Average draft position of 114. So for those of you that don't like taking your quarterbacks early, you can get Jordan Love in round number 9 or 10 if you're in a 12-team league here. That's disrespectful. And look, I know the numbers over the last 2 years doesn't scream fantasy weapon, especially because he doesn't do much with his legs like some other quarterbacks that are, can get you an extra 4 or 5 points per week because they can do that or because they'll run for 4 or 5 touchdowns. Jordan Love didn't have a rushing touchdown last year. Only 3,300 yards or right around 3,400 yards each of the last 2 years. Under 26 touchdowns in the last 2 years. Again, he missed 2 games in each of those last 2 seasons. The knee was not quite right when he came back 2 years ago after he injured it in the first game of the season against Green Bay. Let me remind you, though, he was 3rd in the odds for MVP when he got that concussion, when he had that cheap shot from your Chicago Bears in Week 16. And I think Jordan Love, again, a lot of this is going to depend on what the game script is and what the playbook looks like for Matt LaFleur this year. Because as I know, and I've said it on this show tonight, I've said it in the last few months and the last year, Matt LaFleur can't quit running the football when he should just rely on his quarterback, which is his best weapon to throw the damn rock. Put the ball in Jordan Love's hands. I don't want to see any stupid freaking stat lines this year. 14 for 21 for 170 yards because they'd rather run the ball 45 times. Throw the football, especially since Josh Jacobs is getting older and we have no idea what the hell is going to happen to him. Who knows? Maybe he does get suspended. Maybe there is some punishment doled out. You mentioned the running back room. It doesn't look sexy if anything happens to Josh Jacobs. And so you need Jordan Love to grip it and freaking rip it. And if they do let him throw the ball and they do unleash him like we saw at times last year, 360 yards, 3 touchdowns against the Steelers, 323 yards and 4 touchdowns in the playoff game against the Bears, which they then choked and collapsed because they tried running the football and being cute. Multiple 275-yard games like it's nothing. The way he's got every throw in the tool book. Jordan Love is giving you fantasy value at QB 20. Yeah, I think that's the best fantasy value play for the Green Bay Packers. Favorite player, prop play of the season here for the Pack, Brad, in 2026. What would that be for you?
By the way, a comment from Monty on your Jordan Love. I'd rather live in a Waffle House for a year than draft Jordan Love in fantasy. I followed up with, how about a Taco Bell with only lettuce to eat? Monty says, that sounds better. Look, man, you're on an island. I do agree that Love is undervalued at QB 20. But there's more propaganda to come, and I'm going to retch on air. All right, my favorite player prop. It is related to Love. It's Matthew Golden. Give me the over on 650.5 receiving yards at a minus 115. Doug Russell, again, our Packers insider said it. He said breakout season for Golden. I believe he's also going to have a breakout season as well. Again, he was all the talk of training camp last season. We expected him to make an instant impact as a rookie last year. Didn't materialize. The only touchdown he had was in the postseason. Didn't even get over 400 receiving yards in the regular season. But you look at the advanced analytics, and there are some encouraging results from last season. He was number 29 average depth of target, also known as ADOT. He was number 7 in contested catch rate, so he was winning in high traffic situations, and he was number 9, Pat, an average yards of separation per target. The dude has wheels, and they really spin rapidly. Jordan Love was overthrowing him way too often last year. If they get the proper air and touch on the football, he and Golden are going to connect early and often. I think he's going to go for at least 850 yards and a handful of touchdowns. So give me the over 650.5 receiving yards at minus 115.
Okay, I like that because that's going to play right into my play, which here is the more propaganda for you. Jordan Love over his passing yards for the season, which right now with our friends at BetMGM, 3,525.5 passing yards. I'm going the over. And for context, he's gone under the last 2 years if it's the same number. 33.81 last year, 33.89 the year before that. He missed 2 games. Now, again, it's the NFL. Quarterbacks get hurt every single year. Last year it was a concussion. The year before that, it was that MCL sprain in week 1 that caused him to miss 2 games. In the full season he played, his first full rookie season, his first year as the Packers starting quarterback, he had 4,159 yards. Again, I am asking Matt LaFleur to just open his eyes and realize who the best weapon on this team is. That's his quarterback, who is a top 5 quarterback in football. Not only am I going to hammer the over, I'm not going to bring out the sledgehammer. I already did that once this week. I already did it. I don't need to do it. This is a measured take. This is a measured take. It's not rooted in emotion. Right. It's not rooted in bias. It's rooted in knowledge of football. And that is this year, Jordan Love is going to be the MVP of the NFL at 16-1 with our friends at BetMGM. Plus 1,600, Jordan Love. I picked him last year. I can't quit. I can't quit Jordan Love. I love him. I love him, man. When I watch him play football, nobody makes it look more effortless. Nobody makes it look easier when he is on. When he's on, I think he's the best quarterback in football. He needs to be more consistent. You mentioned some of the accuracy issues, some of the overthrowing last year. I think this is the year where it all comes together. It all culminates in the MVP trophy for Jordan Love. 16-1. My money's on him yet again, Brad.
I think you're on something. Are you serious? Are you picking Jordan Love to win NFL MVP? Yeah. I mean, dude, you're taking rips from all the bongs. Not just one, all the bongs. If you think that Jordan Love is going to win NFL MVP, look, I will give you your flowers. I will give you your kudos. I will give you your utmost respect if he does hoist the hardware, but here's the percentage chance. 0. It ain't gonna happen. Bear down!
Okay, and again, you're a Bears fan. Combs is a Bears fan. Monty's a Bears fan. I know I'm walking into enemy territory here each and every night, and that's fine. Just realize, and maybe we need, look, I've already signed up for two show bets. A Caleb Williams jersey if he throws for 4,000 yards, a tramp stamp of Caleb Williams or something with the Bears if he wins MVP or the Super Bowl in the next 2 years. You guys need to start signing up, putting pen to paper, putting some ink to paper on if Jordan Love wins the MVP this year. you guys should, should up the ante. Whether it's you, whether it's Combs, whether it's Monty, whether it's all three of you. You guys should come together and congregate and find out what your punishment is going to be on February 1st when they announce that Jordan Love is the MVP of the NFL.
I'll run a mile in the conditions outside Chicago right now.
Well, that's tough to replicate in February, but I appreciate it.
Put me in a chamber on a treadmill. We'll replicate it easily.
Okay. And get some time. We got about what? Let's see. We got about 45 days, 50 days to the start of the season. You guys have some time. I'll leave it up to you, Combs and Monty. I want all three of you in on it. If Jordan, since you guys think I'm stupid, since you're hitting the stay off the weed, Combs in the show chat, Monty saying I sound stupid or that sounds better, talking about drafting Jordan Love in fantasy, he'd rather live in a Waffle House. You guys better come up with something good by the time the season starts, because when he does win the MVP, I don't want to hear it. I just want to see that action, baby. Finally.
Pat, I say we do this. We'll take it a step further. We'll let the audience decide. We'll give us some options, and then we'll make an open decision. So if you got any punishments for Pat Boyle on Jordan Love not winning the NFL MVP, please, we'd love to hear him. 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. Call or text. Let's get creative because I'm going to see him hurt and hurt badly.
If the Bears miss the playoffs this season, I will shave my head and my face completely bald.
You're not bald already?
I think that was a drop from Lee, or did Combs actually just say that? I think that was a drop.
That was a drop.
That was a drop.
Well played.
Well played. Very, very
well
good. Very
But
good.
Pat,
if the Bears miss the playoffs,
Love wins,
Combs is going to shave his face and his head bald.
If Love wins MVP this year, Pat, I will fly to Philly, and you could pick the tattoo for me.
Okay.
Oh.
All right. There's
and
one.
The place?
I want something for all three of you guys, though, and you have till opening night, so take your time. But just know that I'm gonna be thinking about it. All right, finally, really quickly here, Brad. Over under 9.5 team wins for the Packers. I mean, you don't need more analysis from me. I think Jordan Love is an absolute animal. I think he's going to win the MVP, so that's an easy over for me. I think they win the division. They've got the second shortest odds. The Lions are the favorites. I'm going over 9.5 wins on the Packers. I think they win 12 games this year. Give me the over. What do you think, Brad?
We actually agree. We're hand in hand here. I think they win at least 10 games. So I will take the over as well to -125 juice. Relatively easy schedule, 14th hardest in the NFL. Mike Clay to ESPN gives them a 51% or greater win probability in exactly 10 games. They got a top 15 defense. They got a top 12 offense. They're going to win 10 games. I hate to say it, but I got to credit where credit is due.
And probably both of those will come against the Bears October 11th and then on Christmas Day?
Oh, they'll split.
Okay. All right. 310-840-4910. Oh, actually, really, let's get to the phone calls. Let's get to a phone call right here because we've got Bert in Baltimore who has got a suggestion for a punishment if Jordan Love wins the MVP. Bert, what's going on, man? Bert.
Hey, what's up, guys?
What's up, dude?
What's up?
I was already dialing in before you said if you have any ideas.
What do you got?
So you already have a segment called "We're Going Streaking." I think the three of them right down Michigan Avenue run that mile, baby, in the middle of February. Streak it up.
Yes.
Oh, shrinkage.
Yes.
So much shrinkage.
Great suggestion, Bert.
Have a good show, guys.
You too, brother.
Thanks,
there you
Bert.
go. There's it. That goes right to the top of the list. You, Monty, and Combs all streak down. I don't even know where Michigan Ave is. I'm guessing that's probably in what, Chicago?
That's downtown Chicago. That's the lovely mile where all the shopping is. So, yeah, that's like the main hub. Make sure your children do not witness the debauchery.
Combs said that would be illegal, but I will run it in my underwear. I'll settle for that. I'll settle for undies, for underoos.
I'll just wear a sock.
Yeah. I'll settle for some banana hammocks. All right, 310-840-4910. Number to join the show. When we come back, we're going to play the Geo Sports Game. We'll have some fun. You think of some ideas for Combs, Monty, and Brad, when Jordan Love wins the MVP, what should be the punishment? He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hiring Thomas Tuchel, a German coach. Part of me wonders, like, did he do this on purpose? A German-England rivalry? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is here. The reason why they hired Thomas Tuchel was because Tuchel is a tactical genius when it comes to soccer. And in case you don't know about Thomas Tuchel, I could run through his CV for you. But you know, there's one result that I will bring you that I really think brings to the forefront the genius of Thomas Tuchel, who is unquestionably one of the great managers of this century in soccer, in international football and club football. When, in 2021, he managed Chelsea. And they're in the Champions League, and they make it to the final. And in the final, they play Manchester City, managed by the great Pep Guardiola, who, if you ask anyone who knows anything about soccer, will tell you that in this century, Pep Guardiola is the best soccer or football manager, period. Club or international, numero uno, number one, top of the heap, king of the hill. The best. The best. And in that Champions League final, Thomas Tuchel outfoxed Pep Guardiola. And an outman Chelsea team that Christian Pulisic came on as a substitute for Chelsea in that game and very nearly scored to make it 2-0 against Manchester City. Chelsea won the game 1-0. Tuchel is a superb knockout manager. Took PSG to the Champions League final, lost to Bayern Munich in Bayern's sensational run the COVID year. When Bayern, on that run, slammed Leo Messi and Barcelona 8-2. 8-2 en route to winning that Champions League. Thomas Tuchel is not a joke. Thomas Tuchel is not the type of manager or coach that you expect to do something like this. It's like in American sports, right? Like Kenny Atkinson doesn't call timeout in game 1 of the Eastern Conference Final against the Knicks. And after the game, is anyone really shocked? Think about some of the brutal game managers in American sports where a coach screws something up and after the game, we're all just like, yeah, of course. That always happens. What a shock. This is a shock that this happened because Thomas Tuchel doesn't do this. He has this reputation, well earned, of being a mastermind. An unbelievable coach. I'll use the American term X's and O's. You understand what I mean, though? He's great with this stuff. And he completely melted down here. And even if you want to galaxy brain this, you want to Cirque du Soleil contort yourself to mentally explain, well, actually, what he did was right. And what he did was decide, after England took the lead, we want to win this game 1-0. We're done with trying to score. We're going to make all these defensive substitutions, and we are going to hold on desperately to try and win this game. Even if you want to delude yourself into thinking this was the right tactical move, just answer this question. Do you really think, now look, you do this in like the 85th minute? Okay, I get it. Like 7 minutes to go to the World Cup final, you want to play defense with a 1-0 lead? I understand it. He did it way too early. Like, the game plan can't be that we are just going to play defense, all-out defense, park the bus against Leo Messi. It's like you're playing Michael Jordan and the Bulls, you're up by 20 in the fourth quarter, and you're running out the shot clock every possession instead of building the lead. You're up by 2 scores against Peyton Manning and the Colts, and you play the prevent defense for the middle of the third quarter on. That's what this was. This was, you are playing one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, if not the best, and you roll out the prevent defense. And on offense, you go run, pass, punt every possession. That's what this was. Call a spade. Be honest. I wanted England to win. I bet on England. That's what happened. That's what happened. Prevent defense, run out the shot clock, run, pass, send out the punt unit. They played not to lose instead of playing to win. Instead of trying to go up 2-0 on the team that's come back against everybody in this tournament, they played to win 1-0. And you could feel it, right? We all watched the game. We all watched. You could feel it. It would have been an absolute miracle if England had gotten away with this. And they could have. They got away with it to a degree at the Azteca against Mexico. They got away with it to a degree against Norway, not against Leo Messi. No. You can't play, you cannot. I don't care what anyone has to say about this. You can't play all-out defense against Leo Messi in Argentina and hope to win. It is a brutal, brutal tactical blunder. To the point, honestly, they announced this morning, Fabrizio Romano, who's like the Adam Schefter of soccer reporting, tweeted that Tuchel's coming back and he's going to manage the team in Euro 2028. I'd sack him. I'd fire him.
Live lines, late games, and breaking angles. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle. Back now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood on Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show, 310-840-4910. Let's get right into it. A little Geo Sports game, baby. Where let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix, video producer Michael Montgomery in the mix. It is where trivia meets geography. 5 questions we've got to try to answer by placing the pin on the map. So if you're watching along on YouTube, Twitter, or Twitch, then you could definitely play along with us. But Combs, I wasn't paying attention in the break. So who's reading the questions here?
Monty is going to read the questions, and
Hello.
we will try to figure this thing out.
Yeah, put our heads together.
Monty, you handsome devil. I know Monty's excited for baseball tomorrow. Batters-box.com is going to hit like crack.
Yeah, let's do it.
You
Hope it
could
does.
say that again. All right.
All right, Monty,
All right.
go ahead.
Question number 1, fellas. Yes. A Thanksgiving football game has been an unbroken tradition since 1934 for the franchise in this city. Is that...
It's Detroit.
Dallas,
Detroit?
Detroit.
It's got to be
That's
Detroit.
right.
Detroit's
I
a
think
hell of a
it's
lot
been
older
Detroit.
than Dallas.
Yeah.
1934 is the key.
Okay.
Detroit, Michigan.
Okay. There you go.
Keep zooming in. Yeah, you're right there. There it is, Monty. That is Detroit.
I
I
just-
know where it is.
What happened?
All right.
He's pinning.
Did we freeze?
Did you pin it? Boom! Hell yeah!
No, we didn't freeze.
Hey, Pat did.
Maybe
He's
Pat
refreshing.
froze.
Did we lose
but-
Pat? We lost Pat.
We did.
Uh-oh.
Doesn't matter. There, he's
Is he
back.
back?
We nailed it,
He's
Pat.
back.
We absolutely nailed it. We
Yeah, that
shook
was
the
me,
earth.
right?
That was you.
It had to have been.
All right, so we crushed it. Did we get 100?
Yeah, we did.
We did.
Awesome.
Oh yeah,
Next.
baby.
All right.
Too
Hopefully
easy.
all 5 questions are in
Question
the
2.
States.
Runners dressed as different flavored pierogies sprint a mid-game race along the warning track of this MLB ballpark.
PNC Park.
PNC. That is Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania,
I have never
which
been
is
to
in
Pittsburgh.
the
PA.
south.
Or west.
Is
Monty, there you go.
southwestern. Yeah, there it is. Keep it
Yeah.
up. You're right there, Monty. You're right
Oh,
there,
yeah.
buddy.
That's it.
You're
There's
right.
the
Oh, I'm
river.
so proud of Monty. Yeah. Look for the 3 rivers. There it is. Shake the earth. Boom.
Bang.
Another 100.
All right.
Uh-oh.
We always do this though. We always start 2 for 2 with like a perfect score, and then we fall off the trails.
We got the
Rails.
perfect game going.
Get that negativity out of here, Pat. Come on.
All right. I agree.
Only because you said so.
Thank you. Question 3. A disputed no goal in triple OT of the 99 Stanley Cup final still stings the blue and gold fans of this city. I have no idea.
Oh,
It's got to be St. Louis.
that's the Brett Hull. No, that's the Brett Hull no goal from Dallas. That was Dallas and Buffalo in that finals.
So
that was
blue and
Buffalo
on the
gold would
crease.
be.
Buffalo.
Buffalo?
So it's Buffalo.
The Sabres.
Okay.
Yeah.
Dude,
Because that
Monty,
was
do
a
you
toe
know where
on the line in
Buffalo
the
is?
crease by Dallas.
There it is, Monty.
I know
no,
it's
no,
up-
no, no.
up here?
Western New York.
No,
No.
here.
Western New
No,
York.
no.
On the
Right on the
Canadian
border.
On the border.
Yeah, yeah,
there it
right here.
is. There you go.
Yep.
That's right.
Zoom in more though.
Oh, you smarty pants.
That's
You
as
got
far as
it.
I can
Hit
zoom
it.
in. Is Buffalo
That's
this
it.
big,
That's
or
it.
is
That's
it up
Buffalo,
here?
buddy. No, it's not up there.
No, that's it
Major
right there.
metropolitan area. That's it.
All right, you guys seem confident.
Shake
And
it. Oh!
boom again. I know nothing about hockey,
3 for
so
3.
thank you, Brando.
Come on.
That
was a perfect game.
interesting.
It's
Can't
gonna get
say
harder.
that. Come on.
gonna
Jinx
get
us. All right.
Here comes a
Question
question we'll
4.
never get.
The only African player to win the Ballon d'Or, or however you say that, later became his country's president. He was born in this West African capital, and his son plays for the U.S. men's national team.
Oh.
Matt, this is all you, buddy.
Oh, no. That last clue gave it away. That's Timothy Weah's dad.
From what country?
He is from
Senegal?
Africa.
No.
Ghana?
No. Wait, read the question again, Monty.
The only African player to win the Ballon d'Or, later became his country's president. He was born in this West African capital, and his son plays for the U.S. men's national team. So we're looking for.
I'm pretty sure it's
the
either
West
Liberia
African
or
capital.
Libya. I don't. Whatever
Well,
one's on the.
Libya is North Africa, so I think that would be Liberia.
So look for it on a LB, Monty. That's got to be
LI,
it.
maybe?
I'm not. All right.
I don't
there
know
you
any
go.
other
That's the West
African
capital.
country that has LI
Look.
in it.
Up there at the top, Monty. Isn't
I
that a
don't-
city right up there? Because it says the West. No.
Oh.
Right where you were, but towards the ocean right there. Yeah. No. Towards the ocean. There you go. Is that it right there? That little. Because it says Western.
Or is it
Doesn't it?
more
This is West
to the,
African.
is it more northwest up the coast where it looks like we maybe have a city?
I'm
that
going to
it?
say
and
it's
there's
coastal.
something here.
No, Monty, even more on the coast.
Yeah, well, yeah.
Right here?
Yeah, that.
I think those are mountains.
Oh.
Yeah. I think it's the other coast because there looks like there's
think
a
it's
bit of
here.
a bay.
Here.
That would make sense.
Yeah.
That'd be my
Looks
guess,
like there's
guys.
a smaller city there.
But
That'd
it's a
be my guess,
capital,
too.
There's
so
a
it's
big-
probably going to be the bigger city.
Right.
And that coastal
that
city is
inland
definitely the
city-
biggest city in Liberia.
Yeah, that's
Oh,
what it looks
boy.
like. All right, let's do it.
Oh, fingers
You
crossed!
guys ready?
Fingers crossed! And
Oh, we got it. Yeah!
Oh my God, Pat, you did it!
Atta boy, Pat. Atta boy.
Perfect
Oh,
game
man.
alive. One good one
Oh.
down, one to go.
Oh,
Oh my God.
that was amazing.
Time to
Straight
make
pulled
history,
out of the
boys.
ass. All right, here we go.
All right, final
No pressure.
question. Before he became the 2002 NBA Rookie of the Year, Pau Gasol was studying to become a doctor in this port city. Is that Spain?
Barcelona.
Portugal?
Barcelona.
It's got to be Barcelona.
Barcelona.
Yeah, I think you're correct.
Pat,
Pat,
were
did you
just
visit
there.
Barcelona?
Barcelona.
Northeast. Barcelona's northeast, Spain.
Yes, it is.
But exactly where, I don't remember.
Oh,
maybe?
it's a port city, so it's on the water.
It's got to
Yeah,
be.
exactly. Got to be there. You're sure it's northeast?
Yeah, I think
Yes.
that's it. I think that's probably the no, I don't think it's in the corner of Spain. I think it's more
Ooh, maybe
central.
that?
Ooh,
Maybe
That
this
could be.
guy?
Oh,
Or this
we're gonna
guy?
remember where Barcelona is for the rest of
Barcelona.
our lives after this.
It's definitely
That guy.
northeast. I know that for a fact.
and it's
Well,
definitely
this
a
is
port
probably
city.
more central, so it's probably one of the ones up here.
Yep. Yeah, I
got
think it
I
might
think
be the
it's-
one you're
Or
I think
this
it's that
guy.
one. I think it's that one.
This one?
the more northern one.
Yeah.
All right,
It does seem
I'm
to
going
be
with Pat's
bigger.
gut here.
Oh, God.
I'm going with Pat's gut. He was just in España.
All
We gotta
right.
trust him.
For the
He drank a
for the
lot of wine
perfect
and,
game.
and ate a lot of tapas.
for the
Oh, baby,
perfect
come
game.
on. And
We got it. Yes!
Boom! Let's go! Let's go!
oh heck
It's
yeah!
about damn time.
Oh man!
Oh, my
word.
That's been incredible. The Liberia poll is impressive. Really impressive.
That is amazing. Monty, I need you to screenshot that and post it immediately.
Yes.
You got it.
That's history.
Perfect.
Well done, gentlemen.
Score. And you know the only
And we did
reason
it
why
as a
I
team,
knew
guys.
the only reason why I knew the Liberia one is because I remember last World Cup he was a starter, and I remember them saying something about his dad, and I remember Liberia, and his dad was like the president, right?
That was clutch. Me and Brad would have
That's
never
what the
got
question
that one.
said. Yeah.
No clue. He lost me at soccer.
Incredible. We finally did it. After multiple attempts, we finally got a perfect score on the Geo Sports game. Let's go.
That is awesome.
Bravo, gentlemen.
I feel like that's it.
Bravo.
We should
Put it in the Hall
we'll
of Fame,
sign
man.
off, and we'll turn things over to Josh Graham.
Mic drop. See ya.
All right. Well done. Well done. Great job, Brad. Great job, Combs. Great job, Monty. And thank you, Lee, for the round of applause. Oh, incredible. Our life's work is complete. 310-840-4910, the number to join the show. When we come back, we'll do something. We'll do something fun and creative. I don't know. We had a couple of segments we didn't get to. We got some fantasy player pick 'em.
Yeah.
We've got that. We got some Baker Mayfield stuff we can get into. So we'll keep you entertained when we come back.
Sure.
This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Don't forget the past struggles. All the heartbreak, all the losses. Because it's not like he rolled out of bed, starts playing for Argentina, and they start winning. That's absolutely not what happened. And to further compound the greatness of this guy, the overwhelming greatness that seeps off of him like sweat off of me here on a 90-degree day in New York City, keep this in mind. He's 39 years old. He plays for Miami, for what are they? Inter Miami, whatever they are, Inter Miami in MLS. He plays for Major League Soccer. He plays in the United States of America. 39 years old. And guess what? He's the best player in the world still. This would be like if Victor Wembanyama played for the Dallas Power in the Big Three. No disrespect to the Big Three. It ain't the NBA. No disrespect to MLS. It ain't the Premier League. It ain't La Liga. It ain't Ligue 1. It ain't Serie A. It ain't the Bundesliga. It ain't. He plays for Inter Miami. And he's the best player in the world, and he's 39 years old. Do you understand how crazy that is? He's coming into this World Cup. It's not like anyone thinks he's bad. But I'll tell you, and maybe it's my fault. Maybe I'm the idiot here. I came into this World Cup thinking Messi's going to be really good. I didn't think he was going to be this at 39. With a couple years in America under his belt, not playing anymore in one of the big leagues in Europe. It's preposterous. It's ridiculous what he's doing and what this team has done. Heart of a champion, never say die. And I don't want to hear anything about the fix being in. I don't want to hear anything about VAR. I don't want to hear anything about the level of competition. They took all of that talk, rolled it up in a pipe, and now you and me both have to smoke it after yesterday. Because they beat not Egypt, not Switzerland, not Cape Verde. No. They beat England in come-from-behind fashion. They blitzed England in come-from-behind fashion. It's not great for Travis Etienne, like it isn't. If Alvin Kamara is not there, then yeah, like you can create a world where Travis Etienne absolutely smashes, and he's a 3-down running back, and he catches a bunch of passes, right? And he does well running the ball behind what I believe to be a pretty good Saints offensive line. But with Alvin Kamara there, like, do you think they brought Kamara back to have him sit on the bench? My insinuation is not that this is going to be a 50-50 split. It won't be. Like, they gave Travis Etienne too much money for this to be 50-50. What could it be, 60-40? 65-35? Who gets the ball down by the goal line? When the Saints, and look, you know, if you play fantasy football, and I think what percent of the audience does? 99? I think this is a question that you need to ask yourself, right, when you're drafting running backs. When the Saints go marching in, when the Saints are in 2-minute or in obvious passing situations, operating out of the shotgun, who's the running back? Is it Kamara or is it Etienne? It's probably Kamara, right? Probably is. Pass blocking, pass catching a plum. Why do you think they brought him back? To not use him in spots like that? So this does not mean, like, don't draft Travis Etienne. Travis Etienne could have a really nice year. But his upside is absolutely capped as a result of Alvin Kamara returning to New Orleans.
Red Zone Energy, real-time reaction. BetMGM tonight with Brad Evans and Pat Boyle rolls on.
Welcome on back. BetMGM tonight, Westwood One Sports. He's Brad Evans. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You can call, you can text 310-840-4910. Before we get to a little Baker Mayfield piece of news here, Brad, let's get a scoreboard update. It's 4-1 Mets in the bottom of the ninth, the first game back for baseball in the second half. It was 3-0 after 3 solo shots. Then Trey Turner got a solo home run of his own to get the Phillies on the board. But then A.J. Ewing, RBI double, maybe the last bit of insurance that the Mets need. They've got Devin Williams, who has been shaky to say the least this year, trying to close it out against the 4, 5, and 6 are the heart of the order in the Phillies lineup. He did just get Bryce Harper to ground out. So 2 outs away for the Mets as they will try to attempt a miracle second half of the season. Let's get a phone call in here really quickly as well. I've staked my claim to Jordan Love winning the MVP this year. I got a bunch of Bears fans around me that don't want to hear it. That's fine. Bob in Wisconsin. See, I might get a fellow cheesehead on my side here. Bob in Wisconsin next up on BetMGM tonight. What's going on, Bob?
Hey there. Yeah, I've been a Packer fan since, I remember watching Bart Starr play. I'm a Packer fan true and true. But for Jordan Love to be the MVP of the league, there is no, it just ain't going to happen. Look at the other play. Even in our team. We got Micah Parsons. Tucker Kraft. MVP. I just lost it. The guy from the Rams that they just picked up, that defensive dude.
Myles Garrett?
Yeah, exactly. Those guys, when you put Jordan Love in the top people that are going to be there, I tell you what, I got a C note and I'll give you 5-1 odds that there's no way that Jordan Love is even going to be in the top 10. I don't believe it. I really don't. I wish, I hope, and I hope the Packers are good, but Jordan Love MVP, I'm sorry, I just don't see it happening.
Okay, Bob,
Bravo.
let me just remind you. I appreciate the call, Bob. Let me remind you, he was third in the MVP odds going into that game in week 15 or week 16 against the Chicago Bears before he got a concussion. That's not saying that he was going to win it, that he was going to beat out Matthew Stafford. I highly doubt it, but he was third. So you're saying you're going to give me 5-1 odds that he's not going to win it or that he's not going to finish in the top 10? Well, you would probably lose that bet because he was number 3 in the MVP odds with just a couple weeks ago in the season, again, until he had a concussion. But, Brad, I don't know. I mean, Bob also thinks that there's a chance that defensive players could win the MVP. That would be a real shock. That would be even more of a shock to a lot of folks than Jordan Love winning the MVP if Myles Garrett or Micah Parsons won it, especially since Micah Parsons probably isn't starting this season until mid-October.
Oh, honestly, any non-quarterback would be a shock. That's all it is. It's the best quarterback in the league award. It's not really kind of the true MVP anymore, in my estimation. But Bob is exactly right. You're bat bleeping crazy, man. You're actually high as a kite if you believe that Jordan Love is going to legitimately win MVP. Yeah, okay, great. It could be top 3 in voting. But there is going to be other stronger candidates. And if anything, remotely close to my prediction of the Rams comes true, Matthew Stafford has got a great shot at winning it, man. And frankly, if there is a non-quarterback that could be in the conversation as well, maybe it is Puka Nacua, who we mentioned. If he remains upright and has that stellar banner campaign, he will be a front runner for the MVP award. Nobody, I believe, is going to catch the LA Rams this season. They're going to be bar none the best team in the NFL. It's going to take an extraordinary single season performance by Jordan Love to even be in this MVP conversation.
Okay. All right. Let's get one more piece of football news in here today before we bid Brad adieu. And Brad, you're off tomorrow and you're off all next week for vacation, right? So I won't see you for 10 days. Okay.
Yeah,
right,
exactly.
So before we do that,
in your honor.
Thank you. How about a little Baker Mayfield, who on the Netflix series quarterback revealed that he not only battled through a sprained PCL, a sprained MCL, and a bone bruise, but he also had a bicep contusion and an AC joint sprain in his right shoulder in week 12. We know the Bucs collapsed only like they could last year. Even then, they beat the Panthers in week 18, but still could not win the division. Baker started off the year hot. He looked like he could have won the MVP through week 6 of the season.
Yep.
And then here's this after the bye week. Or let me actually give it one more week because Baker, even in defeat, was pretty damn good against the New England Patriots in week 10. From week 11 on, the last 8 games of the season, Baker Mayfield threw for 1,500 yards, 10 touchdowns, 9 interceptions. He was not very good. But was it all because of injuries, Brad? Should we expect a big bounce-back season from Baker, knowing what he went through, and assuming he's going to be healthy this year?
He's not going to throw for 41 passing touchdowns like he did 2 years ago, but he could be a 30 to 32 passing touchdown producer. The completion percentage numbers really show that he was ailing, to say the least. He was outside the top 25 at adjusted completion percentage, so he was still top 15 in red zone completion percentage. Yes, he lost my cousin, Mike Evans, who is now with the San Francisco 49ers for Chris Godwin. They have high hopes for him to get back and playing at a very high level. Emeka Egbuka, I think, is really going to put together a consistent season. We had Rick Stroud on recently, who covers the organization for the Tampa Times, and really talked up Egbuka having a stellar campaign. And really, I think one of the real unsung signings was Kenneth Gainwell, who was the ultimate safety valve last season for Aaron Rodgers in P-Town. And now in Tampa, he's a guy that, if there's a lot of coverage and you don't have a lane to throw the rock in, he's going to check down a Gainwell, and he will be able to maximize the opportunity with the ball in his hand. So, I think he'll be a bounce-back source for Baker, but pump the brakes on a stellar season.
All right, Brad, we'll bid you adieu, brother, and enjoy your vacation. See you in 10 days.
Master Killer, I'm out!
All right, coming up next, I'm officially fed up with the LeBron sweepstakes. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This is Westwood One.
So we have best team, Spain, the best player, never say die team in Argentina. So who wins? Spain are the favorites at BetMGM, and a decent-sized favorite at BetMGM. A similar-ish market to the France-Spain game, where Spain were underdogs, which seems silly in retrospect, right? Spain is minus 165 to lift the trophy. Argentina plus 120. Now, I was wrong about France and Spain. I was wrong about England and Argentina. So take this with whatever grain of salt you'd like. I think the number is short. I would be, it's a crazy thing to say, because they're like the Jeter Yankees and the Brady Patriots. So maybe I'll be wrong again, and Argentina just wins, and they're down at the end and they come back to win, which really wouldn't, I guess, can't really surprise us at this point, right? Spain are way better. So was England, to be fair. But Spain is not dumb in the way that England's dumb. And Spain are not disorganized in the way that England are disorganized. Spain will take a lead and choke this game out. And not allow, in the same way they did not allow Kylian Mbappe and Ousmane Dembele and Michael Olise and the French attack to get going. You really think they're going to let Messi just run wild the way England did? There's no way. I'm not saying Argentina can't win. I just think it's going to be difficult, given that Spain is way better than they are. Give me Spain to win on Sunday. The Phillies, JJ, are my pick to win the World Series. And I think that we're on the same page here. And, just from the Yankee perspective here, and yes, JJ and I are both Yankee fans, we're both New Yorkers, but the Yankees are a national team, right? They're a huge team. Everyone pays attention to the Yankees. It feels to me, JJ, that the Phillies did what the Yankees should have done at some point in time, which is the current structure is not working. We need to do something different. The Yankees roll out every year with Boone and Cashman, and the same thing happens. Aaron Boone, the manager, Brian Cashman, the GM. The Phillies fired Rob Thompson. They did something different. I actually think that's going to get them over the hump. I think the Phillies, JJ, are going to win the World Series.
Listen, maybe this is the emotional heartstrings pulling. I just bet him at 17-1 literally 24 hours ago. I did.
Yeah.
Because the number was really juicy, and they have a team that, in theory, should profile well. Right? Like Wheeler, Sanchez, that's an unreal 1-2 punch. You're throwing Luzardo. They need to get another bat in the outfield, I think, between now and the deadline. But I think they're the team best positioned to go and take out the Dodgers, right? Like the Dodgers, listen, they deserve to be favorites. They're by far and away the best team. But I'm glad that you brought up this idea of shaking it up. Nick, Philadelphia hasn't done this once. They've done it twice now within the last 4 years. They fired Girardi for Rob Thompson. That got him to a World Series. And they made the move, Rob Thompson to Don Mattingly, and it's worked brilliantly.
This is BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle
I am owed a championship, and some freaking dog is not going to deny me.
on Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. We bid adieu to Brad Evans, and that means we've got 2 solo hours coming your way, as we do every night, Monday through Friday, taking you to 11 p.m. Eastern. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. So that means hour number 4 of this Thursday night show kicks off right now. You can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the show on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Been a great show so far. You want to join the program? Our talking text line is 310-840-4910. Again, you could call 310-840-4910. I got to be honest, I think I've hit my breaking point today. I thought there was going to be a decision today. Was hoping maybe by tomorrow at the latest. It feels like it's going to be probably another week, maybe even longer, but I'm kind of officially fed up with the LeBron sweepstakes. I'm officially fed up. I need a decision now. We know it's one of 4 teams. I still feel like it's one of 2 teams, even after the monster Jaylen Brown trade with the Philadelphia 76ers and the Boston Celtics. I think in the grand scheme of things, it ain't changing things. I still think LeBron is either going back home to Cleveland or he's going to Golden State, and I need an answer now. All right? I selfishly need an answer so I can just put this incredibly chaotic, awesome NBA offseason to bed. I can start locking in more to some summer league games. I've been starting to get into that, and I can just really continue to soak in what is a Knicks championship and know that LeBron James is probably not even going to threaten that reign, because I think he's going to the Golden State Warriors. 310-840-4910. But I'm fed up. And I think I was fed up today in the last 24 hours. Yesterday, we mentioned it on the show. You had somebody put a video on Twitter of them pulling up next to Steve Kerr on the highway or just in traffic. And they go, we got to get LeBron, Steve. And he goes, don't worry, we got him. He goes, you could put that, you could put that on Twitter. And I was like, okay, well, that's pretty cool. But is Steve Kerr just saying that? Would he actually say it if he didn't mean it? I mean, it's 2 random people on the car, on the road. You think Steve Kerr could give a rat's ass if he doesn't know that LeBron has already kind of informally told him, hey, guys, I think I'm coming here, but don't say anything. It's still not official. Who the hell knows? Would LeBron even actually tell anybody outside of his circle, outside of his agent, Rich Paul, outside of his family? Would he tell anybody for fear of it getting leaked? Steve Kerr might have just been trolling. So I didn't really take that with anything but a grain of salt. And then today, the Miami Heat officially introduced Giannis, and Pat Riley goes, we landed this plane. We still got to land one more plane. And I hate, as a Knicks fan, and I know they just won a title, and I really shouldn't be bitter about anybody. Old Knicks rivals, new Knicks rivals, teams that knocked the Knicks out in the past. Well, the championship will last forever, but so will my hatred of Pat Riley. And that my hatred of Pat Riley as somebody that is 31, and I wasn't alive or young enough to remember Pat Riley coaching the Knicks from 91 to 95. I only remember Pat Riley coaching the Heat and more recently being the executive and being the president of the Miami Heat for the last several years. 30 years. That's all I know Pat Riley from. And so as a Knicks fan, I hate him. Just as a basketball fan, I'm sure he's a nice person. So when I hear Pat Riley say, we got to land one more plane. Pat Riley refusing to retire over the last couple of years when he probably should have, because the Miami Heat are basically the Miami play-in Heat. But now they get Giannis. In doing so, they trade away so much of their depth. But Giannis and Bam, and we'll see what kind of team that they can build around them. And if they do get LeBron, look, I still don't think the Miami Heat are going to be a championship team, even if they get LeBron James. And I know that LeBron can handle as the point guard, and him and Giannis, that might be a good duo because Giannis is as ball dominant as he is, and as ball dominant at times as LeBron is. They're two different players. But I mean, again, you got three forwards and no guards. No disrespect to Davion Mitchell. I think he's a nice young player, but I mean, come on, let's be serious. Is that the starting point guard of a championship caliber team? No, it's not. Not going to happen. So hearing Pat Riley said that boiled my blood. And when I heard it, I was like, I'm done. I'm done. And when I heard LeBron's initial comments today at Fanatics Fest, where another guy as a Knicks fan that I hate as a Knicks fan, Tyrese Halliburton, who was they did the live podcast. It's normally LeBron and JJ Redick, but I guess since it was kind of awkward, LeBron talking about leaving the Lakers, I guess he figured, let me have Tyrese Halliburton, sit next to me and be like, hey, LeBron, so did you make a decision yet? Shut up. Just shut up. I'm over it. I'm over it, man. That being said, I do think LeBron said maybe he gave a little bit away. Maybe he just gave a little bit away. And when we ask ourselves, what does LeBron want? What does he want? And let me be clear here. At this stage of his career, I still think LeBron James is probably a top 35 player in the NBA. This past postseason, he played like he was still a top 20 player. He was fantastic in that series against the Rockets, and it certainly wasn't his fault that they got swept and embarrassed by the Thunder. He played pretty damn well. But now going into his age 41, going on 42 season, I think in however many games he plays, but the next 82 game season, LeBron will probably revert. There'll be fewer usage, no matter what team he joins. I mean, unless he joins, I don't know. No, I mean, no matter what team he realistically joins, whether it's the Warriors, whether it is the Cavs, whether it is the Sixers, whether it is the Heat. He's not going to, and even last year with the Lakers, I mean, the usage went down, the points went down, the rebounds went down, the assists went down. When he has those few moments to take games over, sure, but even then, LeBron has always been the guy that looks for the right pass and not for the right, not to shoot. And think about the teams he could be on. He's going to be with Steph Curry, greatest shooter of all time. He would be with Donovan Mitchell and James Harden in Cleveland, who he would probably defer to most nights, especially in the postseason. He would be with Tyrese Maxey and Jaylen Brown and Joel Embiid in Philly, or he would be with Giannis in Miami. Like, LeBron's usage is going down. He's going to be a great player. He's still going to be able to affect in a pretty decently sized way any of those teams and their abilities to win a championship, because he would be the final piece to teams that are title contenders. Maybe not so much the Warriors. They're probably the least. I'd probably give them the least chances of winning a title if LeBron joins them. I mean, it's like the Unk Club, right? The Unction. I think that's what somebody said. Him, Steph, Draymond, Jimmy, coming off a torn ACL, and Porzingis. It's like spin the bottle. Who's going to miss 40 games? Probably multiple of them. But I still think LeBron is going to play a pretty decently sized impact. And I still think, again, he's probably a top 35 player in the NBA. So it is a big decision. I'm over it, though. I just want a decision. But I think you've got to ask yourself again. And we've got to collectively ask ourselves as basketball fans, what is this decision going to come down to? Is it the best chance to win a title? Because if that's the case, and I'm saying this again as a diehard Knicks fan, you got an easier route in the East than you do trying to go through Oklahoma City and San Antonio in the West. Not to mention I know they got knocked out in the first round. I still think Denver's the third best team in the Western Conference. And I think I love the Lakers' moves. I love what the Lakers did this offseason, bringing in Walker Kessler, building that team now fully around Luka Doncic, giving the extension to Austin Reeves. I think the Lakers, as it stands right now, are the fourth best team in the West. Fourth. So is it about the best chance to win a title? Because it's not in the Western Conference. It would be in the East, where he would go to Cleveland, and that's a team that went to the conference finals last year. Or it would go to the Sixers, who just added Jaylen Brown to Tyrese Maxey and Joel Embiid. And even if Embiid only plays 20 freaking games this year, which there's a good chance that happens, even if it is just LeBron, Maxey, and Paul and Jaylen Brown going into the postseason, I think that's the second best team in the East. So if it's about the best chance to win a title, it's Philadelphia. And yet, I feel like that's the third likeliest spot. I'm going to be honest. I don't think there's any chance he's going to Miami. I still don't. I don't think anything could change from now until another week, 2 weeks, hell, if it takes a month. What could change? Giannis was the big thing. Does LeBron want to play with Giannis? Does LeBron think he can win a championship with Miami? With Giannis, does he want to go back to the place that he already won 2 titles with? It's one thing if he's going back home to Cleveland. It's another thing to go back to Miami at 41. I know they're on the road half the year, and it's not like he's going to be out, partying when they have on a day off the night after until 3 a.m. on South Beach. But does the allure of South Beach really hit the same way for LeBron James at 41, 42 years old when he's got 3 kids, including one who's barely hanging on to a spot in the league, and he played for the Heat. The first time he went there, he was 26. He spent his age 26 to 30 seasons when he was in Miami. That's the time to be in South Beach. I don't think there's any chance he's going back there. That chapter is closed. So I will mention them as being in the picture. And maybe I'm on the rat trap that Shams Charania, the mouthpiece of the NBA, lays out for us when he lists his teams, which he's either getting from Rich Paul or he's just making up himself, or that's just they're including the Miami Heat because you want the NBA wants this to be as big of a thing as it could possibly be, and they're going to draw it out no matter when LeBron actually makes his decision. I don't think the Miami Heat I'll give them a 1% chance. It's Golden State and Cleveland, as it always has been since the day he told the Lakers he was leaving. And then Philly, again, the best chance to win a title. Philly, I still think, is the third most likely. But if it's about the best chance to win a title, he should be going to the city of brotherly love. They're the second best team in the East right now, and I think they would be as close to being on equal footing with the Knicks if LeBron is that final piece. 310-840-4910. Again, it's Pat Boyle, BetMGM tonight. Is it about playing with his guys? Is it about linking up to say that he played with future Hall of Famers, Steph Curry, borderline Hall of Famer, Draymond Green, the Hall of Very Good in Jimmy Butler and Porzingis? To say, hey, look, I know age is not on our side. I know durability is not on our side. But that starting 5, if they're all healthy, if you live in the land of ifs, you can maybe convince yourself the Warriors can make a run. And here's why. I think the best time to play either the Spurs or the Thunder, if you're a Warriors team that has added LeBron James, would actually be in the first round. When the physical, grueling nature of 1, if not 2 best-of-7 series has already hit you, and you've got a bunch of guys in their late 30s and LeBron at 42 next spring trying to make it through that and deal with a, again, best-of-7 series where there's probably at most 1 day off. Because you saw how the NBA postseason schedule worked. After the first round, the second round series, the conference finals, it's basically a game every other night for 13 days, and that's it. You play the Thunder or the Spurs in the second round or in the conference finals with that kind of mileage on your body for the year, it's going to be very tough to beat them on top of how great of a teams they are already. The best chance for the Warriors, honestly, would be to play either one of them in the first round and say, this is the best chance we got. We're healthy. We're fresh. We haven't been through one or two grueling best-of-7 series yet. This is our best chance to knock off the Spurs or the Thunder. And who knows, maybe injuries help them out a bit. Again, that's the land of ifs if you're talking about a chance to win a title. Is LeBron, Steph, Draymond, Jimmy Butler, Porzingis. But is it more so just about playing with those guys? Is it legacy? Is it playing with two players that he's admired? Draymond, who's one of his best friends, despite the fact that Draymond kicked him in the junk in he helped him win the title. Let's be honest. He should be thanking Draymond forever that he kicked him in the junk in the 2016 NBA Finals and got suspended because that allowed the Cavaliers to come back from 3-1 down. But he's still very good friends with Draymond, and LeBron and Steph have always talked about each other in the highest regards possible. So is it just about playing out your legacy and playing for the moments and the Hollywood scripts and the documentaries that they might make about LeBron and Steph and Draymond? Is it about that? Is it about going home for one more chapter to have a legit shot at a title? Going back to Akron, going back to Cleveland to play for the Cavs, where it all started, where he couldn't get it done the first time, came back and won a title the second time. Could it be about a part 3, going back home? I don't necessarily think so. Because his family ain't with him this time. His wife, sure. Probably. I don't know. I think he would honestly be basically living by himself during the season. And I'll get to wine in a second. But he's got a 12-year-old daughter. I'll get to it right now in part. He's got a 12-year-old daughter. From everything that it sounds like, she's not moving. So I'm assuming the wife and the daughter will probably stay and live in Los Angeles. Bronny's in Los Angeles playing for the Lakers. Who the hell knows if he's actually on the roster? I guess he's going to be on the roster. So I guess you got 3 of them in Los Angeles, but he's not playing for the Lakers, so LA's not in the equation. Bryce, his second son, is playing at Arizona. Who's moving back home with LeBron in Cleveland? I'm going to be honest with you. I don't know what the rest of the James family tree looks like. But it'd be one thing if he's still got his whole family, if he's got young kids and they're going back to Cleveland with him. His son is Bronny's in the league. Bryce is playing college basketball. Does going back home to Cleveland really hold that same significance a third time? He already delivered a title. Does he have anything left to prove that the city that he grew up in, that championed him and welcomed him back with loving arms and watched him win that evasive title? I don't know if going home to Cleveland means that much anymore. Or is it? Is it possibly his 12-year-old daughter, who apparently is a very promising volleyball player? And you might say to yourself, how could you be a promising 12-year-old volleyball player? As somebody that does some play-by-play for Rutgers volleyball, I see the recruiting efforts. They have the AAU circuit, just like it is in basketball. I mean, we've had a lot of discussions about the World Cup and soccer academies and youth academies. For the sport of volleyball, it is exploding in popularity. It is exploding in participation across the U.S. and the West Coast with schools like UCLA, USC, big programs right in that area that could be potentially recruiting you to get a full ride. And again, it's not about money, but it's about a legacy. His 12-year-old daughter being a pretty promising 12-year-old volleyball player in the LA area, that honestly might be the biggest factor. And don't take it from me. That's what LeBron said. I think those were probably the comments I thought held the most weight today when he did his podcast at the Fanatics Fest. He said, my 12-year-old daughter is pulling a lot of weight. Mentioned that he talked to her and told her that he was leaving the Lakers and that he's going to be moving away from the LA area. And from everything it sounds like, she's not moving. She's going to stay there. And that's why I think, again, the wife is staying there. Who's she going to live with? So LeBron's wife and his 12-year-old daughter are going to stay in Los Angeles from what it sounds like, how he's spoken about it. I heard Gary Payton speak about it. Does he want to be close to them? Again, not going to be with the Lakers. And no, I don't think that means he's joining the Clippers because, my God, they're going to be a disaster this year. And LeBron ain't joining any team that's got probably better chances of being in the lottery than being in the playoffs. Where's the next closest place to LA? San Francisco. The Bay Area. The Golden State Warriors. And so I honestly do believe that a decent amount of this comes down to being close, just a quick private jet ride away whenever he wants to see him. Off days, take a quick PJ, have them jump on the PJ, come to the Bay Area. You're not talking about a 5-hour plane ride to go see him on an off day. Be close to his 12-year-old daughter. He can go to her volleyball games. Close to his wife. And Tucson, Arizona ain't that far of a private jet ride or a plane ride away either if he wants to watch his son Bryce play during the season, and if that's possible. Again, the NBA season and the college basketball season obviously align with one another, but who knows if there are some minimal opportunities. And I don't know. Let's see Arizona's men's basketball schedule this year. I don't know if they have anybody in the LA area on the schedule. I don't think they have their schedule rolled out just yet, but they play in the Big 12. So, there's nobody in LA or San Francisco unless they play them non-conference. They did play UCLA last year, but I think that was a neutral site game. Either way, if there are any opportunities for him to go see his son Bryce play at Arizona this year, not too far of a plane ride from San Francisco. And if Bronny is actually playing for the Lakers, who knows? Maybe there's 2-3 games this year where LeBron, if the Warriors have an off night, if they have an off day and they're at home and they're not traveling, Lakers are playing at home. Does LeBron take a quick PJ ride to the crypt and go watch Bronny play 3 minutes off the bench? I think a decent amount of it is being close to his wife and his daughter, and I think a decent amount of it is wanting to play with Steph Curry and Draymond. And I think he's going to go to the Golden State Warriors. When I think it over and over through my head, going back home to Cleveland, it makes a little bit of sense. It doesn't make a lot of sense. Going to Miami makes next to no sense. Philly makes the most sense for a title. But I still think LeBron is going to the Warriors. 310-840-4910. But I'm fed up with it. So I need an answer. Please. And I know he said on his podcast, he goes, everybody's like, we need an answer. Stop wasting everybody's time. And he goes, there's a lot that goes into it. We get it. But, come on. There's no more big moves going down in free agency. That's another thing, too. Oh, LeBron he's playing chess with the rest of the NBA. He wants to see what other teams are willing to do. There's no more moves. There's no more big moves. We saw the big trades. We've seen all the free agency signings. It's over. It's done with. Summer league's in session. There's no more moves around the league to be made. I said the day he left the Lakers, more than 2 weeks ago, it was 2 teams and 2 teams only, the Warriors and the Cavs. Then the Philly trade happened for Jaylen Brown. I still don't think Miami's in play. I think they're just being included for namesake, and I'll gladly say I was dead wrong if that's the case. Philly still, to me, makes the most sense if it's about a title. But the more and more I think about it, the more and more I think LeBron James is going to be playing year 24, and in his words, he didn't even commit to this being a retirement tour. He thinks he could probably play a second year. 2 years with Steph and Draymond Green and Steve Kerr with the Golden State Warriors. And I think you get that decision. Probably, I'll give you a prediction. This is the only time I'm going to give you an official prediction on the day I think it happens. I think it's going to be either Sunday night or Monday afternoon. 3 to 4 days from now. 310-840-4910. Number to join the show. You could call, you could text. Where do you think LeBron is headed? And when do you think we get that answer? I think it's the Warriors. I'm Pat Boyle. When we come back, we'll switch up. We'll get your calls and your texts, but we'll also switch up and talk some football and why it's going to be another prove-it season for George Pickens. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM Tonight right here on Westwood One Sports.
Hiring Thomas Tuchel, a German coach. Part of me wonders, did he do this on purpose? A German-England rivalry? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is here. The reason why they hired Thomas Tuchel was because Tuchel is a tactical genius when it comes to soccer. And in case you don't know about Thomas Tuchel, I could run through his CV for you. But there's one result that I will bring you that I really think brings to the forefront the genius of Thomas Tuchel, who is unquestionably one of the great managers of this century in soccer, in international football and club football. When, in 2021, he managed Chelsea, and they're in the Champions League, and they make it to the final. And in the final, they play Manchester City, managed by the great Pep Guardiola, who, if you ask anyone who knows anything about soccer, will tell you that in this century, Pep Guardiola is the best soccer or football manager, period. Club or international. Numero uno. Number one, top of the heap, king of the hill. The best. The best. And in that Champions League final, Thomas Tuchel outfoxed Pep Guardiola. And an outman Chelsea team that Christian Pulisic came on as a substitute for Chelsea in that game and very nearly scored to make it 2-0 against Manchester City. Chelsea won the game 1-0. Tuchel is a superb knockout manager. Took PSG to the Champions League final, lost to Bayern Munich in Bayern's sensational run the COVID year. When Bayern, on that run, slammed Leo Messi in Barcelona 8-2. 8-2 en route to winning that Champions League. Thomas Tuchel is not a joke. Thomas Tuchel is not the type of manager or coach that you expect to do something like this. It's like in American sports, right? Like Kenny Atkinson doesn't call timeout in game 1 of the Eastern Conference Final against the Knicks. And after the game, is anyone really shocked? Think about some of the brutal game managers in American sports where a coach screws something up and after the game, we're all just like, yeah, of course. That always happens. What a shock. This is a shock that this happened because Thomas Tuchel doesn't do this. He has this reputation, well-earned, of being a mastermind. An unbelievable coach. I'll use the American term X's and O's. You understand what I mean, though? He's great with this stuff. And he completely melted down here. And even if you want to galaxy brain this, you want to Cirque du Soleil contort yourself to mentally explain, well, actually, what he did was right. And what he did was decide, after England took the lead, we want to win this game 1-0. We're done with trying to score. We're going to make all these defensive substitutions, and we are going to hold on desperately to try and win this game. Even if you want to delude yourself into thinking this was the right tactical move, just answer this question. Do you really think, now look, you do this in the 85th minute? Okay, I get it. 7 minutes to go to the World Cup final, you want to play defense with a 1-0 lead? I understand it. He did it way too early. The game plan can't be that we are just going to play defense, all-out defense, park the bus against Leo Messi. It's like you're playing Michael Jordan and the Bulls, you're up by 20 in the fourth quarter, and you're running out the shot clock every possession instead of building the lead. You're up by 2 scores against Peyton Manning and the Colts, and you play the prevent defense for the middle of the third quarter on. That's what this was. This was, you are playing one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, if not the best, and you roll out the prevent defense. And on offense, you go run, pass, punt every possession. That's what this was. Call a spade. Be honest. I wanted England to win. I bet on England. That's what happened. Prevent defense, run out the shot clock, run, pass, send out the punt unit. They played not to lose instead of playing to win. Instead of trying to go up 2-0 on the team that's come back against everybody in this tournament, they played to win 1-0. And you could feel it, right? We all watched the game. We all watched. You could feel it. It would have been an absolute miracle if England had gotten away with this. And they could have. They got away with it to a degree at the Azteca against Mexico. They got away with it to a degree against Norway. Not against Leo Messi. No. You can't play. You cannot. I don't care what anyone has to say about this. You can't play all-out defense against Leo Messi in Argentina and hope to win. It is a brutal tactical blunder. To the point, honestly, they announced this morning, Fabrizio Romano, who's like the Adam Schefter of soccer reporting, tweeted that Tuchel's coming back and he's going to manage the team in Euro 2028. I'd sack him. I'd fire him.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. You could call, you could text 310-840-4910. Want to hear from you on where you think LeBron James is going. And I know, I'm fed up with the LeBron sweepstakes as well, but I really do think we're going to get a decision here in the next 3 to 4 days. LeBron also did say that. I'm not going to hold you guys up much longer. How much longer, who knows? But again, I think we are nearing the destination. I think it's going to be the Golden State Warriors. And I think his 12-year-old daughter, who is a very young, promising volleyball player in the LA area, I think being close to her, being close to Bronny, assuming he's still going to be on the Lakers, whatever in capacity that is. And I think wanting to play with Steph and Draymond to finish his career for the next 2 years. I think it is going to be 2 years. I don't think this is the retirement tour. I think he's going to the Warriors. But I want to hear from you. 310-840-4910. We'll get back to your calls and your texts in a bit. You could also tweet me at PatBoyle44. Sports God tweets in, Rich Paul playing games with you. Yeah, look, at this point, I was annoyed when they did the whole whiteboard freaking podcast, him and Max Kellerman. When they put the Knicks on there, and then he goes, if the Knicks didn't win a championship, there would be no whiteboard. He's going to the Knicks. Well, the Knicks did win a championship, Rich. So why don't you shove it? You and all the other Knicks haters. And by the way, here's another thing, too. I had to hear that loser. The assistant coach for the Spurs, Sean Sweeney, who's now the head coach of the Magic. I had to hear him say, if games were like 46 minutes or whatever, we would have beat the Knicks 4-1. How many people did the New York Knicks break when they won that title? Why can't people just accept defeat that you got beat? You got beaten 5. Sean Sweeney, if the game was like 46 minutes, we would have beat him 4-1. Do I even need to say it? If my aunt, then and then she'd be my uncle, right? Do I even need to say it? My God, the amount of loser takes. Kenny Atkinson, well, analytically, we're up 2-1 in this series. Yeah, you got swept, and you got dominated, and you got destroyed. Oh, if the game was like 46 minutes, we would have won. Well, you didn't. That parade did go down the Canyon of Heroes. Jalen Brunson did win Finals MVP, and there's going to be a banner hanging in Madison Square Garden. So, yeah, the Rich Paul, that whiteboard episode, that irked me a little bit. But again, I don't even consider myself a LeBron hater. I consider myself more so a LeBron respecter than anything else. I feel like I've defended LeBron than anything throughout his entire career. And again, that is despite the fact that he burned and teased and put out the rat trap for all of us Knicks fans before he did the decision and went to the Miami Heat. So we'll get to your calls in just a bit, 310-840-4910. But I want to talk some football here because it's another prove-it season for George Pickens. And in case you missed it, the deadline for him to agree to a long-term contract with the Dallas Cowboys, it came and it went yesterday, 4 p.m. Eastern. That was the deadline for tagged players to agree to long-term contracts. So George Pickens will officially play the 2026 season for the Cowboys this year on his $27.3 million franchise tag. And that was pretty much expected. There were no surprises. There were no curveballs. Stephen Jones, Jerry Jones, they always say deadlines make deals. There were no deal to make this time. So it's another prove-it season for George Pickens. There is no guarantee. There is no long-term contract extension coming. It literally cannot come. And he's not getting traded either. If you think that was going to happen, there's no chance that that's happened. Because why would any team give the Dallas Cowboys draft assets for 1 year of George Pickens? Or you could tag him again in 2027. The price tag next year for a franchise tag for receivers is expected to be over $32 million. So I understand that could somewhat be attractive for teams that think, all right, we'll trade for him. We'll tag him. Not tag him. He's on the tag. Even if a trade went down, you then cannot negotiate a contract extension no matter what. That deadline has passed. Even if a team traded for George Pickens tomorrow and a month from now, it does not matter. He cannot sign a long-term contract extension until after this year. So for teams that say, all right, we'll trade for him and we'll tag him again next year, and that's basically $60 million for 2 years for George Pickens, whereas some of the top receivers are getting over $40 million. Now, JSN's contract is what, $43 million per year? And we would get George Pickens for 2 years at $30 million? I still don't think I don't think he's getting traded. I don't think it's happening. And the Cowboys would ask for way too much. They like what he brought to them last year, 99% of the time. They've made some improvements on the defense. What are you going to get back for George Pickens in the middle of July? Other than draft picks, which you can't use till April. So I don't think George Pickens, there's no shot he's getting traded. And there's quite literally now, contractually, no shot that he's getting an extension. He is playing this season on the franchise tag. And it's a prove-it season. Just like we thought it was going to be a prove-it season for him last year. And I thought he proved it until that fateful Thursday night game against the Detroit Lions. And I'll never get that game out of my head for anybody that thinks that George Pickens is worth a 4-year deal for over $150 million. Because, yes, he did put up 1,429 yards and 9 touchdowns last year, while the Dallas Cowboys defense stunk up the joint and CeeDee Lamb had a couple of weeks where he was injured. George Pickens largely carried that offense. 134 yards and 2 touchdowns in a game against the Packers, 168 yards and a touchdown in the Week 6 game against the Carolina Panthers, a game that they lost. 144 yards and a touchdown in back-to-back weeks against the Raiders and the Eagles. But, man, that Thursday night game against the Detroit Lions where the Cowboys' season was on the line and George Pickens looked largely disinterested, didn't finish any of his routes. He was terrible. He was a terrible run blocker. Biggest game of the year. The guy didn't show up for it. I remember Richard Sherman ripped him to shreds, rightfully so. And you can't watch that after a season that, yes, he was really, really good. That largely felt like it didn't matter, and the Cowboys played themselves somewhat into playoff contention, and then quite literally the make-or-break game of the season, he pulled that performance. So why would you trade for him? Why would you give him a long-term contract? I wouldn't. Cowboys, this is one of the smart things they've actually done here. And so there's not going to be any hold-ins. There's not going to be any classic Dallas Cowboy down to the wire of Week 1, opening day of Week 1 starting like they did with Dak Prescott. It's not going to be any very ugly hold-ins during training camp providing distractions like it was with Micah Parsons last year and they end up trading him. It's not going to be like it used to be with Ezekiel Elliott or Des Bryant or any of that. George Pickens even spoke about it. He goes, yeah, the tag is, he said, quote, like the tag and all that, it's just football first. So definitely play football first, kind of like I did last year, and then worry about the contract. Well, let my agent worry about it, really. So he seems to be taking this in stride, seems to be taking it the right way. There's not going to be a hold-in. There's not going to be a holdout. There can't be. He cannot sign a contract extension until after the season. That's a smart move by the Cowboys. You know, they made the dumb decisions to wait as long as they did with Dak. They made the dumb decision to wait as long as they did with Micah Parsons, and then they were in a position that they felt like they had to trade him, and I still think they're going to continue to regret that trade for years and years. Steven and Jerry Jones made the smart decision. Because George Pickens, if he was frustrated, if he was angry about this, that they didn't get a deal done, it's not like you could hold in training camp and get a deal. He cannot. It was always smart to franchise tag him, and it was never really smart to give him a long-term contract extension because you boxed him into a corner, and now he's got to play this year on the tag. Unless he just wanted to, I mean, I guess he could hold out for the entire season. You want to pull a Juju Smith-Schuster, see how that goes over. For a player that has a reputation like George Pickens, the way he did in Pittsburgh, where it was a lot of distractions, and that's why they traded him. That's why they got rid of him. He knows he's got to prove it this year. And he might very well do that. He might put up another 1,200, 1,300, 1,400 yards. I think it's a little bit unlikely unless you get another injury to CeeDee Lamb. But we know his talents. You know George Pickens at his best is a top 10 receiver. But nothing can explain that game against the Lions on that Thursday night. Nothing. And if you're George Pickens, you're his agent, and you're the Cowboys, better hope another one of those games don't rear their ugly heads at the wrong time, because that quite literally cost them their season, his performance in that Thursday night game. Well, that and the entire year of the defense being god-awful. But it is now officially another prove-it season for George Pickens, and time will tell if he proves it and maybe gets that big bag he's been searching for the last 2+ years. 310-840-4910. We got a bunch of callers here. We will take a short break. We've got 4 callers on hold right now. We've still got one more line available, so if you want to jump in, we will get to as many of your phone calls for the remainder of the show. So hang tight. You can text as well, 310-840-4910. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Don't forget the past struggles, all the heartbreak, all the losses. Because it's not like he rolled out of bed, starts playing for Argentina, and they start winning. That's absolutely not what happened. And to further compound the greatness of this guy, the overwhelming greatness that seeps off of him like sweat off of me here on a 90-degree day in New York City, keep this in mind. He's 39 years old. He plays for Miami, for what are they? Inter Miami, whatever they are, Inter Miami in MLS. He plays for Major League Soccer. He plays in the United States of America. 39 years old. And guess what? He's the best player in the world still. This would be like if Victor Wembanyama played for the Dallas Power in the Big Three. No disrespect to the Big Three. It ain't the NBA. No disrespect to MLS. It ain't the Premier League. It ain't La Liga. It ain't Ligue 1. It ain't Serie A. It ain't the Bundesliga. It ain't. He plays for Inter Miami. and he's the best player in the world, and he's 39 years old. Do you understand how crazy that is? He's coming into this World Cup. It's not like anyone thinks he's bad, but I'll tell you, and maybe it's my fault. Maybe I'm the idiot here. I came into this World Cup thinking Messi's going to be really good. I didn't think he was going to be this at 39, with a couple years in America under his belt, not playing anymore in one of the big leagues in Europe. It's preposterous. It's ridiculous what he's doing and what this team has done. Heart of a champion, never say die. And I don't want to hear anything about the fix being in. I don't want to hear anything about VAR. I don't want to hear anything about the level of competition. They took all of that talk, rolled it up in a pipe, and now you and me both have to smoke it after yesterday. Because they beat not Egypt, not Switzerland, not Cape Verde. No. They beat England in come-from-behind fashion. They blitzed England in come-from-behind fashion. It's not great for Travis Etienne, like it isn't. If Alvin Kamara's not there, then yeah, like you can create a world where Travis Etienne absolutely smashes, and he's a 3-down running back, and he catches a bunch of passes, right? And he does well running the ball behind what I believe to be a pretty good Saints offensive line. But with Alvin Kamara there, like, do you think they brought Kamara back to have him sit on the bench? My insinuation is not that this is going to be a 50-50 split. It won't be. Like, they gave Travis Etienne too much money for this to be 50-50. What could it be, 60-40? 65-35? Who gets the ball down by the goal line? When the Saints, and look, you know, if you play fantasy football, and I think what percent of the audience does? 99? I think this is a question that you need to ask yourself, right, when you're drafting running backs. When the Saints go marching in, when the Saints are in 2-minute or in obvious passing situations, operating out of the shotgun, who's the running back? Is it Kamara or is it Etienne? It's probably Kamara, right? Probably is. Pass blocking, pass catching a plum. Why do you think they brought him back? To not use him in spots like that? So this does not mean, like, don't draft Travis Etienne. Travis Etienne could have a really nice year. But his upside is absolutely capped as a result of Alvin Kamara returning to New Orleans.
The game goes live. The conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood on Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. Phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Talking a lot of LeBron James, talking George Pickens, going to play this year on the franchise tag, and that's the hard truth. Let's get to your phone calls here. Will's in Minneapolis next up on BetMGM Tonight. Will's on line 2. What's going on, Will? How you doing?
Hey, I just wanted to throw in a couple comments about your LeBron discussion there. I think that he's going to go to Golden State, and I know that seems unlikely, but I guess I figure it's because as some of the things you've already talked about, but also because that way, if they get blessed with good fortune and good health, Curry and that group of players, you know, can't finish with more championships than him if they they win one, and I think he's going to play 2 more years, not just one. You know, he's going to do like the whole, 1-year deal, and then with a player option or some kind of thing like that, and it's going to be 2 more seasons. I'm not sure why everybody thinks it's going to be like another place across country, but I think that, as he's alluded to, there's more to consider than just pure basketball. Don't you think?
Yeah, absolutely. Will, I appreciate the call. I think he's going to Golden State too. That's what I said at the top of the hour here when we started the segment and the discussion. So I appreciate that you agree with me. Yeah, I think it is more about basketball, and I think he kind of alluded to that today, mentioning his 12-year-old daughter and that she plays AAU volleyball. She's a promising young volleyball player. Told already, that's that age. They start to kind of get recruited by colleges. Would she love to go to USC, UCLA? I'm sure those are 2 of the top programs in the country. And so I would assume she's going to stay in LA. His wife's going to stay in LA. Bronny's playing for the Lakers. Again, in what capacity? Who the hell knows? How many minutes? Who the hell knows? Is he still going to be in the NBA in another year from now? Who knows? But I think, it's also the fact that I think he wants to play with Draymond and Steph. Now, again, that's funny that you mentioned that, because if they win a championship together, that means they can't win more titles than him. They would both equally have, or you would have 5 and they would have 4. Or they would both have 5. So that's funny. But I maintain my prediction from the start. It was either going to be the Warriors or the Cavs. And tonight I'm officially saying it's going to be the Golden State Warriors. Let's go to Dylan in South Carolina next up on BetMGM tonight. Dylan's on line 3. What's going on, Dylan?
Yes, sir. How about we just say that maybe that LeBron surprises us all and just retires? I mean, would that be a bad thing if he retires? There's no chance. If he goes to Golden State, they're going to be the oldest team in the league. Correct. You see what happened when OKC does that to us. Like if he goes to Golden State, they're going to be the oldest team in the league.
They will. They will, Dylan. I appreciate the call. No, there is 0 chance he is retiring at this point. He would have not allowed teams to try to court him. Again, they're sending voice memos to Rich Paul. No, there's no chance. There's literally 0.0% chance LeBron is now going to then say, all right, you know what? That's it. I'm retiring. No. And I agree with Will, too. This ain't going to be the last year either. He's going to probably, and he said it himself. He goes, I don't even think that year 24 would be the last. He goes, I would think about potentially giving 2 years of my service to whatever team I go to. And I think that's what's going to happen. I think it's going to be the Warriors. I think it's going to be for 2 years, and then he's going to retire. Let's get Alan in Toronto real quick. We got about 60 seconds to the hard out at the end of the hour, but Alan's next up on BetMGM tonight. Go ahead, Alan.
Denver Nuggets, because they still have that championship aspirations and pedigree, and they have a league-high 5 roster spots open. They still have Jamal Murray and Nikola Jokic, and Nikola Jokic he's one of the best passers around, and he wouldn't have the same pressure of being more. He would be more of a defensive player and more of a scoring role too. And this team is on a mission too, because they were third. They were the 3rd seed, and they lost to Minnesota to the 6th seed. So they're going to be a team that's a man on a mission.
Yeah. Hey, Alan, I appreciate the call, and don't get me wrong. When PJ Glasser filled in for Brad like 2 weeks ago on a Friday, we discussed the Nuggets, and I said, look, like on paper, I feel like it would be a good fit. Murray, great scorer, 3-point range. Jokic, like you said, one of the great passers of all time. LeBron doesn't need the ball in his hands all the time. They could give the ball to LeBron. He could be the bull in the china shop that he has been for most of his career. I just don't think it's going to happen. I mean, he's never even really mentioned it. It's never even been in any of the reporting. I just don't think it's in the cards. I don't think he wants to live in Denver. But it is a good, on paper, I think he would be a good piece. 310-840-4910. We got plenty of text to get to as well. We'll kick off the final hour with a hot or cold when we return. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
This
So we have best team, Spain, the best player, never say die team in Argentina. So who wins? Spain are the favorites at BetMGM, and a decent-sized favorite at BetMGM. A similar-ish market to the France-Spain game, where Spain were underdogs, which seems silly in retrospect, right? Spain is minus 165 to lift the trophy. Argentina plus 120. Now, I was wrong about France and Spain. I was wrong about England and Argentina. So take this with whatever grain of salt you'd like. I think the number is short. I would be, it's a crazy thing to say, because they're like the Jeter Yankees and the Brady Patriots. So maybe I'll be wrong again, and Argentina just wins, and they're down at the end and they come back to win, which really wouldn't, I guess, can't really surprise us at this point, right? Spain are way better. So was England, to be fair. But Spain is not dumb in the way that England's dumb. And Spain are not disorganized in the way that England are disorganized. Spain will take a lead and choke this game out. And not allow, in the same way they did not allow Kylian Mbappe and Ousmane Dembele and Michael Olise and the French attack to get going. You really think they're going to let Messi just run wild the way England did? There's no way. I'm not saying Argentina can't win. I just think it's going to be difficult, given that Spain is way better than they are. Give me Spain to win on Sunday. The Phillies, JJ, are my pick to win the World Series. And I think that we're on the same page here. And, just from the Yankee perspective here, and yes, JJ and I are both Yankee fans. We're both New Yorkers, but the Yankees are a national team, right? They're a huge team. Everyone pays attention to the Yankees. It feels to me, JJ, that the Phillies did what the Yankees should have done at some point in time, which is the current structure is not working. We need to do something different. The Yankees roll out every year with Boone and Cashman, and the same thing happens. Aaron Boone, the manager, Brian Cashman, the GM. The Phillies fired Rob Thompson. They did something different. I actually think that's going to get them over the hump. I think the Phillies, JJ, are going to win the World Series.
Listen, maybe this is the emotional heartstrings pulling. I just bet him at 17-1 literally 24 hours ago. I did.
Yeah.
Because the number was really juicy, and they have a team that, in theory, should profile well. Right? Like Wheeler, Sanchez, that's an unreal 1-2 punch. You're throwing Luzardo. They need to get another bat in the outfield, I think, between now and the deadline. But I think they're the team best positioned to go and take out the Dodgers, right? Like the Dodgers, listen, they deserve to be favorites. They're by far and away the best team. But I'm glad that you brought up this idea of shaking it up. Nick, Philadelphia hasn't done this once. They've done it twice now within the last 4 years. They fired Girardi for Rob Thompson. That got them to a World Series. And they made the move, Rob Thompson to Don Mattingly, and it's worked brilliantly.
Down. The games light up.
Spanking tonight.
This is BetMGM Tonight with Pat Boyle.
I am owed a championship, and some freaking dog is not going to deny me.
On Westwood One Sports.
Hey, welcome on back to BetMGM Tonight here on Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle, and we are brought to you by BetMGM. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Fifth and final hour of this Thursday night shindig kicks off right now, and you can watch the show live on YouTube. Just search BetMGM Tonight and hit that subscribe button. You can watch the show live on Twitter at BetMGM Tonight. And you can listen to the program on the Westwood One Sports app, the Odyssey app, Sirius XM Channel 375, and hundreds of local affiliates throughout North America. Great show so far. It's flown by yet again. Some of the big topics, in case you missed it and you want to join in on the fun, because we normally do open phone lines for the final hour. We gave out our boldest predictions for the second half of the Major League Baseball season. It kicked off tonight, Phillies and the Mets. Mets beat the Phillies 4-1, but oh boy, just when you thought things couldn't get any worse for the Mets, Juan Soto leaves the game with what the Mets are fearing is a calf strain. And that is probably the death blow to the Mets season. If they didn't have it already, the fact that Juan Soto was the probably lone shining bright spot, hitting nearly 300 All-Star season, over 20 homers, over 50 ribbies, again on pace to lead baseball in walks. He's already got the most walks in Major League Baseball history for a player under 28 years old. There's talks of trading Francisco Lindor. The team is terrible. And now Juan Soto exited today's game in the eighth inning with left calf soreness. It's not the same calf he strained earlier this year. Anthony DiComo tweeting out the Mets don't think it'll force him to miss time. I've heard that story before. So we'll find out one way or another. But Juan Soto did leave the game tonight with the Mets beating the Phillies 4-1 over a very hazy, disgusting-looking sky, not only in Philadelphia, but across most of the U.S. with the wildfires. I have a very funny, well, not funny, it's actually kind of depressing tweet on that in just a second. But boldest prediction coming out of the second half for me, the Houston Astros, which it hurts me to say this. It pains me because I hate the Astros just as much as anybody else that hates cheating hates the Astros. And yet, I feel like they're going to rally. They were 12-20 at one point this season. Carlos Correa done for the year with an injury. They're 4 games back of the AL West right now. I think not only are the Astros going to win the American League West, I think Yordan Alvarez is going to win the AL MVP, and he's going to win the Triple Crown. So, want to hear from you, your boldest prediction for the second half of the baseball season. 310-840-4910. We also ranked our top 10 receivers in the NFL. I still got Jay Jetta's number 1, despite the down year last year. I think that was entirely because of J.J. McCarthy and Max Brosmer and Carson Wentz. And he still had 1,000 yards. So we ranked our top 10 receivers. We finally got a perfect score on the Geo Sports game. And I'm officially predicting LeBron James is going to go to the Golden State Warriors. I've been saying since the day he notified the Lakers he's leaving, I thought it was 2 teams and 2 teams only, the Warriors or the Cavs. I feel more and more confident, especially after hearing him speak at Fanatics Fest today, that LeBron is going to go to the Golden State Warriors. And I think we might get that decision as early as Sunday night. 310-840-4910, again, is the number to join. You could call, you could text. You could also tweet me at PatBoyle44. All right, before we get to hot or cold, I got a couple of tweets I just want to get out to there in the ethos, because again, I feel like as we're all waiting for baseball to be back tomorrow with a banger of a slate, we had the one game today. We're all waiting for that World Cup final on Sunday between Spain and Argentina, Messi and Lamine Yamal and Rodri and Spain. And I think Spain's going to win, and we'll talk more about that game tomorrow night on the show. And we're all, of course, all waiting for football and college football. You got the Open Championship going on right now. I thought it was a pretty fun first day, but you got some big-time unexpected names at the top of that leaderboard. That is for damn sure. I forgot his first name. Suber. Jackson Suber. And his first ever Open at the top of the leaderboard. That's probably going to change by tomorrow, but you never know. I feel like the big three conversations that I've heard this week with sports, the sports doldrums, if you will. I mean, we've still been keeping you entertained, and it's been great shows every single night for 5 hours, but there's not a whole lot of sports going on. I feel like the three main topics of convo this week that I've heard and now seen on social media is daylight savings. And we do this like every year, it feels like. Oh, we're going to get rid of daylight savings. What is daylight savings? So are we going to be an hour back, or are we going to permanently be an hour forward? Do we want to get rid of daylight savings? Does that mean less daytime? I mean, my God, I can't participate in those conversations. The second one is the parasite that has been causing explosive diarrhea throughout the country. I haven't fallen victim to it yet. Knock on wood. And then the third thing now is the wildfires that have been taking place in Canada, with the smoke now making its way for the second time in 3 years to many parts of the Midwest and the Northeast United States. And for me in Philadelphia, yes, it was irritating my eyes this morning. It felt like I was next to a bonfire. It was brutal. On top of that, 99 degrees with a feel of 109 today. Not great. And so I see this tweet. There was a pollution expert who warned that spending a full day today in New York City's wildfire smoke is equivalent to smoking roughly 10 cigarettes. Nice. Now, what happens if you smoke cigs on top of that? Does that double it? Does that double the impending lung cancer? Asking for a friend. No, I mean, no, I'm not. I'm being facetious. But might as well just rip some Marlboros. Just spend a day outside New York City. And it felt like it here today. Again, my eyes were literally, they started to water at one point. And I'm the guy just the other day on the show, I was like, you know what? Give me every day of 100-degree weather over every day at 20 degrees. I'll take the heat. With that heat and that dry heat up in Canada in the north comes the wildfires. And so pretty brutal to be outside today for even just a couple of minutes. 10 cigarettes. If you spent the day, and I know it wasn't just New York City, here in Philadelphia. I know Chicago's been really, really bad. I know major cities where especially it kind of gets trapped in the skyscrapers and the buildings and the urbanization and the concrete jungles. Terrible. Brutal. So you have that to chew on. And then the other tweet I saw, this one a little bit more lighthearted. The parasite that's causing explosive diarrhea. I saw somebody tweet, and I'm gonna paraphrase it. Just seen somebody limp out the store with 24 packs of toilet paper. That parasite is cooking his ass. Oh, man. Oh, man. Oh, man. So there you go. A little lightheartedness to start the final hour. All right, let's get producer Brandon Combs in the mix for a little hot or cold. Combs, what's the day been like in the city of Chicago with the wildfire smoke? And have you been affected by this explosive diarrhea parasite?
I have not, thank God. Fingers crossed, because I do have to travel next week, heading up to Vermont. So hopefully I do not get it ever, but especially within like the next 2 weeks. So yeah. But no, the wildfires are affecting Chicago. They did say, I got a report too, which is funny because I was walking downtown Chicago today, and it said that if you walk a mile while breathing in this air, it was kind of what you just heard, equivalent to smoking 7 cigarettes within that mile. That's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, so
and disgusting.
Yeah, so a couple of days taken off my life probably, and closer to lung cancer. That's great.
Yeah, it's not a good thing, but I mean, what are we supposed to do? I mean, it's blame Canada.
Well, blame Mother Nature. Blame us for feeding the constant cycle of climate change and global warming, which has created more and more wildfires. But we don't need to go to a scientific point of it there, Combs. By the way, I did see somebody else, one of my friends asked, they go, dude, what if this continues till Sunday? Imagine the World Cup final in a hazy-ass, dirty smoke. By the way, the Meadowlands, not a great place as it is. MetLife Stadium, absolute dump. tuna can dumpster of a stadium. Imagine on top of that, then completely unhealthy levels, code red levels of air breathing in. I mean, they'll never want to come back here for a World Cup ever again.
Nothing like killing your home stadium. That's all right. I kill Soldier Field all the time, but I get it.
And I feel like Soldier Field looks pretty appealing and appetizing on TV. I mean, you look at MetLife Stadium when they show it on TV and you go, that's MetLife Stadium. If you feel like if you're unfamiliar or you forget what it looks like, if you're not in the area and then you see, a Monday Night Football game or a Sunday Night Football game with the Giants or the Jets and they show MetLife Stadium from outside, you're like, that is the crown jewel of the New York City area sports teams, of the New York football teams. Yes, it's a dump.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I mean, you go to Soldier Field. I mean, Soldier Field's great. I mean, it looks great. The field's always in terrible condition because the Chicago Parks and Rec doesn't really take care of it that well. But, when for me with Soldier Field, it's getting in and out. It's on a one-way stretch of road that's always congested anyway, and now you add football traffic into that or concert traffic into that, and it's a nightmare. It's an absolute nightmare. So no, I Soldier Field is not the greatest spot to go. Go watch
and then you see these colossal like galactic spaceship stadiums, SoFi Stadium, Jerry World, AT&T in Dallas, and they're absolutely marvelous. Why couldn't MetLife Stadium look like that?
Yeah, I mean, why don't most stadiums look like that now? I mean, I think everybody should be getting on board with getting into a new stadium, into a new dome. And look, I know there's a bunch of, billions of dollars that go into each one of these stadiums. I get that, but there's not one NFL team or one Major League Baseball team or one franchise in any four of the four major sports that's hurting for money. They're just not. The Chicago Fire are getting a new state-of-the-art stadium. The Chicago Fire landed a stadium deal before the Chicago Bears.
So they're not going to be the Gary Fire?
No, they're not going to be the Gary Fire. Just like they're not going to be the Gary Bears. I still say, look, I would be in support of a Northwestern Indiana stadium for the Chicago Bears. But I still think
it's actually closer to where you live.
Yeah, it's personal reasons for sure. Selfish, absolutely, 110%. I make no bones about it.
All right, you want to do a little hot or cold?
Sure, let's do it. All right, I'm going to throw one at you here that I like. I saw this one in the rundown, actually, when I was off for a few days last week, and I saw this one in the rundown. I was like, oh, we're gonna keep this one for one night, and tonight's that night. Shohei Ohtani will only be a hitter by 2030. So no more pitching for Shohei Ohtani by 2030. Hot or cold?
I want this to be cold because I want to see Ohtani be the unicorn that he has been for as long as he possibly can be. But this year, and last year, coming off the surgery, didn't end up pitching until midway through the season. They ramped him up super slow. This year, they're kind of, I feel like, load managing him with skipping some starts, and some nights, they make it's just a lot on him. We want him to be focused at the plate, or we want him to be focused when he's on the mound and not hit when he pitches. But you need Shohei's bat in the lineup, and they scratched him from his start before the All-Star break. You're going to scratch him from his start this weekend against the Yankees, but he's still going to be the DH. And let's not act like he's 26. He's 32. He just turned 32. By the time he's 35, is that something that Shohei can consistently handle every 5 days? And it's not something where you could just be like, all right, Shohei, like, it's September, we're just going to ramp you up now so you could pitch for us in the postseason. I feel like it's either going to be every 5 days with the occasional scratch start, or he's going to be a hitter only in a couple of years. So I want it to be cold because I want him to continue solidifying that he's the greatest player of all time and shove it, right to you for saying that it's Barry Bonds and denying Shohei's greatness. But I feel like it is going to be hot. I feel like he is going to be a hitter only in the next 4 years.
I always love the argument of, oh my God, you don't say he's the greatest player of all time, so you think he's terrible. You're degrading. To say that you're the second, third, fourth, hell, to say that you're the 30th best player in Major League history is not a slight. Do you know how many players have played Major League Baseball, Pat? So for me to just say, well, I think Barry Bonds is the greatest of all time, one, we haven't seen a full slate of Shohei Ohtani yet. Two, it's not a slight to say a guy's the second greatest player of all time. It's just not. But anyway, I think I'm cold on this just because I still think he's going to pitch. I think you've only got 2 more years of Shohei Ohtani being a starter. Then I think he transfers to the bullpen as a closer. I think you see Shohei Ohtani hit all game long, and then with a lead, come in to shut the door. I think that's where he's been, and that's what I've been saying ever since he had the second time with John, is that's what the Dodgers should do with him. Dodgers would have the most premier closer in the game. Nobody would be able to touch him, and you could even pitch him for 2 innings. You could bring him in for an 8th and 9th innings save. That's the type of guy Shohei Ohtani is. I think he's still going to pitch. I think he's still going to want to pitch. So I say, barring an injury, barring a third injury to that elbow, I think that you get Shohei Ohtani still pitching, just not as a starter.
Okay. And do you think he'll then be a reliever, like a hitter and a closer for the rest of his career? Or do you think at a certain point he would stop pitching altogether?
I mean, maybe towards the end of his career, maybe last season or so, like when he's 40, 41, maybe he doesn't pitch and he's just a full-time DH. But I think for the vast majority of it, you'll see him pitch and hit. I really do. Dude, he's that special. I mean, I never denied how great Shohei Ohtani is. I never denied how special Shohei Ohtani is. But I just don't think you're going to see him as a starter for that long. But I do think you'll see him pitch for as long as he wants to pitch, or as long as his arm will allow him to pitch.
Well, it's not even his arm. It's that left knee that I'm really concerned about. It's that ongoing inflammation that he continues to deal with, that he reportedly just got the left knee drained, but there was no procedure. It's the discomfort that flares up when he's pitching, the mechanics of his landing leg, and the condition that he has, that he was born with, the bipartite patella. It's the part of his kneecap didn't fuse into a single bone, or the hell, however the hell they describe it. But it could be that knee irritation over time. Again, at 32, it's starting to bother him. What about when he's 35? What about when he's 36? So I don't even know if it's as simple as, well, he could just be a reliever because he only has to pitch 1 inning. Maybe it just gets to the point where if this gets bad enough that he needs off-season surgery, or if he suffers, if it gets to a point where they have to go surgery in the middle of a season that costs him a season, that could be the end of his pitching days for good. By the way, I saw before this season began, StatHead, you could compare Shohei's 4th through his 8th season and Barry Bonds' 4th through his 8th season. And Shohei basically owns him in just about every category.
See, I hate when people do this. I hate when you handpick a stat. It's like, well, if I took every second at bat that Shohei Ohtani's ever had in a game versus every second at bat Barry Bonds has ever had in a game, Shohei Ohtani is infinite. Give me their career numbers. And when you give me the career numbers, Shohei Ohtani isn't better than Barry Bonds in any of them. So 4 through 8,
because he's played in like half the games.
If I look at Shohei Ohtani from September 1st until September 17th, he's the best. Dude, stop.
No. Okay. But you realize his 4th through his 8th seasons. That means those were the last 5 years, 2021 through 2025, versus that same time period for Barry Bonds. I'm not cherry picking anything. I'm looking back at the last 5 years of Shohei, and I'm comparing them to the same seasons that Bonds spent in baseball.
But look at the teams that they're playing on. It's completely different, Pat. Did Bonds ever play with a team like the Dodgers?
That's
with a
3
roster
years.
like the Dodgers have. Did Barry Bonds ever play on the team like that?
On the Angels.
Pat, with Mike Trout on his team, with Mike Trout hitting behind him.
Okay, one other great player, and by the way, it's not like Mike Trout already started to hit some down years in those periods.
Meanwhile, Barry Bonds had Sid Bream backing him up. Come on, Pat. Like, let's stop. When you compare stuff like that, like the 4 through 8 season, it was what, like for Bonds, that was what, like 91 through 95 or something like that, and for Shohei Ohtani, I mean, he was playing with one of the greatest players of all time, a top 10 player of all time on his team. And then he went to a Dodgers who have the roster that everybody talks about being the greatest rosters of all time. It's a vastly different argument.
Mike Trout.
That's why when if you're talking about greatest of all time, and you want to put those numbers together, you have to wait until you have that's why I've said it before, and I'll say it again. Maybe Shohei Ohtani will be the greatest of all time when he retires. But that's when he retires. You can't be the greatest of all time, and I don't even have a finished product yet.
Let me hit you with some knowledge. 2021, Mike Trout played 36 games. 2023, Mike Trout played 82 games. So in those 3 years, you're talking about Shohei's got Mike Trout backing him up or hitting in front of him or whatever. Mike Trout essentially played 1 and a half of those 3 seasons, if that. I think it ends up being less than that. Plays like less than 1.5 of those 3 seasons. And for Barry Bonds, years 4 through 8 would be, it would be 89 through 93, which included his first year with the Giants. And doesn't include the last couple of years when, yes, he was roided out of his mind.
Stop. I hate this. The steroid argument is the dumbest argument of all time because everybody was doing it. It's the dumbest argument I've ever heard.
But that doesn't mean that Barry Bonds, he wouldn't have hit 73 home runs if he wasn't roided up.
Pat.
Might have hit 58, might have hit 60, might have hit 65. Wouldn't have hit 73.
Okay. All right.
Are you mad?
No, I just think the argument's dumb. The steroid argument is the stupidest argument of all time because everybody was doing it. Oh, he wouldn't have hit. Who cares, man? That was the greatest era of baseball ever. I wish Shohei Ohtani was on steroids.
He probably would hit 80.
Shohei Ohtani on steroids probably would be the greatest of all time already. Because he probably would have 900 home runs already. I really wish they would, and it was the greatest era of baseball. The summer of '98 with Sosa
and
McGuire chasing that record, the greatest summer of baseball I've ever witnessed in my life. The steroid era is the dumbest argument. They use steroids. They're not clean players. I don't care. These guys are paid hundreds of millions of dollars to entertain us, and that's exactly what they were doing. I don't care that Hulk Hogan used steroids the same way I don't care that Barry Bonds used steroids. Allegedly.
Okay. I mean, we're talking about what you're also. I mean, come on, a WWF wrestler.
Same thing.
Performance.
They're paid to entertain us. The same thing the baseball players are paid to do.
But that's a sport. You're talking about a scripted.
I don't care.
You're talking about a scripted entertainment sport versus an actual competitive sport.
Yes. And that's why I don't care, because if everybody was doing it, baseball knew they were doing it. Baseball applauded the thing. Baseball allowed them to continue to do it. Baseball made billions upon billions with a B of dollars off of these guys. And then when their hand got caught in the cookie jar, they threw all of the players under the bus. Barry Bonds isn't in the Hall of Fame, not because he used steroids, but because he was a jerk to the media. That's why Barry Bonds isn't in the Hall of Fame. It has nothing to do with steroids. This little, oh my God, we can't, these guys tainted the game. They tainted the game. But we've got a handful, 10, 15 players in there that also use steroids already. He's not in the Hall of Fame because he was a jerk to the media. The same with Roger Clemens.
We need Barry Bonds' contact info so we could get him on the show so you could just...
If I could have a 15-minute baseball conversation with Barry Bonds, I would die a happy person.
Okay. I'm glad you said it. 310-840-4910. We'll continue on with Hot or Cold. We'll get to more of your calls, more of your texts when we return. That's producer Brandon Combs. I'm Pat Boyle. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Hiring Thomas Tuchel, a German coach. Part of me wonders, did he do this on purpose? A German-England rivalry? I don't know. I don't know what the answer is here. The reason why they hired Thomas Tuchel was because Tuchel is a tactical genius when it comes to soccer. And in case you don't know about Thomas Tuchel, I could run through his CV for you. But there's one result that I will bring you that I really think brings to the forefront the genius of Thomas Tuchel, who is unquestionably one of the great managers of this century in soccer, in international football and club football. When, in 2021, he managed Chelsea. And they're in the Champions League, and they make it to the final. And in the final, they play Manchester City, managed by the great Pep Guardiola, who, if you ask anyone who knows anything about soccer, will tell you that in this century, Pep Guardiola is the best soccer or football manager, period. Club or international. Numero uno. A number one, top of the heap, king of the hill. The best. The best. And in that Champions League final, Thomas Tuchel outfoxed Pep Guardiola. And an outman Chelsea team that Christian Pulisic came on as a substitute for Chelsea in that game and very nearly scored to make it 2-0 against Manchester City. Chelsea won the game 1-0. Tuchel is a superb knockout manager. Took PSG to the Champions League final, lost to Bayern Munich in Bayern's sensational run the COVID year. When Bayern, on that run, slammed Leo Messi and Barcelona 8-2. 8-2 en route to winning that Champions League. Thomas Tuchel is not a joke. Thomas Tuchel is not the type of manager or coach that you expect to do something like this. It's like in American sports, right? Like Kenny Atkinson doesn't call timeout in game one of the Eastern Conference Final against the Knicks. And after the game, is anyone really shocked? Think about some of the brutal game managers in American sports where a coach screws something up and after the game, we're all just like, yeah, of course. That always happens. What a shock. This is a shock that this happened because Thomas Tuchel doesn't do this. He has this reputation, well earned, of being a mastermind. An unbelievable coach. I'll use the American term X's and O's. You understand what I mean, though? He's great with this stuff. And he completely melted down here. And even if you want to galaxy brain this, you want to Cirque du Soleil contort yourself to mentally explain, well, actually, what he did was right. And what he did was decide, after England took the lead, we want to win this game 1-0. We're done with trying to score. We're going to make all these defensive substitutions, and we are going to hold on desperately to try and win this game. Even if you want to delude yourself into thinking this was the right tactical move, just answer this question. Do you really think, now look, you do this in the 85th minute? Okay, I get it. 7 minutes to go to the World Cup final, you want to play defense with a 1-0 lead? I understand it. He did it way too early. The game plan can't be that we are just going to play defense, all-out defense, park the bus against Leo Messi. It's like you're playing Michael Jordan and the Bulls, you're up by 20 in the fourth quarter, and you're running out the shot clock every possession instead of building the lead. You're up by 2 scores against Peyton Manning and the Colts, and you play the prevent defense for the middle of the third quarter on. That's what this was. This was, you were playing one of the greatest quarterbacks of all time, if not the best, and you roll out the prevent defense. And on offense, you go run, pass, punt every possession. That's what this was. Call a spade. Be honest. I wanted England to win. I bet on England. That's what happened. Prevent defense, run out the shot clock, run, pass, send out the punt unit. They played not to lose instead of playing to win. Instead of trying to go up 2-0 on the team that's come back against everybody in this tournament, they played to win 1-0. And you could feel it, right? We all watched the game. You could feel it. It would have been an absolute miracle if England had gotten away with this. And they could have. They got away with it to a degree at the Azteca against Mexico. They got away with it to a degree against Norway, not against Leo Messi. No. You can't play, you cannot. I don't care what anyone has to say about this. You can't play all-out defense against Leo Messi in Argentina and hope to win. It is a brutal, brutal tactical blunder. To the point, honestly, they announced this morning, Fabrizio Romano, who's like the Adam Schefter of soccer reporting, tweeted that Tuchel's coming back and he's going to manage the team in Euro 2028. I'd sack him. I'd fire him.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
Welcome on back. BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. I'm Pat Boyle. The phone number to join the show is 310-840-4910. Let's get a couple of texts, and then one of the wildest videos I've seen ever in my life. We'll get to that in just a second here, but 920 number texts in. Heyo, great show all week, brother. Trucker horn for you as well. I think that's my guy, Justin. Again, we love when you text in. Just put your name on it. We want to feature you on the show. I think that's Justin in Ontario. Used to call my old show, the overnight show last year. And when he would call in, he'd be driving in the middle of the night and he would blast his trucker horn, which I loved every second of that. That was phenomenal. So appreciate you checking in, brother. And then we've got Mike in Darlington, South Carolina, texts in and says, we were talking about not Dak. I was talking about George Pickens. He's going to play on the franchise tag this year. There's no ifs, ands, or buts about it. He can't get traded. There's no long-term contract extension. There's not going to be any hold-ins. Mike says, finally, the truth comes out. Cowboys needs to get rid of Dak, overpriced Pickens. Mike, that's a tough one to read. I'm not going to lie to you. Cowboys needs to get rid of Dak, overpriced Pickens. I don't know if he's trying to say the Cowboys need to get rid of Dak instead of Pickens, or if the Cowboys need to get rid of Dak and Pickens is overpriced. Yeah, I don't know. Look, here's the thing. They're not getting rid of Dak Prescott. I don't think he's a top 10 quarterback, but, that league survey that was conducted with fellow coaches, scouts, and executives, they had Dak Prescott at number 6. So that was the average. A lot of people think very highly of Dak Prescott. And don't get me wrong. He puts up numbers year in and year out. He does. And the Cowboys, they've been a playoff team, 3 out of the last 5 years? And Dak Prescott has had 2 seasons where he's missed at least half of the year. But in the 8 full seasons that he's played, he's normally good for anywhere between 3,700 and 4,400. He's had 4 seasons of 4,400 yards or more. He's had 3 seasons with 30 touchdowns or more. I've always been the biggest critic of him when it comes to the postseason, where I feel like he normally melts. But I don't think the Cowboys are getting rid of him. They're paying him $60 million a year. He's the highest paid quarterback in football. He's not going anywhere. Okay. One of the wildest videos I've ever seen. Combs, did you see this? Firefighters in Kansas City were forced to saw open a porta potty after a man somehow became trapped underneath the seat, fully engulfed in the porta potty water, which is filled with ungodly smells, and you know what's in there. And there was a whole dude stuck in the porta potty. They had to saw the thing open so he could get out. How, other than drugs, which has got to be the answer, how does that happen?
Look, I don't know. First of all, a porta potty doesn't have an endless, it's not like they put it on top of a hole and it goes down into the ground. You have to sit inside of it to get in it, first of all. So he at some point decided that he was going to climb in and sit in the porta potty. 2, I know people have some gross things on their mind. But there's only one thing that I could think of as to why he would want to sit down there, and that's just to catch views. And I just don't get it, man. I just don't. I don't understand. I like it's the gross. I saw the video. It's the grossest thing I've ever seen. I don't know why in a porta potty. Like,
and in this Lee, our guy in Westwood One Studios, says in the show chat in all caps, especially this week. Yeah, I don't know what the wildfire smoke situation is in Kansas City, but I got to imagine it's probably upwards of 90 degrees. And so imagine how rank, how rank those things got to be baking in the sun like that, and you crawl into that hole.
I think Lee's talking about the parasite.
And the parasite. The explosive diarrhea parasite, the wildfire smoke, daylight savings, because why not? And the heat. And you climb into that thing.
But look, let me throw one at you here, though. You walk into a porta potty and you go to sit down and you hear somebody go, "Hey, I'm here." What's your immediate reaction? If you've got to go and you've got this parasite, sorry, buddy, I gotta go. You decided to sit there, or are you looking for the nearest, the next nearest porta potty? Like,
sorry, pal. I'm about to make it rain on you. Chocolate rain. Get ready. Here comes the storm. You ever been in a storm?
Worst conversation we've ever had.
Yeah, I mean, look, guys being dudes, right? Let's pivot. Let's get to the next docket on hot or cold, shall we?
Let's do that for sure. All right. The Los Angeles Rams will not win the NFC West this season. Hot or cold?
I mean, I want it to be hot, and it's football. It's the NFL. Anything can happen. An injury to Matthew Stafford completely changes the complexion of this season, but I'm not going to make the prediction that that's going to happen, because why would I? What kind of sick, twisted individual am I? And I don't really have any hatred towards the Rams as a Giants fan. But I feel like I'm already fed up with how amazing they're going to be this year. They trade for Myles Garrett. Aaron Donald he's coming back. Like, who are we kidding? He's coming back. Their defense is a top 5 unit. Their offense is a top 5 unit. They got the reigning MVP. As much as I would want this to be hot, just because I root for chaos more than anything else. And like, I like the Niners. I love McCaffrey. I love Purdy. A lot of my takes. I think Purdy's a top 10 quarterback in football. I feel for Shanahan. I mean, the guy always blows like the biggest games of his life. You got the reigning Super Bowl champion Seahawks that are also in the mix. Let's not forget about that. They were the division champions last year, but it just feels like the Rams have built themselves a wagon of a team. And barring a Stafford injury, I don't see how they don't win the NFC West. So as much as I'd like for chaos to erupt and it to not be true, and for this to be hot, I think it's cold. I think the Rams will win the NFC West this season.
I think it's hot. And it's not because I don't think that the Rams are going to be good. I just think the NFC West is going to be that good. And when you look at the schedules between the Rams, the 49ers, and the Seahawks, the Rams have the toughest schedule of the three. And I think that the 49ers are going to be a lot, as long as they can stay healthy. It's always a thing with the 49ers. But if the 49ers can stay healthy, I think they're going to be a lot better of a team than they were even last year. And they were still pretty damn good last year. But then the Seahawks are the reigning Super Bowl champions. And they've got a lighter schedule than the Rams do. I think that when you look at what they can do, I think that the Rams might not win the division and still be something like 13-4. And still might not win this division because it might not be enough because of the schedule these guys play. I still think that Seattle and San Francisco, who have better schedules in my opinion, will win this division. And I don't think that the Rams do. I still think they get in the playoffs. I think the NFC West has 3 playoff teams, but I don't think the Rams win this division.
I mean, I feel like the schedule is not that much more different than the Seahawks. Both of them obviously have to play the Niners, and they have to play when they play each other twice. They all play they play the AFC West. So they both play Denver, they both play Kansas City, they both play the Chargers, and then the one gimme would be they both, well, not even necessarily a gimme, but an easier game. They both play the Raiders. The Rams play the Bills because they both came in second, whereas the Seahawks play the Patriots because they both came in first. So I guess you could say on paper that's an easier game for the Seahawks. And then the other one is the NFC North. The Rams play the Packers because they both came in second in the division, and the Seahawks play the Chicago Bears. Who would you say? I feel like.
But also, when they play these games matters. And when you look at the Rams schedule, they start out the season 49ers, Giants, Broncos, Eagles, Bills. Like, you could easily see them. I mean, they could come out of that 5-0. Sure, they're good enough, but they could also very easily come out of that 2-3 or 3-2. And then they've also got a stretch later in the season where they go Packers, Chiefs, Niners, Cowboys, Seahawks. And then Buccaneers, Seahawks again to close out the season. I just think it's a tougher schedule because the method in which you play these games. That's why when I looked at the Bears' opponents for this season, headed into this season, I was like, man, it's going to be a tough schedule. And then I saw the way the schedule lined up. I'm like, it's actually not as bad as I thought it was going to be. And that's how it is, I think, for the Rams compared to the Seahawks and the Niners. I look at the Niners and the Seahawks. I'm like, yeah, sure, similar opponents. But I still think that the Niners and the Niners and the Seahawks got the easier layout of the schedule than what the Rams did. The Rams are very capable of running the table. The Rams are very capable of being one of those teams that could be one of the better teams we've ever seen in the league, especially if Aaron Donald's back and especially if everything clicks, because that's the other thing people don't think about. Myles Garrett has to click on this defense. Aaron Donald would have to come in and click with Myles Garrett. Like, those things have to still happen. Do you think that they will? Sure. Can he rely on it? Sure. But I still think that when you look at the layout of the schedule, I still like the Niners and the Seahawks layout better. And I would pick one of those two to win especially if I'm betting it, because the numbers are going to be better.
Would you say that playing more primetime games makes it a more difficult schedule, or do you think it makes it easier because a primetime game is easier to get up for?
It just depends, right? Like, if you're playing more, are you playing them creatively? Are you playing, a Thursday night after a Sunday and then playing on a Sunday night and doing all the, like, those are the things that you have to look in to account for. I don't think necessarily that playing more either hurts or helps. It's just a matter of how they schedule them, because like you see sometimes where teams will go to like London or whatever and then come back and have to play without a week or without a bye week.
Yeah, and
so
the Rams
that
the Rams do play
tougher.
the Niners in Australia to start the season. And then they play Monday Night Football the next week against the Giants, and then they play Sunday Night Football against the Broncos. So 3 straight primetime games to start the year, one of them the entire way across the world.
Huge disadvantage too. And they say with the jet lag, it takes 1 day for every hour of the flight. So if you got a 24-hour flight across the to the other side, to the land down under, I mean, that's a lot. And then you got to play the following week. There's no bye week.
Tell me 24 days of jet lag to get back from Australia?
That's what I've been told, is that it's for every hour that the flight is. If you have jet lag, it usually takes about that many days per hour.
That doesn't seem right.
That's what I was told.
I mean, don't get me wrong. I felt like I had jet lag for a couple of days coming back from Spain, like maybe like 3 or 4. That was an 8-hour flight. I don't feel like I had a week of jet lag.
So let's say they have 3 or 4 days of jet lag. Let's say it's just 3 or 4 days. By the time they're done on playing in Australia, you come back. Now you got to practice 2 days later, and you got to get ready for the game on Monday night.
Well,
so
no, I mean,
it's a huge.
It's 11 days apart. They're not playing Monday night 3 days later. It'd be 11 days.
Well, yeah, but I'm saying you've still got to come and you've still got to practice, right? There's still I know we're not Allen Iverson here talking about practice, but it's practice, and you still got to be there. You still got to get up for it. That's tough, man. It's tough. It's a tough schedule for the Rams.
Okay. All right. I think they're going to win the NFC West because I think they have just built. They're too big to fail, barring an injury, barring a Stafford injury. They're too big to fail. 310-840-4910. 310-840-4910. We'll finish up with your calls, your texts, your tweets when we return. This is BetMGM tonight on Westwood One Sports.
Don't forget the past struggles. All the heartbreak, all the losses. Because it's not like he rolled out of bed, starts playing for Argentina, and they start winning. That's absolutely not what happened. And to further compound the greatness of this guy, the overwhelming greatness that seeps off of him like sweat off of me here on a 90-degree day in New York City, keep this in mind. He's 39 years old. He plays for Miami, for what are they? Inter Miami, whatever they are, Inter Miami in MLS. He plays for Major League Soccer. He plays in the United States of America. 39 years old. And guess what? He's the best player in the world still. This would be like if Victor Wembanyama played for the Dallas Power in the Big Three. No disrespect to the Big Three. It ain't the NBA. No disrespect to MLS. It ain't the Premier League. It ain't La Liga. It ain't Ligue 1. It ain't Serie A. It ain't the Bundesliga. It ain't. He plays for Inter Miami. And he's the best player in the world, and he's 39 years old. Do you understand how crazy that is? He's coming into this World Cup. It's not like anyone thinks he's bad. But I'll tell you, and maybe it's my fault. Maybe I'm the idiot here. I came into this World Cup thinking Messi's going to be really good. I didn't think he was going to be this at 39 with a couple years in America under his belt, not playing anymore in one of the big leagues in Europe. It's preposterous. It's ridiculous what he's doing and what this team has done. Heart of a champion, never say die. And I don't want to hear anything about the fix being in. I don't want to hear anything about VAR. I don't want to hear anything about the level of competition. They took all of that talk, rolled it up in a pipe, and now you and me both have to smoke it after yesterday. Because they beat not Egypt, not Switzerland, not Cape Verde. No. They beat England in come-from-behind fashion. They blitzed England in come-from-behind fashion. It's not great for Travis Etienne, like it isn't. If Alvin Kamara's not there, then yeah, like you can create a world where Travis Etienne absolutely smashes, and he's a 3-down running back, and he catches a bunch of passes, right? And he does well running the ball behind what I believe to be a pretty good Saints offensive line. But with Alvin Kamara there, like, do you think they brought Kamara back to have him sit on the bench? My insinuation is not that this is going to be a 50-50 split. It won't be. Like, they gave Travis Etienne too much money for this to be 50-50. What could it be, 60-40? 65-35? Who gets the ball down by the goal line? When the Saints, and look, you know, if you play fantasy football, and I think what percent of the audience does? 99? I think this is a question that you need to ask yourself, right, when you're drafting running backs. When the Saints go marching in, when the Saints are in 2-minute or in obvious passing situations, operating out of the shotgun. Who's the running back? Is it Kamara or is it Achane? It's probably Kamara, right? Probably is. Pass blocking, pass catching aplomb. Why do you think they brought him back? To not use him in spots like that? So this does not mean, like, don't draft Travis Achane. Travis Achane could have a really nice year. But his upside is absolutely capped as a result of Alvin Kamara returning to New Orleans.
When the game goes live, the conversation turns up. BetMGM Tonight continues now.
All right, welcome on back. I'm Pat Boyle, BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports. Final couple of minutes here. Last chance to get in with a phone call or a text, 310-840-4910. Got a big Friday night show tomorrow with Cordell Woodland. Cannot wait for that. We'll have some good guests. We'll have the list. We'll have plenty of great topics. We'll have a full night of baseball. We'll have round 2 of the Open in the books. We'll see if Jackson Suber, who's never even been to Europe before heading to Royal Birkeland in Southport, England, if he could stay atop the leaderboard, if Scotty makes a big push, if Bryson, who shook off an early rough start, can continue his push as well. I never thought Bryson would be near the top of this leaderboard, but he's not too far behind. So big Friday night show tomorrow. Cannot wait for it. We've got one last text to get to. Combs, you got somebody texting for you. You got a text message for you, Combs. And it's a 352 number. I think his name is Brandon. I don't know if he says where he's from, but he texts in, Combs, how can Major League Baseball management justify some of these pitcher contracts money-wise if they only pitch every 5 days, if not injured, that is? It's mind-boggling. I think you meant boggling. Do they really gain that many new fans from a Skeens, Miz, Shohei, or Scooble? Great show, guys. ILL. Heyo. So, I don't know if Combs is hearing something that I'm not hearing. So anyway, Combs, if you're able to get on in there, let me know, because that text was directed to you. But otherwise, in the final minute and a half here of the show, Messi spoke to the media today ahead of the World Cup final against Spain. We're going to give you a deep dive, prediction, preview, the whole enchilada tomorrow night ahead of Sunday's final at MetLife Stadium. Either in or not in the hazy smoke that still might persist over the weekend. And I really love the quote, because a lot of fans, a lot of folks, obviously, the Egypt coach himself said that basically perhaps FIFA still wants the World Cup, the reigning champions in the running. They still want Messi in the tournament. A lot of people think that it's been rigged for Argentina, either half trolling or being fully serious. And Messi decided to say, quote, we've been the best over these past 4 years, either you like it or not, and no matter what anyone says. Once again, we've established ourselves among the top 2 teams in the world. That proves that everything we've done is no fluke and that nothing was handed to us. That's a pretty badass comment. Again, you want to argue about Switzerland, that red card to Briel Embolo, who got the yellow reversed because he flopped. He flopped. It was a dive in every sense of the word. You want to say Egypt, you feel like they got screwed. I thought the officiating was fine in the game against Egypt. England did it to themselves. They had Argentina beat. Nobody has been able to kill Argentina. Teams have had their chances. Egypt, protect the 2-0 lead. England, protect a 1-0 lead. Switzerland, don't have your striker flop, and then when it's there for the world to see, cry about it. I do think Spain's going to put them away, though, finally, on Sunday. I think Spain wins the World Cup final. I'll explain more when we talk about the game tomorrow. Big Friday show. So until then, thanks to everybody working on the show. Thanks to producer Brandon Combs. Thanks to video producer Monty. Thanks to our guy Lee in the Westwood One Studios. Thanks to my co-host Brad. Thanks to Chloe Pratt, Max Sheedy, Zach Kroll. It'll be me and Cordell Woodland tomorrow, 6 p.m. Eastern. This is BetMGM Tonight, Westwood One Sports.
So we have best team, Spain, the best player, never say die team in Argentina. So who wins? Spain are the favorites at BetMGM, and a decent-sized favorite at BetMGM. A similar-ish market to the France-Spain game, where Spain were underdogs, which seems silly in retrospect, right? Spain is minus 165 to lift the trophy. Argentina plus 120. Now, I was wrong about France and Spain. I was wrong about England and Argentina. So take this with whatever grain of salt you'd like. I think the number is short. I would be, it's a crazy thing to say, because they're like the Jeter Yankees and the Brady Patriots. So maybe I'll be wrong again, and Argentina just wins, and they're down at the end and they come back to win, which really wouldn't, I guess, can't really surprise us at this point, right? Spain are way better. So was England, to be fair. But Spain is not dumb in the way that England's dumb. And Spain are not disorganized in the way that England are disorganized. Spain will take a lead and choke this game out. And not allow, in the same way they did not allow Kylian Mbappe and Ousmane Dembele and Michael Olise and the French attack to get going. You really think they're going to let Messi just run wild the way England did? There's no way. I'm not saying Argentina can't win. I just think it's going to be difficult, given that Spain is way better than they are. Give me Spain to win on Sunday. The Phillies, JJ, are my pick to win the World Series. And I think that we're on the same page here. And, just from the Yankee perspective here, and yes, JJ and I are both Yankee fans. We're both New Yorkers, but the Yankees are a national team, right? They're a huge team. Everyone pays attention to the Yankees. It feels to me, JJ, that the Phillies did what the Yankees should have done at some point in time, which is the current structure is not working. We need to do something different. The Yankees roll out every year with Boone and Cashman, and the same thing happens. Aaron Boone, the manager, Brian Cashman, the GM. The Phillies fired Rob Thompson. They did something different. I actually think that's going to get them over the hump. I think the Phillies, JJ, are going to win the World Series.
Listen, maybe this is the emotional heartstrings pulling. I just bet him at 17-1 literally 24 hours ago. I did.
Yeah.
Because the number was really juicy, and they have a team that, in theory, should profile well. Right? Like Wheeler, Sanchez, that's an unreal 1-2 punch. You're throwing Luzardo. They need to get another bat in the outfield, I think, between now and the deadline. But I think they're the team best positioned to go and take out the Dodgers, right? Like the Dodgers, listen, they deserve to be favorites. They're by far and away the best team. But I'm glad that you brought up this idea of shaking it up. Nick, Philadelphia hasn't done this once. They've done it twice now within the last 4 years. They fired Girardi for Rob Thompson. That got them to a World Series. And they made the move, Rob Thompson to Don Mattingly, and it's worked brilliantly.